Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Our cooperation is a secret. With Su Pinggan's approval, Yi Changlin immediately took action. Although the gaming industry and the computer hardware industry are not related, there are definitely many connections between them, and there are cooperation between them. With Yi Changlin's identity, he can already contact these hardware manufacturers. In the name of Su Pinggan, he invited the presidents of major manufacturers such as CPU, motherboard, memory, hard disk, sound card, graphics card, etc. to come to the headquarters of Shyanki Technology to discuss a cooperation. After seeing Yi Changlin off, Su Pinggan took out his phone and called Norton. No one answered for a long time. Su Pinggan was puzzled for a while, and Norton answered the phone when he was about to hang up. "Su, do you know what time it is now?" Norton said impatiently. "It's 11 o'clock in the morning now." "Oh, no, sorry, I forgot the time difference." "Sorry." Su Pinggan understood what was going on. "Just tell me what it is," Norton said helplessly. "Come to my technology headquarters, the engine has broken through," Su Pinggan said directly. "Oh, I know. Wait, what did you say?" Norton reacted and his voice became stronger. "The hydrogen engine for aircraft has made a breakthrough. According to the data that has not been tested yet, it is better than we expected, and the fuel cost can be saved by about 60%, Su Pinggan said directly. "Su, I love you so much. I will arrange for someone to book a plane ticket immediately. I will charter a plane to fly directly to China to meet you." Norton was not sleepy at this moment. He looked forward to the breakthrough of Shyanki Group, and the pressure on him was swept away. "Looking forward to your arrival. I will arrange a room for you. You can have a good sleep and recover when you come," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Norton also smiled. The two chatted for a few words and hung up the phone. Norton was no longer sleepy at this moment. He looked at the time. It was more than 4 o'clock. He picked up the phone and dialed it. It took a long time for someone to answer the phone. "Boss," a weak voice came over. "Lily, arrange a charter flight to China at 8 o'clock for me immediately," Norton said directly. "Well, okay, boss. Secretary Lily has already reflected that this is not a trivial matter." "Do you need to notify others?" Lily asked. "Notify Director Han, Director Bart, and Engineer Bubby, the technical director, just the 3 of them, and tell them clearly that they must arrive at the airport on time," Norton said directly. "Okay, boss, I'll send out the notice immediately," Lily said directly, and hung up the phone after saying a few words to Norton. Norton couldn't sleep, so he went to wash up, asked someone to prepare breakfast, and went out for a run. Although Norton was not young, he never stopped exercising and was in great shape. Time passed slowly. In the afternoon, most of the hardware families received invitations from Apocalypse Games. This notice was immediately sent to the general manager's office, the president's office, or the chairman's office. Everyone looked at this invitation and began to think deeply. What is Apocalypse Games going to do? What does Su Pinggan want to do? Cooperation. What can we cooperate with you? This is the first thought of many people. Many people threw this invitation aside. The presidents of those famous brand manufacturers did not throw it away, but continued to think. Apocalypse Group has entered a period of technological explosion. Could it be that they have made a breakthrough? But we produce computer hardware, so we should have nothing to do with the breakthrough of Shyanki Group. After thinking for a long time, Su Pinggan invited us to do something. We sent people to reply to Shyanki Game Company and said that we would attend the appointment on time. No matter what it is, we must not be careless. We should wait and see. If it is suitable, we will cooperate. If it is not suitable, we will refuse. If Shyanki Group has any breakthrough, we must drink a sip of soup. The president of Intercompany also thought so. Look at Qualcomm, they are all chips. How much is Qualcomm's profit in a year, and how much is our profit? It is impossible not to envy. Shyanki Group is a major customer of Qualcomm. The annual transaction volume of the two companies reaches more than $4 billion. Intercompany is also very envious. The two companies have different development directions. Qualcomm mainly develops in the field of communications, and its chips are also communication chips. Inter's main development direction is computers. The two companies have a tacit understanding not to interfere in their respective industries. Time passed slowly. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Norton's chartered plane arrived in Hangzhou. Su Pinggan arranged a car to pick them up at the airport. The room has been arranged. Rest for a night and meet tomorrow to discuss in detail. Norton and his men were really exhausted. Although they were in a hurry, they had to rest. After being sent to the hotel, they ate some food and went to rest. The next morning, Norton took the others to the Weather Technology Park by car. Before entering Su Pinggan's office, Lily was waiting outside. Norton and his 4 companions went in to talk to Su Pinggan. Norton introduced the 2 directors to Su Pinggan. The 2 shook hands and sat down to drink tea. Su Pinggan handed Norton a test data, and Norton handed it directly to Bobby. Su, with our engine technology, it took you almost 7 months to break through. If you sold your technology to us, you would have broken through long ago, Norton said bluntly, mainly because of the great pressure he had suffered during this period. Wait a minute, ask your engineer if he thinks so. From these data, he can see the gap, Su Pinggan also pushed back bluntly. Norton and the 2 directors were stunned, and looked at Bobby, who was carefully watching the data. Su, do you have black tea here? Green tea is too cold, I can't stand it. Director Han changed the subject directly. Sorry, I neglected it, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and immediately started to make a pot of black tea. You can choose what you want to drink. After a while, Bobby finally finished reading the data report, with a shocked expression on his face. Mr. Su, how did you do it? How can such a small amount of hydrogen energy produce such a great thrust? Mr. Bobby, don't worry, I will take you to the laboratory in a while, and you will see our new engine. This is a revolution in the heart of the aircraft, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Let's go now. To be honest, I am restless now, Norton said directly, and the other 2 directors expressed the same attitude. Su Pinggan raised his hand and drank the tea in the cup. Please, I will take you there. He stood up, and Norton and the other 4 also stood up, and everyone left the office together. About 20 minutes later, Su Pinggan took them to the underground floor of another building, communicated with the project leader Chen Zhaiping, and conducted a thrust test on several people. Bobby changed his clothes and went with the technicians. Su Pinggan and Norton watched and chatted. Soon, the engine started running, with a huge roar and blue tail flames. Bobby stared at the various data and looked very excited. Norton and the other 2 were completely relieved when they saw Bobby's expression. Obviously, the data made Bobby very satisfied and relieved. He started to chat with Su Pinggan. It didn't take long. The short test was over. Bobby came back after a long time. Boss, perfect, very perfect. I expect the fuel cost can be saved by 65 to 70%. Bobby said this with excitement on his face. He knew what this data meant. Su, congratulations. Norton turned around and stretched out his hand and said directly, with a very solemn expression on his face. It should be congratulations to us. Win-win is win-win. Su Pinggan shook hands with Norton and said directly. Norton nodded to agree with Su Pinggan's words. This time it was indeed a win-win situation. I think we need to have a substantive talk, said Director Han, and Su Pinggan and Norton nodded. Everyone changed their clothes and left the laboratory. Su Pinggan found an excuse to leave first, and set aside time for Norton and the other 2 to communicate with Bobby. After the communication, the negotiation would be much better. This was mainly to let Norton and the others understand that their technology was effective, but not the key technology. Bobby began to explain to Norton and the other 2 his understanding of this engine. After reading the detailed data and seeing the real thing, Bobby understood it in detail and clearly pointed out that the engine just tested did not include much Airbus aircraft engine technology. Bobby, are you mistaken? Han was very surprised. Mr. Han, I participated in the development of our engine technology. I know very well that what I am telling you now is the truth. The engine of Apocalypse Group is a brand new engine. They use dual supercharging, turbocharging and carbon magnetic supercharging. I don't understand the carbon magnetic supercharging. I have to disassemble it to understand it. What I want to say is that this technology has a very wide range of applications and is a cross-era technology. After turbocharging and carbon magnetic supercharging, the thrust can be increased by more than 20%, so as to achieve the purpose of saving fuel. That's why I just said that it can save 65 to 70% of fuel costs. The price of hydrogen energy is much lower than that of aviation smoke oil. If we produce this kind of aircraft, Airlines around the world will go crazy and place orders with us. Their profit margins are already very thin, and they can't resist the temptation of increasing profit margins, Bobby said very affirmatively. Norton and the other two looked at each other, and they were all stunned and nodded seriously. Even if there was an agreement, they couldn't be careless. Half an hour later, Sue Pinkin and Norton and the other two began negotiations in the office. The negotiations went very smoothly. Sue Pinkin did not ask for an exorbitant price. He followed the framework of the agreement reached before and maintained his credibility. Gentlemen, I have a suggestion. We should keep our cooperation secret. Sue Pinkin looked at the three people with serious expressions and said. What did Sue Pinkin mean by secret? Such a good thing must be publicized on a large scale. By then, Airbus's stock will definitely create a historical high. Who would buy the stock if it was kept secret? Chapter 452 Deal. Gentlemen, we must beware of the US's tricks. I believe you have all experienced Boeing's tricks. We all know what this new engine represents. What will Boeing do? It will definitely fight back desperately and use all kinds of means regardless of the consequences. This will cause us losses. We will proceed quietly, directly put into production, and mass production. When our aircraft are continuously produced, it will be too late for them to play tricks. Airlines around the world will choose what they want, so I don't need to say much. When we announce it at that time, the stock price will be a problem. It will only take a few minutes for you Airbus to create a new historical high. Sue Pinkin looked at the three people and said directly. Norton and the other two were completely stunned. Sue Pinkin's move was too absolute. He completely killed his competitors. The three looked at each other and saw the hint of hatred in each other's eyes. Sue, I am very glad that our partners are not enemies. After Norton finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. Sue Pinkin shook hands with Norton with a smile on his face. Under the leadership of Mr. Sue, Apocalypse Group will definitely become a company that creates history. I have the confidence that Apocalypse Group will go public. I will definitely take out 80% of my wealth to buy your stocks, Han said while looking at Sue Pinkin. Sue Pinkin smiled and said, thank you for thinking highly of me. Apocalypse Group does not need to go public. At least as long as I am here, Apocalypse Group will not have the possibility of going public. I have a small request. I hope you can agree to it, Sue Pinkin said with a smile. You say, Norton said directly. I hope that the complete aircraft production line you built in the Celestial Empire can be settled in Province Y. I owe them a favor and need to repay it, Sue Pinkin said while looking at Norton. It's an inland area, there is no port, and the cost of spare parts supply will increase a lot, Norton said with a frown. You can tell me if you have any request, Sue Pinkin said directly while looking at Norton. Norton smiled. Sue Pinkin was very sensible. Sue, I need your 6mm wave technology licenses, half of the licensing fee, Norton said directly. Sue Pinkin was stunned. 6mm wave technologies, those 6. You can take a look. This is the authorization I need. If you agree, you can specify the city and our production line will be located in the city you specify. Norton took out a piece of paper from his briefcase with something written on it. Sue Pinkin took it and looked at it. After a while, an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face and he looked at Norton. Your anti-electronic interference system has made a breakthrough? Damn it, you are too smart, Norton said with an angry expression. You must turn off your mobile phone when you take a plane, because after the mobile phone is turned on, the mobile phone frequency band signal will interfere with flight communication and navigation safety. Now civil aviation flights rely heavily on computer automation, so it is very important to eliminate non-human interference. Airbus has been conducting research on anti-electronic communication interference. After years of research, it has achieved success. However, it involves 6mm wave patents, which are all in the hands of Apocalypse Group. In terms of the way Apocalypse Group authorizes external parties, each set of production must give Apocalypse Group a profit, which makes Airbus very uncomfortable. Even if the patent fee required by Apocalypse Group is not very high, the 6 patents added up are not a small number. Sue Pinkin thought for a moment, and after saying deal, he stretched out his right hand. Norton shook hands with Sue Pinkin with a smile on his face. You tell me, our project needs to be settled in that city. We must agree in advance. You must not inform the local government of the news that we want to settle down. You must not interfere in the negotiation, Norton said to Sue Pinkin. Norton was very experienced and was not worried about the cost issue at all. The entire aircraft production line could get great preferential conditions when it was settled. The cost of transporting from the port city to the destination was nothing, and it could all be recovered from the preferential policies. Give me 2 days, I will arrange to notify you, Su Pinggan said directly, and Norton nodded. Now that the matter was settled, there was no hurry. The four people drank tea and chatted, and the topic unconsciously turned to women. There was constant laughter as they talked about love and romance. At noon, Su Pinggan treated the four people to a good meal. After arranging a cart to take the four people to the hotel to rest, Su Pinggan returned to the office and immediately started making phone calls. Soon, the phone was connected. Mr. Su, you are looking for me, Feng Xia's voice came out. Feng Xia, you contact the people in the legal department immediately. You must get me 2,000 acres of land in the eastern suburbs of J City today and tomorrow and apply for residential land. I will tell Ho Minghe to allocate funds, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, I'll go and handle it right away, Feng Xia said directly. Su Pinggan was so anxious, it must be a big deal. After Su Pinggan explained the scope in detail, he hung up the phone and immediately called Ho Minghe to explain. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Half-price patent authorization, the lost half must be found again. Once the Airbus aircraft production line is settled in J City, the housing prices in J City will triple at least. The boost of this major project to the local economy is obvious. Before getting off work in the afternoon, Chen Qingshan called Su Pinggan's mobile phone. With 2,000 acres of land at once, what does Su Pinggan want to do? Is he going to carry out any major projects? He must figure it out in advance. Tell me the truth, what do you want to do? Chen Qingshan asked. I want to build houses as a benefit for my employees and sell them to them at a low price, Su Pinggan said without blinking. Chen Qingshan wanted to slap Su Pinggan twice through the phone line. Who would believe such nonsense? Pinggan, don't treat everyone as fools. How many people does your Shianki group have in J City? Do you need 2,000 acres of land to build houses? Even if it is wasteland, do you want to build all of them into villas? I won't approve it without a suitable reason. The city doesn't need to sell land to make money, Chen Qingshan said very unhappy but confidently. Damn it, you don't need to sell land to make money. That's all my hard-earned money. This sentence was shouted loudly in Su Pinggan's heart. He covered the phone and took 2 deep breaths to calm down. I'm not lying. I do have this plan. There are also other projects that I can't talk about now. They will benefit J City a lot. Let me think about it. Chen Qingshan didn't give it for nothing. He gave a polite word directly, and Su Pinggan's face turned black. I suggest you get approval quickly. I have contacted a big project here. If you don't approve it, I will introduce it to other cities. Don't blame me when the time comes. Su Pinggan directly released his trump card. Chen Qingshan narrowed his eyes, knowing that this would not be so simple. Big project? What big project? What kind of project is it? I don't take ordinary projects seriously. It's a project that requires you and Lao Wei to make a decision together. After approving my land purchase, you'd better charter a plane to come to my place. If you miss it, don't say I'm not nice. You will know when the time comes, Su Pinggan said directly. Chen Qingshan was stunned. It turned out that it was something that he and Wei Dongshuo had to decide together. This was not a trivial matter. But this was 2,000 acres of land, and it was approved to Su Pinggan just like that. Even if it was a wasteland near the mountains, Chen Qingshan was a little unwilling. I'll think about it, Chen Qingshan said directly. This matter must be discussed with Wei Dongshuo. Tomorrow is the deadline. Once the project party decides to inspect other places, it is not my responsibility, Su Pinggan added. You bastard, that's it, Chen Qingshan hung up the phone angrily. The time was so urgent, it was obvious that he was being forced. Su Pinggan smiled and hung up the phone. You have forced me several times. Things have changed, and it's time for me to take the initiative. After talking to himself, he left work in a good mood. Chen Qingshan hung up the phone and rubbed his head. After thinking for a while, he left the office to find Wei Dongshuo. He had to discuss this matter with Wei Dongshuo. Soon, they arrived at Wei Dongshuo's office. Wei Dongshuo was about to leave work. Seeing Chen Qingshan come in, he directly asked Chen Qingshan to sit down and talk about things. Chen Qingshan told the matter straight to the point. Wei Dongshuo frowned and thought seriously for a while. He dared to say that, this project must not be a small project. I also think so. With Su Pinggan's status, it would be a shame to introduce a small project. But now we can't be sure what the project is, and we don't know how likely it is that we can reach an agreement. I don't know anything, but he asked me to grant him 2,000 acres of land, even if it is a wasteland that has been abandoned for a long time. Why do I feel that this guy is setting a trap? Chen Qingshan frowned and said. Old Chen, I'm afraid we have to go in even though we know it's a trap. Granting it to him, it will be a good thing for our J city if he can build up the wasteland there. After completing the formalities tomorrow, you can ask him what it is, so that we can have a clear idea, Wei Dongshuo said directly, and Chen Qingshan nodded. The two discussed for about half an hour and still had no clue. They could only talk about it tomorrow. The next day, when they got off work in the afternoon, the people from the Ministry of Justice had already paid the land purchase money and completed all the formalities. When Chen Qingshan talked to Su Pinggan on the phone in the evening, he was shocked by Su Pinggan's words, "My great mayor. This project is a large project worth tens of billions. You'd better charter a plane with Old Wei tomorrow. I can only keep them for 1 day, foreign investment," Chen Qingshan said directly. Yes, foreign capital, Su Pinggan said affirmatively. Okay, Lao Wei and I will fly there early tomorrow morning. Chen Qingshan immediately made a decision, and after a few words with Su Pinggan, he hung up the phone. The next morning, Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo really chartered a plane and arrived directly. They got off the plane at 10 o'clock, got in the car that came to pick them up, and went straight to Shianqi Science and Technology Park. When they arrived at Su Pinggan's office, Su Pinggan invited them to sit down and drink tea, and told them the news that Airbus planned to build a complete aircraft production line in China. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were stunned. Chapter 453 is a huge appreciation. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan looked at each other, swallowed a few times, and said seriously, "Are you sure that Airbus really intends to build a complete aircraft production line in China?" "Yes, Mr. Norton, chairman of Airbus Group, and the two big directors have arrived. We will have lunch together at noon. You can have a good talk with them in the afternoon. It depends on you whether it can be negotiated. This is not a small project. If it is really negotiated, J City will be the strongest city in the economy of Yi Province." Su Pinggan looked at the two and said, with great temptation in his tone. "You are really good at calculating." Chen Qingshan reacted and glared at Su Pinggan fiercely. Wei Dongshuo next to him was stunned. J City has reached the end of its development in the south. If it develops further, it will occupy arable land. This is definitely not possible. If it develops to the west, it will also occupy arable land. It will not work. There are mountains in the north and there is no development potential. If you want to develop again, there is only the northeast direction. You got 2,000 acres of land in advance. You are really calculating, Chen Qingshan explained with gritted teeth, and Wei Dongshuo understood what was going on. How much is 2,000 acres of wasteland, and it is also applied for residential land. Once the project with Airbus is really negotiated, the 2,000 acres of land will appreciate in value instantly, and it is not just a normal appreciation, but a huge appreciation. Don't say that. Do you know what I pay to get Airbus Group to meet with you to discuss this matter? The price is nearly 20 million euros. If you don't have enough courage and can't negotiate, I will still lose money. If it weren't for my hometown in J City, would I have to spend this much effort? Su Pinggan said in an equally unhappy tone. Pinggan, what do you think is the success rate of our negotiation with Airbus? Wei Dongshuo asked, changing the subject. There is no need to be fussy about this matter. As long as J City develops and the people are rich, it doesn't matter if Su Pinggan takes a small advantage. It depends on your courage. You can refer to the conditions given by other cities in the past. Whether you can succeed depends on you, Su Pinggan said directly, and Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan nodded. If we really negotiate, the location of the factory is worth discussing, Chen Qingshan said with a frown. It's very simple. The land I bought is in the northeast. Except for 4 or 5 small hills, it's all wasteland. We can just level the hills. It won't occupy arable land, and we can also move 2 mountain villages with less than 100 households out. This is a good thing that kills several birds with one stone, Su Pinggan said meaningfully, looking at Chen Qingshan. Humph, you are very smart in your calculations, Chen Qingshan said unhappily, and Su Pinggan just laughed. Wei Dongshuo shook his head and smiled at the two of them. He didn't know what to say. What kind of status did they have to bicker to such an extent? After the business was finished, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also relieved. They didn't want to drink tea. They directly asked for a small meeting and 2 computers, and began to look up information to prepare for the afternoon's discussion. Su Pinggan immediately arranged for someone to make arrangements. At noon, Su Pinggan treated Wei Dongshuo, Chen Qingshan, and Norton from Airbus had lunch with the two big directors. In the afternoon, they discussed on their own, and Su Pinggan did not participate. Su Pinggan called Zhang Jianbin in the afternoon and said that Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were coming and they would have dinner together in the evening. Zhang Jianbin was stunned. Why did they come without saying anything? Zhang Jianbin asked curiously. We have a good relationship. They missed me and came to see me. After all, they are my family. I don't know if you bully me here alone. I am very worried, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Go away. I bully you. I will burn incense if you don't scheme against me a little bit, Zhang Jianbin said unhappily. Just kidding, do you arrange it or do I arrange it in the evening? Su Pinggan said directly. I will arrange it. I will show my courtesy as a host, Zhang Jianbin said directly. It was obvious that he was in his own territory and it would be unreasonable not to arrange it. After chatting with Su Pinggan for a few words and hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianbin frowned and began to think. Things must not be that simple. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan would not show their eagles until they saw the rabbit. Coming to Shianki Science Park at this time, could it be that Shianki Group has another big project? Are they here to force Su Pinggan to settle the project in J City? Or is it that there is a major breakthrough at Shianki Comprehensive Research Institute? The more Zhang Jianbin thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not simple, and he could not be careless. He stood up and left the office to find Qiao Lianqing. The two of them must discuss it carefully. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan returned to Su Pinggan's office and let out a long breath. Wei Dongshuo looked at Su Pinggan and said, Pinggan, thank you. You have contributed to the development of J City, work together and build our hometown wholeheartedly, but how can I forget the slogan that Mayor Chen promotes every day, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wei Dongshuo smiled, and Chen Qingshan pointed at Su Pinggan and smiled. By the way, let me remind you that if you really reach an agreement, J City will definitely need to build an airport. This is not an easy thing. You must think it through, Su Pinggan reminded the two. No matter how difficult it is, we have to take this project. Once the letter of intent is signed, I will seek support from the province and the directly affiliated ministries and commissions. No matter how hard it is worth it, Wei Dongshuo said seriously. I believe you will succeed, Su Pinggan said with a smile. By the way, I called Zhang Jianbin. Let's have dinner together in the evening. It's not good for you to come over without saying hello, Su Pinggan said directly, and Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan nodded. The three of them were drinking tea and chatting. As they were talking, Zhang Jianbin called directly to Chen Qingshan's mobile phone. After a while of politeness, he invited Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan to dinner with Qiao Lianqing in the evening. Chen Qingshan happily agreed. Finally, Zhang Jianbin said, take Su Pinggan, the bastard who eats and drinks for free, too. This sentence made Su Pinggan's face darken. Chen Qingshan laughed and said that he would definitely take him, and then hung up the phone. Su Pinggan knew that Zhang Jianbin was angry and must have mastered something. Zhang Jianbin discussed with Qiao Lianqing for a while, and immediately asked his secretary to investigate whether Shianki Group had made any moves recently. Soon, the secretary replied that there were no other moves, but the chairman of Airbus Group came to Shianki Technology Company. The accommodation was arranged by Shianki Group, and outsiders had no idea. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin looked at each other, as if they had grasped something. After a while, Zhang Jianbin slapped his thigh and said, oh no, it must be an aircraft project. Su Pinggan intends to let the Airbus project settle in J City? No way, you mean that Airbus will invest in J, and J City does not have such conditions, Qiao Lianqing said directly. There must be a transaction here that we don't know about. This bastard, Wei Hongzhou gave him such a big discount, but he actually pulled the project to J City. I can't forgive him, Zhang Jianbin was angry, and Qiao Lianqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's ask them in the evening. We can tell from their attitude. I think even if Airbus invests, it won't be very big, because the EU is the largest shareholder of Airbus, and it will definitely keep the production line in Europe to increase employment, Qiao Lianqing said directly. I hope so, Zhang Jianbin said helplessly, with a bad feeling in his heart. In the evening, Su Pinggan, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan went to the appointment in a car. The location was a relatively secret private restaurant. The two sides greeted each other, shook hands and began to sit down. During the meal, Zhang Jianbin tried several times, but Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan changed the topic and never mentioned what they were doing. This aroused Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin's suspicion. The two looked at each other and had a hunch that this project might be really big, otherwise, they would not be so cautious. Su Pinggan ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls, and would never get involved. Old Chen, we are old friends. I am not trying to steal your project. Can't you just give me a straight answer? Zhang Jianbin looked at Chen Qingshan and said directly. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshu helplessly. He felt embarrassed to refuse after several attempts. It's not a big project. Pinggan introduced a small project to me. You know that our J city is located inland. The transportation is not as convenient as yours. There are not many projects that can be used. The only thing we can offer is that the labor cost is a little lower. Old Zhang, you have to understand us. It's very difficult for us. Chen Qingshan looked at Zhang Jianbin and said directly. The implication was very simple. The project will not be leaked. We are a poor place. Don't bother us. Zhang Jianbin raised his eyebrows. I don't believe you. It's a small project. Small projects will require your chief and deputy squad leaders to come together to discuss. However, since the conversation has come to this point, it's embarrassing to make Chen Qingshan feel awkward. After 2 glasses of wine and a few bites of food, Zhang Jianbin got angry again when he saw Su Pinggan eating and drinking. After thinking for a while, he began to target Su Pinggan. Pinggan, I heard that Mr. Norton, the chairman of Airbus Group, has arrived. How about when can I meet him? Let me show my hospitality, Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pinggan stopped using his chopsticks, knowing that he couldn't escape. Brother Zhang. Brother Qiao, I'll tell you the truth. Airbus has an intended investment project. This project requires very low labor costs, so I introduced it to Brother Chen. Please forgive me, Su Pinggan said and clasped his fists. Huh? I knew it was like this, Zhang Jianbin said unhappily, and the others smiled. Old Zhang, let's have a drink. It's not easy for us. Please bear with me, Wei Dongshuo said and raised his glass. Zhang Jianbin also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He picked up the glass and clinked it with Wei Dongshuo, and the two took a big sip. Chapter 454 This technology is of great importance. Don't worry, we won't interfere with your project. We'll settle accounts with Su Pinggan later, Qiao Lianqing picked up the cup and said, then clinked it with Chen Qingshan. The two drank it in one gulp. They both laughed at Su Pinggan's bitter face. Now that the words have been spoken, there is no point in keeping it secret. Keeping it secret would mean not giving face. Wei Dongshuo told the project, and Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin were stunned. Damn, a complete aircraft production line, is this a small project? This is a big project worth tens of billions. Swish swish 2 cold lights shot directly at Su Pinggan. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin clearly expressed their dissatisfaction with Su Pinggan. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan saw it very clearly. After looking at it, they knew that this would be the result. If Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin had not stated that they would not interfere, they would never say what the project was. Now, the result is indeed similar to what they guessed. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin are quite resentful. Pinggan, Lao Qiao and I have treated you well. You can't just go to J City for all the good things, Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Su Pinggan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Zhang, the gap between your two places is too big. There is no comparison. I promise that this is the last time. The next time there is a project, stay in Hangzhou first. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and drank it directly, expressing his attitude. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan said that they would not compete with Hangzhou for other things after this project. This made Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin feel better. They understood that after J City had this project, the next 10 years would be guaranteed. There was no need to compete for anything. Today's meal was quite depressed. They all drank a lot. Su Pinggan was even helped downstairs. Zhang Jianbin didn't drink a lot of wine for him, not because of his status, but because of their friendship. The next day, Su Pinggan got up early and started running and exercising. After exercising, he took a shower and had breakfast and left directly. He didn't go to the company, but to the hotel. Today, Norton and several people left and had to meet. When they arrived at the hotel, Norton and several others were already prepared. Su, a delegation will arrive in J City within a week. I hope we can strengthen cooperation in the future. I think as long as we have a win-win mentality, we will definitely cooperate again." Su Pinggan shook hands with Norton and said. Norton nodded and understood what Su Pinggan meant. The two sides exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Su Pinggan arranged a cart to take Norton and others to the airport. Similarly, this time they left by chartering a plane. After seeing Norton off, Su Pinggan took a car to the company. When he arrived at the company, after drinking a few sips of tea, he started to make a phone call and directly contacted Liu Changkong, a senior official in C-City, a big boss in Sichuan province. Soon, the call was connected. "Mr. Su, how come you have time to call me today?" Liu Changkong said with a smile. He had met Su Pinggan several times and had dinner with him several times. In the last single-person aircraft project, Sichuan province's spare parts manufacturing companies received a lot of orders, and he had a good impression of Su Pinggan. "I don't deserve it. The senior official helped me a lot on the last single-person aircraft project. There is a project here that is only authorized to 2 companies in the world. The first one is authorized to Airbus Group. The remaining one I am optimistic about is the aviation group of Sichuan province. If there is no problem, bring them to Hangzhou and we will discuss it in detail. This matter must be kept confidential and kept secret," Su Pinggan said seriously. "Oh, this is a good thing. Don't worry. I will take the relevant people to go there in the near future." Liu Changkong already understood what was going on. After all, Airbus Group transferred its engine technology to Shaanxi Group, which was a big deal at that time. "Then I will wait for the senior official to come," Su Pinggan said with a smile. The two of them hung up the phone after a few polite words. Liu Changkong thought about it and understood that this was Su Pinggan returning the favor. Sichuan Aviation Industry Group is a state-owned enterprise engaged in the aircraft and fighter manufacturing industry. Needless to say, this is a benefit for Sichuan Aviation Industry Group. Liu Changkong stood up and left the office and went straight to the office of the senior official of Sichuan province. This matter must be reported. With the support of the superiors, it is also a good thing for Shaanxi Group. A few days later, Liu Changkong brought the person in charge of Sichuan Aviation Industry Group to Shaanxi Science and Technology Park. Su Pinggan communicated with Liu Changkong first, and Liu Changkong's expression changed and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, President Su. If you dare to leak secrets, you must be punished by law," Liu Changkong said seriously, and Su Pinggan nodded. "Senior official, let's go to the laboratory to take a look," Su Pinggan said directly, and Liu Changkong nodded. Su Pinggan brought a few people to the aircraft hydrogen engine laboratory and asked several experts from Sichuan Energy Industry Group to experience it. These old experts were all shocked and couldn't understand the principle at all, which was the same as Bobby. Bobby, an engineer from Airbus, also understood the carbon magnetic supercharging technology after the explanation of the people from Shaanxi Group. Su Pinggan explained it to everyone and repeatedly emphasized that it must be kept confidential. This technology is of great importance. Liu Changkong also emphasized confidentiality on the side. The two leaders of Sichuan Aviation Industry Group repeatedly guaranteed to implement the top-secret protection plan. As for other terms, they were all trivial. The next day, Shaanxi Group signed a patent technology licensing agreement with Sichuan Aviation Industry Group. That afternoon, Liu Changkong left with a CD containing detailed drawings and technology. After finishing this, Su Pinggan was not idle. The heads of computer hardware manufacturers also arrived. There were more than 20 people. Su Pinggan first signed a confidentiality agreement with these people, and then took them to experience the voice control system. Playing the game directly, nothing is more direct than experiencing it directly. The game is installed with the international version and connected to the international server. Because of the network speed, there is a little lag. Su Pinggan explained it and understood it. It would be better if I didn't experience it. After experiencing it, I was shocked. Online games can still be played like this. I understand the attraction of this new way of playing to players. These people who don't play much are attracted. How can those players not be attracted? In the small conference room next to it, Su Pinggan talked about the difficulties he faced and sent the required technical indicators to everyone. Upgrading must be a comprehensive upgrade. Many presidents frowned. Upgrading is simple, the technology is ready, and it can be launched on the market, but what about those products that have already been produced? This is not a small problem. Boss Su, when will your system be mature so that we can make a plan to launch new products? Brunson, president of Inter, Ask directly. It will be fully mature in about 5 months, Su Pinggan said very confidently. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, and many others frowned. They had just invested a huge amount of money to transform the production line for the new product. Do they have to rebuild it again now? This is not a small expense. Boss Su, will you promote this technology next year? We have just invested a huge amount of money to produce a new generation of motherboards. Investing a huge amount of money is not a small amount, said Xiaohaozi, chairman of Shuo Motherboard. It is impossible not to say it. I have just looked at the technical indicators. Only the company's latest generation of motherboards can meet the requirements. According to the plan, the latest generation of motherboards will be launched on the market in 2 years. Yes, the new generation of products this year has been arranged. The upgrade is too fast all of a sudden. It is difficult for us to digest the old products, said a boss of a graphics card production group. Everyone, please do the math. Even if you put in new products now, according to the market acceptance, it will take 2 years to popularize 10%, and 5 years to reach a 70% penetration rate. You have produced a new generation of products. We are launching this voice-controlled gameplay. What do you think the penetration rate will be? Will it take 5 years to popularize 70%? How much profit is there? Su Pinggan said to the crowd. Many people had tangled expressions on their faces. This new gameplay will definitely be popularized very quickly once it is launched. Players will not tolerate this torture. How much profit is very clear. If I were you, the first thing I would do now is to notify the production department to stop production and speed up the processing of the products that have been produced to pave the way for huge profits in a few months. Playing games is about to enter the era of shouting. This is the future. I don't need to say more about what the result will be if you go against this trend. Products are not eternal. Making money is eternal. Su Pinggan said this while looking at the crowd. Everyone was silent. Soon, the boss of the manufacturer couldn't stand it anymore. He left his seat and took out his phone to the side and started making calls. Stop production, cancel all production orders, immediately, right away. Hearing this roar, everyone looked over and was very surprised. This was Miao Songtao, the chairman of Blueport Group, a manufacturer of memory sticks. Blueport specializes in the production of storage products. Many people sighed in their hearts and could not stop themselves from preparing to clear their stocks. Mr. Su, I hope you can agree to one thing. And launch it in 6 months, so that we have enough time, Brunson said to Su Pinggan. Okay, I agree to this. I will launch it in 6 months. I hope you will not be careless. If the product is not good, it will affect the brand reputation. Players will never suffer a loss a second time after suffering a loss once. Fake data will not last long, Su Pinggan said to everyone. Many people nodded. What Su Pinggan said was a disease of the industry. Many products sometimes cannot reach real data. Only large manufacturers strictly abide by this rule and cherish their brand value. Many small manufacturers do not care about this at all. They register a new brand immediately after killing a brand. They only focus on short-term and medium-term interests and do not consider long-term issues at all. By the way, there is one more thing. When we launch the promotion, we will choose between 2 levels, the best configuration and the basic configuration. The low-end configuration will be cancelled. The development of games has higher and higher requirements for hardware. The low-end configuration will not last long, so we will cancel it directly to avoid complaints from players, Su Pinggan said. Another point. Chapter 455, if you don't understand, I'll think of changing people. Many people frowned. According to statistics from relevant institutions, many people upgrade their computers with low-profile versions, so they have to upgrade again in a short time. This group of people accounts for a large proportion. They have to suffer losses before they know how to choose next time. Now Su Pinggan has cancelled the low-profile version, which means that these people can spend less. Everyone is a little unhappy. Mr. Su, I am in the memory business. I just looked at the data carefully. It is not enough to equip your voice control system with 2 16G memory sticks. You must combine them into a 24G memory stick. The price will not be low in this case. It is really difficult to popularize it. This person frowned and said this. Others turned around and saw that they knew the chairman of Phantom Company, Zhu Changshan. His company's memory business accounts for 30% of the industry, and is definitely the industry leader. Mr. Zhu has seen it carefully. It is indeed necessary. If Mr. Huge has difficulty in production due to technical reasons, you can talk to me privately later. My Shanky Group has a new generation of technology that can solve this problem. Correspondingly, if you have difficulties in other aspects, you can come to me, or directly contact Shanky Technology Company. We provide patent technology authorization. Shanky Group has no intention of intervening in the computer industry, but we have studied these technologies. Can we cooperate with each other? Su Pinggan looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Everyone narrowed their eyes and began to be alert. Bullshit, you don't plan to intervene in the computer hardware industry. What are you going to do if you don't plan to intervene in the research of these technologies? Don't you have too much money and have nowhere to spend it? You must be planning to subvert the computer hardware industry in one fell swoop. We don't know what kind of character you are, Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan looked at the expressions of the crowd and felt that he needed to explain. It was not a good thing to be on guard like this. Everyone, I'm not kidding. I really don't have the energy to get involved in the computer industry. To tell you the truth, the project I'm going to carry out is an aviation project, which requires supercomputers. These technologies are prepared for supercomputers. I'm not interested in the civilian computer market, Su Pinggan explained a little, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. The capital of the Apocalypse Group is too scary. This is not just a casual remark. The financial queen Jizu Ai has $5 billion in funds. It is said that the Japanese branch of the Apocalypse Group investment company is also operating with billions of dollars. No one knows how much reserve funds the Apocalypse Group has. Just looking at the fact that several products of the Apocalypse Group are all hot selling, you can analyze one or two. Is the Apocalypse Group going to enter the aviation industry? The aircraft market is not so prosperous now, Brunson asked Su Pinggan. Not the aircraft market, but outer space, Su Pinggan said calmly to Brunson. Brunson was stunned, nodded slowly and stopped asking. Apocalypse Group is going to enter the outer space, and having this kind of computer hardware technology is nothing. The others looked at each other, and they all felt bitter. A company can enter the outer space, which is a symbol of strength. Everyone raised a lot of questions, and Su Pinggan answered them one by one. Everyone promised that the latest generation of products would be launched within 6 months, and would not delay the launch of the voice-controlled gameplay of Apocalypse Game Company. At noon, Su Pinggan treated guests, set up 4 tables, and drank a cup with everyone. In the afternoon, Su Pinggan went to rest. The next day at work, Qiao Yichen came to Su Pinggan's office. Mr. Su, 9 companies came to me yesterday afternoon to discuss patent licensing matters, Qiao Yichen said directly. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. This is because they feel a sense of urgency. If the price is right, we will license it to them. Are they all domestic companies? Su Pinggan asked. 1 foreign company, 8 domestic companies, including 2 companies in the Taiwan Special Administrative Region, Qiao Yichen reported, and Su Pinggan nodded. Let's follow the rules. They adopted our technology. I'm afraid there will be a reshuffle in the computer hardware industry, which is good for us. After the comprehensive upgrade of various foundations, our life will be better, Su Pinggan said directly. Qiao Yichen nodded and said, indeed, we have accumulated a lot of technology. The reason why we haven't put it into the market is because of the hardware problems in the market. If we speed up the hardware upgrade, our company's situation will be better. Su Pinggan nodded and took a sip of the teacup. Qiao Yichen also took a sip of tea with him. By the way, the mechanical mount project team plans to apply for a hydrogen power device. Should it be approved for them? Qiao Yichen asked. Finally, I got it. Hydrogen energy has been around for a year. If it doesn't get it, I'll have the idea of changing people. Let's approve it for them and let them study it on their own. There is no need to make a breakthrough in a short time, Su Pinggan said with a look of disappointment. I understand, Qiao Yichen said directly. The two talked for a while and Qiao Yichen left. Su Pinggan sat alone in the office and thought for a while. He pressed a button and Liu Wenjin came in. You and Darren negotiate and take turns to take vacations. At the same time, draft documents. The annual salary of both of you will be increased by 5,000 euros, Su Pinggan said to Liu Wenjin. Thank you, boss. Liu Wenjin's face lit up. By the way, prepare a ticket for me for the day after tomorrow, fly directly to the UK, and inform the UK branch that I'm going to inspect the branch, Su Pinggan said, waving his hand, and Liu Wenjin went out. In the secretary's room, After Liu Wenjin told Darina what Su Pingyan said, Darina was also very excited. After a while, her expression darkened. It's only increased by 5,000 euros. The boss is too stingy. You should be satisfied. Our lives are so easy now, with an annual salary of 300,000 euros, and all daily expenses are reimbursed. Is there anything more comfortable than this? Now it has increased by another 5,000. I believe it will definitely increase next year, Liu Wenjin said with a smile. It's very comfortable, especially when the boss is strong and domineering, which makes you feel more comfortable, isn't it? Darina said and slapped Liu Wenjin on the buttocks, making Liu Wenjin's face red. The two immediately started to play around. As good girlfriends, they knew each other very well. 2 days later, Su Pingyan flew away from the Celestial Empire. When Su Pingyan settled down in London, the Airbus Group delegation had already landed in Y Province, and Chen Qingshan had arranged a special car to pick them up. J-City and Airbus Group officially started negotiations on the aircraft production line project. This time, the people sent by Airbus were high-level personnel, and they obviously attached great importance to this matter. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also reported this matter, and the province was very supportive. They were able to pull such a big project without waiting or relying on others. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were still worthy of recognition. Sichuan Aviation Industry Group has gathered many domestic experts to analyze the carbon magnetic supercharging technology of Xiangqi Group. The more they studied, the more they found that this technology had a wide range of applications. If they could really analyze it thoroughly, the performance of domestic aircraft could be greatly improved. The bosses had a very good impression of Su Pingyan. Although Su Pingyan was always greedy for money and had a bit of a childish temper, he was still a patriotic person in general. He had provided advanced technology to relevant departments in recent years. Secretly supporting the development of the Apocalypse Group had already received huge rewards. The actions of the Apocalypse Group were worthy of recognition. This was the unanimous opinion of the bosses. Su Pingyan took a day off and started to inspect the Renewable Resources Research Institute the next day. Gilbert accompanied Su Pingyan. There was a lot of progress in all aspects, especially in the area of heavy metal pollution control, which had made a major breakthrough. Boss, we have signed a contract with the London city government to carry out the first phase of heavy metal treatment on a century-old industrially polluted land in the east of the London city government, covering an area of more than 200 hectares. The total amount is £500 million and the time is 5 years. We have now dispatched personnel to carry out operations there, using this biological treatment method, dig and shallowly irrigate the 200+ hectares of land and add diluted agents. After 1 year, stock crayfish and harvest them after 2 years. These crayfish will be treated with biological feed, which can completely degrade the heavy metals in the crayfish. According to current laboratory evidence, this biological feed does not contain heavy metals and fully meets British feed standards, and we will also earn an extra income. After the crayfish are harvested, we will plant the iron spikegrass provided by the Plant Research Institute. This iron spikegrass has been genetically modified and has an absorption and conversion effect on heavy metals in the soil. Combining the two and carrying out 2 years of treatment can fully complete the first phase of heavy metal treatment. As for whether to launch the second phase of treatment, it depends on the opinions of the relevant departments in London, Gilbert said seriously. That's over 100 years of heavy industrial metal pollution, so sure? Su Pingyan asked. We took samples from that land and divided it into 50 places to obtain soil samples. After careful testing, we made this plan. We are very sure the crayfish species selected are not ordinary, but a kind of crayfish that has been artificially modified and cultivated. They are not big, but very adaptable to this heavy metal environment. They will grow very big in the later stage. The iron spikegrass is also specially selected, which is more targeted. In fact, taking this order is also an experiment. If it can be successful, it will be very important for us to promote this project in the future. There are many lands polluted by heavy metals in the world, Gilbert explained in detail, and Su Pingyan nodded and stopped worrying about it. By the way, boss, we have also made a breakthrough in the recycling technology of used clothes. Gilbert suddenly remembered this. The used clothing market is a big market. A large part of the used clothes thrown away every year are refurbished and sold. All countries in the world have a complete industrial chain. Clothes that cannot be refurbished are thrown away, and this part accounts for a very large proportion. Chapter 456, Cooperate and Act Well. How do you recycle? Su Pinggan asked curiously. Restored to raw materials, it can be made into fiber thread by respinning, and can be made into cloth again. It's amazing. The price is 34% of normal new materials. The cost advantage is huge and it fully complies with the quality regulations of various countries, Gilbert said very confidently. How do you plan to promote this project? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, this industry has formed a perfect industrial chain at present. It will be more costly for us to intervene rashly. Licensing the technology is the best way to ensure that we can harvest continuously. We keep one authorization in each country, and there will be many customers cooperating with us. They all have their own industrial chain. There is no problem in recycling old clothes. Using our technology will bring them a lot of money. Another thing is that it can give them a fair excuse. Resource recycling, Gilbert said with a smile. Ho 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 ho. Su Pinggan laughed, patted Gilbert on the shoulder and walked forward with a big laugh. Gilbert was already very clear about his thoughts and didn't need to worry too much. When inspecting the last project, Su Pinggan stopped, turned around and waved. Everyone else left, leaving Gilbert next to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan asked, "How is the heavy metal extraction project going, boss?" It's still in the intense experiment. Although it is possible to extract heavy metals from seawater, the cost is very high and the efficiency is very low. It needs to be upgraded. There is no guidance according to the boss's meaning, so the progress is relatively slow. At their current speed, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve the predetermined goal within 5 years, Gilbert said seriously. This technology is not so simple, it is a very complex technology. Have you communicated with Chen Fanxian? Su Pinggan continued to ask. Yes, it is also progressing slowly there. Of course, this refers to our internal speed. If it is placed in other research institutes, it is already fast, Gilbert said directly. You can increase the speed appropriately and control the breakthrough within 2 years. It should be a little more secretive. You should know how many eyes are staring at your research institute now, Su Pinggan said while looking at Gilbert. I understand. I usually try not to contact these researchers. At most, I hold a meeting with everyone to count the experimental materials they need. They will not gain anything from me, Gilbert said very confidently. Don't be careless. Have you forgotten about Ruth? This is what we found. We didn't find it. Who can guarantee whether there are commercial spies among those researchers? Su Pinggan reminded him, and Gilbert frowned. I understand. I will be more careful. I won't joke with my life, Gilbert said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and took Gilbert to the last project team. After communicating with the researchers for a while and saying a few words of encouragement, Su Pinggan left. Do it according to your ideas. Communicate with Chen Fanxian in advance. It's best to cause the researchers to communicate and collide with each other to produce sparks of wisdom. This is what Su Pinggan said to Gilbert when he left the institute. The next day, Su Pinggan did not go to inspect the football club because Isabella came. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they had to go crazy together. Darina was very unhappy about this. Su. Summer vacation will be here in a few months. I want to meet your 2 girlfriends in China, Isabella said while looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was stunned. How could you have such an idea? Su Pinggan was quite surprised. He didn't know what Isabella meant by doing this. It's normal. I want to see what kind of people they are. We all know each other's existence, but we have never met. We don't know how you plan to solve this matter in the future. Therefore, I think it is necessary for us to meet, Isabella said with a matter-of-fact expression. Su Pinggan was about to speak when Isabella raised her hand to cover her mouth, preventing Su Pinggan from speaking. I'm not kidding you. You should make arrangements in advance. Let's go on vacation together. If you can't do it, I won't see you again, Isabella said and sat up and got out of bed to wash up in the bathroom. Su Pinggan also sat up and picked up a cigarette from the bedside table and lit it. This major problem had to be solved, but Su Pinggan hadn't figured out how to solve it. It's not that simple to hug left and right. The law doesn't allow it. Violating the law will cost you. After smoking a cigarette, Su Pinggan also got up and went directly to the bathroom to wash up. After taking a shower, he came out with Isabella, changed clothes and went directly to breakfast. Today, Isabella accompanied Su Pinggan to watch the game at the Apocalypse Rangers Football Club. This was the first home game after the completion of the new stadium. Ranieri performed very well. This year, the team has run in very well. It has won the FA Cup and qualified for the European League next season. The goal has been successfully completed. Tomorrow's game is the third to last game of the Premier League. Apocalypse Rangers vs Crystal Palace. Apocalypse Rangers has completed this year's goal, which can be said to be free of desire, but today's game must be won because Su Pinggan came to the newly completed stadium to watch the game. Moreover, this is the first game in the new stadium. If you lose, not to mention Su Pinggan, the fans will not agree, the head coach will not agree, and the club management will not agree. Therefore, Ranieri is under a lot of pressure. The Crystal Palace team is also free of desire at this moment. It has successfully retained its position, and it doesn't matter even if it loses all the last 3 games. However, the head coach of the Crystal Palace team cannot afford to lose. If he loses again, he will most likely be fired. The team has lost the last 2 games, and the pressure is not small. Therefore, today's game is very interesting. Su Pinggan arrived at the club accompanied by Isabella. The club's general manager Visoka and the management team greeted Su Pinggan at the door. After getting off the car, Su Pinggan shook hands with Visoka and others and went directly into the company. First, he went to the company's conference room to listen to Visoka's report. The head coach was not there and had already started to arrange tactics in the locker room. According to what you said, the stadium is completely full for today's game, Su Pinggan said in surprise. This is a stadium that can accommodate 70,000 people. Boss, our ticket prices have not increased, so many people directly bought annual tickets. The data I just reported that 79,000 sets of tickets were sold after repeated verification by the finance department. We reserved 25% of the tickets for the visiting team. And according to statistics, all of them have been sold. Today, the new stadium is definitely crowded, Visoka said with a smile, and Su Pinggan smiled and nodded. Pay attention to safety and prevent fighting, Su Pinggan said with a frown. It was no small matter for so many fans to make trouble. Please rest assured, boss. We have checked with the police. All football hooligans on the police blacklist are not allowed to enter the stadium. At the same time, we have temporarily hired security personnel to sit in the isolation belt. There are 2 isolation belts between the fans of both sides, 2 meters apart and 3 meters high. There are barbed wires wrapped on them. If you don't want to get hurt, don't climb. We have already explained that there are a lot of stickers on the isolation belts. We are not responsible for any injuries caused by climbing, Visoka said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and felt relieved. Then Su Pinggan asked about youth training and business operations. Visoka arranged everything in an orderly manner and fully demonstrated his talent. Boss, there is something you need to decide. The Chinese national football team contacted us and planned to play a friendly match with us during the summer transfer period. The head coach is quite opposed. You see, Visoka said that he would not say more. China is a big market, and if you want to expand a market, you have to deal with the football association. Visoka is in favor of playing friendly matches, while Ranieri is strongly opposed. The 2 are unwilling to give in on this issue. To be honest, I really dislike this, but sometimes I have to sacrifice for the market. Let Ranieri take the reserve team and cooperate with him to act well, you must be sure of this. The fee cannot be less. You must not agree if you don't give enough appearance fees, Su Pinggan directly set the tone, and Visoka immediately agreed with a smile on his face. You must have done a good job. The jerseys, scarves, hats and other sports products are well developed. You just need to go for the affordable route. The economy is not good now and people don't have much money. The Apocalypse Rangers Club is my industry, so it still has a certain influence in China. These peripheral products are developed and produced in China. We cooperate directly with Dongdong.com and only sell them online. We clearly announced that all products purchased outside the flagship store are fakes. The price is controlled at around 200 yuan. This price is basically affordable, and what you buy is authentic. You will have an unexpected surprise. Su Pinggan looked at Visoka meaningfully. Visoka was stunned for a moment. This price was a bit low. Then, when he saw Su Pinggan's eyes, his head turned immediately. The boss is from China, and he is also a business tycoon. He must understand the Chinese market better than himself. I understand. I really want to know what surprises there will be, Visoka said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and felt relieved. Let me tell you a real case. Many years ago, there was a movie screened nationwide in China. The ticket was 1 cent each, and the final box office revenue was over 100 million. Of course, this may have a lot to do with the lack of film and television works at the time. However, you have to consider one thing. Although the price is not high, the cost is low. If the quantity is large, it will also cause qualitative changes. Every jersey sold will be printed with a number. And then a few numbers will be drawn out for free, which will definitely stimulate sales. When you carry out commercial promotion in China, try to recruit those who have experience in online promotion planning. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed, Su Pingyan once again reminded him. Chapter 457. I'll lead you into politics. Many people, including Visoka, were shocked by the case Su Pingyan told. £1 could be exchanged for more than 8 Chinese currency coins. A ticket worth 1 cent of Chinese currency coins could actually sell for hundreds of millions of yuan. It was incredible. No one doubted that Su Pingyan was lying. Su Pingyan's identity was here. There was no need to lie. The terrifying Chinese consumer market. No wonder those people tried to expand a Chinese market. Large quantities will lead to qualitative changes. This sentence was deeply remembered by Visoka, laying the foundation for the sales miracle of the Apocalypse Rangers team's peripheral products in China. After everyone talked for a while, it was almost time, and they set off for the stadium. Isabella was always by Su Pingyan's side, watching Su Pingyan's more than enough and envied him. When they arrived at the box, Bolt, the chairman of the Crystal Palace Club, and Hagen, the general manager, were there. The two sides shook hands and watched the game together in the box. Su Pingyan and Bolt were in the same box. Visoka and Hagen were in another box. Su Pingyan opened 2 bottles of red wine in a row, and asked someone to send a bottle to Visoka. He opened a bottle himself and invited Bolt to taste it together. Both of them were business tycoons. They had a lot of topics to talk about. They didn't care much about the current stadium. They just treated it as a pastime. They talked and laughed happily, and the atmosphere was very good. I say, your club is really enviable. Romanti Conti, more than £10,000 a bottle, your boss is really willing to spend it, said Hagen, the general manager of Crystal Palace Club, enviously. This is because we have a good boss. For our boss, the club is a big toy. As long as he is comfortable, everything is not a problem, and everything else is secondary, said Visoka with a smile. Hagen shook his head and said nothing. The comparison between the two was a blow. The Crystal Palace Club lived a tight life every year. The red wine they entertained other clubs was about £500. There was no comparison at all. Soon, the game started. The Apocalypse Rangers showed a strong offensiveness. The head coach of the Crystal Palace team could not afford to lose this game. The result of 3 consecutive defeats is likely to be dismissed. He also carried out an offensive formation. The offense and defense of the two teams were very fast. Su Pingyan watched with relish and did not feel dull at all. He chatted with Bolt from time to time. The first half of the game was tied at 1-1. If they have this kind of fighting spirit in the second half, this game will be perfect, Su Pingyan said with a smile, not caring about the result. Leffy is a little bad, lacking in offensiveness. I am sure that we will be in a defensive formation in the second half, Bolt said very confidently after taking a sip of red wine, and Su Pingyan was stunned. I don't know about Ranieri's performance. I really lack understanding of the team, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Bolt understood that Su Pingyan spent very little time in the UK every year, and this club was just a pastime. I didn't care much about the club before. I didn't get involved in the club's affairs until I retired. Otherwise, I wouldn't know much about it, Bolt said with a smile. At this point, they didn't care much about winning or losing. Isn't it good for the team to win? Isabella asked from the side. And Su Pingyan and Bolt both smiled. Okay, of course, let's cheer together, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Isabella rolled her eyes at Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan's words were too perfunctory and straightforward. Time passed slowly, and the second half began. Sure enough, the Crystal Palace team became a defensive formation. Bolt smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Pingyan also smiled. It is estimated that Leff's position will not be kept. Leff has no idea what the chairman wants. Ranieri still arranged the offensive target, which is more oppressive. The Apocalypse Rangers team is a newly established team. The players are generally young and have good physical strength. After such a long period of running in, they have a certain tacit understanding. The game was very beautiful and full of offensiveness. Su Pingyan was very satisfied with his situation. He watched slowly. Soon, Apocalypse Rangers scored a goal. Su Pingyan, Bolt and Isabella were all sitting and applauding. There was a loud shout outside. There were two completely different feelings inside and outside the box. Beep beep beep, the whistle of the end of the game sounded. Apocalypse Rangers Club 1-2-1. Sue Pinkin and Bolt both stood up. The two shook hands and Sue Pinkin saw Bolt off. Let's go back. I'm going to Paris in a few days. Are you going? Sue Pinkin asked. No, I have to go to class. My tutor is very strict. The date of my leave is coming, Isabella said unhappily. Why don't I ask for leave for you? Sue Pinkin said and scratched Isabella's nose. No, I'll still go to class. My foundation is very poor and I have to make up for it. This is the subject I am interested in, Isabella said directly. Sue Pinkin shrugged and said nothing. He took Isabella out. Visoka came with his men and sent Sue Pinkin to the parking lot. Visoka, tell Ranieri that the boys did a good job. Let's have a party tonight. You management and employees should also relax. I'll pay for it. Sue Pinkin patted Visoka on the shoulder and got in the car. The people around Visoka all laughed. It was so cool to have a rich boss. After watching Sue Pinkin's car leave, everyone returned with laughter. They could relax tonight. The next day, Sue Pinkin sent out invitations to hold a private cocktail party. The guests were all the people with connections in the UK of the Apocalypse group. Sue Pinkin sent out invitations to everyone who had the status. It was also an opportunity to show his strength. It was evening. At noon, he received replies one after another. He attended the party as scheduled in the evening. The restaurant of the Royal Guard Hotel and the leisure place on the second floor were directly booked by Sue Pinkin. No one was allowed to enter. The hotel was very cooperative. They knew who Sue Pinkin was. In addition, the price Sue Pinkin offered made the hotel very satisfied. Therefore, they were very cooperative. A large number of open spaces were specially cleared in the parking lot. The hotel's security personnel all wore special passes. Tonight, without this pass, it would be difficult for you to enter and exit the restaurant and leisure area freely. Sue Pinkin took Isabella to purchase an evening dress directly. The price was £40,000. After choosing it, it was directly modified to fit Isabella's figure. There are many tailors in London, so this is very easy. In the evening, Isabella accompanied Sue Pinkin to stand at the door to welcome guests. Isabella also wanted to see how many connections Sue Pinkin had in the UK. Tonight was a good opportunity. When the time was almost up, the invited guests began to appear one after another. Sue Pinkin could chat with everyone with a smile, or hug or punch each other. He was very sociable. Slowly, Isabella was really a little shocked. There were 7 or 8 presidents or chairmen of listed groups in the business world, and there were more than a dozen CEOs of groups that were not listed and had strong strength. There were more than a dozen bank chairmen in the banking industry, and 2 of the banks were giants in the international banking industry. Several partners of Target law firm came. Ruth came with Stone in a formal suit. Sue Pinkin gave Ruth a fist, hugged the two, said a few words, and invited the two to go in. More than a dozen city councillors from other cities came, more than 20 city councillors from London came, more than 30 members of the House of Commons came, and the former mayor of London Wilson, who is now a cabinet member, also came. The current mayor of London, William, also came, including some people in William's group, and many political leaders from departments also came. With Sue Pinkin's introduction, Isabella was very shocked. I would never have thought that Sue Pinkin had built such a strong network of connections in the UK. If I go back and tell my father about what happened today, my father will definitely be shocked. After the main personnel arrived, Isabella took Sue Pinkin's arm and started to walk around with a glass of wine. She laughed constantly when communicating with people in various circles, and many people even invited Isabella to dance. Attending such a high-level cocktail party, you must show your gentlemanly demeanor. You can be unrestrained at ordinary times, but not today. Even the jokes between each other must be humorous. No dirty jokes can be told. You can only tell elegant jokes. It is difficult for you to understand such elegant jokes without a certain amount of knowledge. This is the best occasion for mutual expansion of personal connections. John Ash also walked back and forth with Hunter. After a circle, the two found a remote place to drink and rest. Hunter is the major shareholder of Target law firm, and now he has lost his arrogance. Uncle, you said I was not as good as Sue back then, and I was not convinced. Today, I must be convinced. I really can't imagine how he knows these people, Hunter said with emotion. Hunter, you still don't see through it. Many of the people who came today have no direct relationship with Sue. Their coming here only shows one thing: Sue's network of relationships is deeper than you think. Did you see the fat man dancing? He is the person on the opposite side. His boss is a mortal enemy of our group leader William, but he came today. It is certain that he got the consent of their boss. You have to understand that a person is a kind of energy, and the group behind him is another more powerful energy. Think about it carefully, why other Chinese entrepreneurs can't do this. If you can figure this out, I will lead you to the political arena. John Ash looked at Hunter and said a lot of meaningful words. Su Pinggan and Isabella were dancing. Su Pinggan went to the leisure area on the second floor to chat with William, Johnson and others for a while before going downstairs. He talked with the 5 people in the small circle upstairs. Chapter 458, You're not really planning to use these submarines to attack the aircraft carrier fleet? The cocktail party tonight was very satisfactory. Many small transactions were successfully reached. During the period, Su Pinggan also brokered several small transactions, all of which required a step. Su Pinggan appeared at the right time. Hello, I'm good, everyone is good. The cocktail party ended more than 2 hours later. Isabella accompanied Su Pinggan to send the guests away. Su Pinggan then let out a long sigh. Isabella next to him clearly felt that Su Pinggan was in a state of fatigue. He went back to the room to drink some tea and rest for a while. He took a shower and went to rest directly. Su Pinggan was really tired today. So many relationships needed to be straightened out one by one, which was very energy-consuming. Isabella was also considerate and did not torment Su Pinggan. In the next few days, Su Pinggan accompanied Isabella to play around, and then sent Isabella away. He also took a plane directly to Paris and began to inspect the French branch. He rested well in the manor for a few days. During this period, Murphy came once. The Satellite Research and Development Control Center of Apocalypse Island was about to be completed. Murphy contacted Su Pinggan with a procurement catalog. The equipment purchase plan, which required up to 900 million euros, had to be approved by Su Pinggan before the finance department would allocate funds. Murphy, what are you going to do with the equipment in Paris? Su Pinggan asked. We will sell it to Indonesia at a 20% discount. Although our equipment is a little different from the latest generation of equipment, it is 3 generations ahead of similar equipment in Indonesia. They have already paid a deposit of 100 million euros. Once the president approves it, the agreement will take effect. The total amount is 340 million euros, Murphy reported seriously. What are the additional conditions? Su Pinggan asked directly. This matter will not be so simple. Even if these equipment are given to Indonesia, they will not be of much use. Indonesia has always been buying satellites and does not have the strength to develop satellites. The only condition they have is that they hope to sign a marine ecological restoration agreement with us at a 20% discount. The marine ecological pollution in their country is already very serious, and many places have become no fishing areas. If it is not repaired, I am afraid that it will develop into a large-scale death of coral polyps and become a dead land, Murphy said directly. Go back and tell them that they can't take care of it in the next few years. They must complete a marine ecological restoration contract in New Zealand with all their strength. After completing this contract, it will be their turn, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand. I have told them about this matter. They are mentally prepared, Murphy said seriously, and Su Pinggan nodded. Go contact Niels. I will call him to allocate funds for you. This year you will run independently. Murphy, make some achievements to show them that I have not made a mistake in choosing you. Su Pinggan looked at Murphy and directly withdrew his team. Boss, please rest assured. I will let them know that the boss's vision is better than theirs, Murphy said with an extremely serious expression. Su Pinggan separated the Satellite Research and Development Organization, and Coaster agreed with this. However, many people thought that Murphy was not a qualified manager. And there was a lot of resistance. In the end, Su Pinggan overcame all objections and made Murphy the right person. It was precisely because of this little storm that Murphy had to make some achievements to prove himself, otherwise, it meant that Su Pinggan had a problem with his vision of people. After checking the time, Su Pinggan asked Murphy to have lunch with him. Before lunch, he called Niels and told him about the funding. Niels agreed immediately. The financial system of Apocalypse Group is very strict. Niels' approach in many aspects is the same as Ho Ming Hei. Some funding not only requires Su Pinggan's signature, but also requires a phone call with Su Pinggan. Otherwise, not a penny will be allocated. The next day, Su Pinggan began to inspect the French branch of Apocalypse Game Company. A day later, he went to inspect the French branch of Apocalypse Technology Company, and finally went to Black Fox Security Company. Since the $2 billion bounty and the fierce battle with a secret organization, the Apocalypse Group has been developing peacefully until now, and the Dark Hands from the dark have all withdrawn. Gavin's side is also very calm, forming a strong complement to Apocalypse Island. People go back and forth between the two places for systematic training, and they have not relaxed their precautions at all. More importantly, many people who are staring at Gavin found that about 100 people have disappeared, and they don't know where they went. After careful analysis, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. These people are hiding in the dark and have become an uncontrollable factor. This shows that a new secret channel has been established, and it will be difficult to grasp Gavin's strength in the future. You can control the surface, but you can't control the hidden things. The power of the Apocalypse Group has become stronger. I had a drink with Buck at noon. Before leaving, Su Pinggan patted Buck on the shoulder and said, "Buck, Lehane is a good girl, and you should have a family." After that, Su Pinggan got on the car and left. Buck stood there in shock. He kept Lehane's affairs very secret. Buck dared to swear to God that no one knew about Lehane's affairs. He didn't expect Su Pinggan to have mastered it. The boss has another intelligence system. This is the only explanation that Buck can think of. This intelligence system is very likely the system that monitored the three of them. Fear once again surged into Buck's heart. He returned to the office and took out a bottle of wine and drank a few mouthfuls of it mouth to relieve his inner fear. After sitting down and thinking seriously for a while, he picked up the phone and called Gavin. Soon, the call was connected. Buck told the whole story again. "What should I do now? What does the boss mean by this?" Gavin laughed. He didn't expect Buck to have such a blessing. "Buck, the boss's meaning is very simple. There is no problem with Lehane's identity and background. You can be with her. The boss hopes to see you get married and live a normal life." Buck was stunned for a moment, and thought seriously about Su Pinggan's words. It was true. "Gavin, you know the nature of my work. I am worried that Lehane will be implicated. She is a good girl and I can't let her down, Buck. It is precisely because Lehane is a good girl that the boss agreed to let you be with her. I don't deny that the boss is sometimes ruthless, but he is still very kind to his own people. I have talked to him several times. He really hopes that we can live a normal life. He tells you this not to show off his intelligence system, but because he sincerely hopes that you can get married. After you get married, it will be a stimulus for York and me. It will make us look for our other half seriously. This is his intention, so don't have any concerns." "What's the matter? Can't we protect Lehane with our current strength?" Gavin said directly, and Buck's real direction was revealed. "Gavin, to be honest, when the boss patted me on the shoulder and said this, I was almost scared to death," Buck said with a wry smile. "Your words are nothing. When the third bullet appeared in front of me, my first reaction was that I had to kill this person as soon as I saw him. The threat was too great. As a result, you saw that he avenged us. Although we paid a lot, he has now begun to consider letting us live a normal life. This is foresight. I am not as good as him in this regard," Gavin said directly. There is nothing to hide when talking to Buck. No matter who you are, you have a few good friends who can tell the truth. Otherwise, your mind will be abnormal. After resting in the manor for 3 days, Su Pinggan left Paris to inspect the Italian branch. The annual meeting was not held, but the profit of the Italian Mechanical Equipment Research Institute was very considerable. It handed over €2 billion in profits and retained €1 billion in daily funds. If you compare the equipment of the global manufacturing industry at this moment with that of 5 years ago, you will find that more than 80% of the equipment of the global manufacturing industry has been fully upgraded. The European manufacturing industry has upgraded the fastest because the foundation is better than other places. The replacement rate of manufacturing equipment in China is not low. All large enterprises have been updated, and 80% of medium-sized enterprises have also been updated. Small businesses are less updated because it is difficult for them to receive contracts for high-standard parts. It is enough to make some low-tech parts with the current equipment. The reputation of the Italian Mechanical Equipment Institute has been established. Every upgrade can increase the profits of the business owners. This is a virtuous circle. Thousands of companies around the world are cooperating with the institute. There are now more than 800 researchers in the institute, and more than 100 projects are being carried out at the same time. Darian is in control of the institute very well, and everything is going on in an orderly manner. Supingan was completely relieved after the inspection. He had a meal with Darian. The next day, he went to Apocalypse Weapons Company for inspection. Bannon really gave Supingan a surprise. Last year, Apocalypse Weapons Company turned in profits of up to 3.2 billion euros and retained 1.8 billion euros of funds. At present, the total number of employees in the company has reached more than 6,000, which is a large Italian company. Boss, from January this year to today, the total shipments of our small attack submarines have reached 342. Modular production is really too fast, Bannon said with great emotion. What modularization? Supingan asked. Boss, because of the increase in orders, I asked the institute to help design a method to increase production. This is the plan developed by the Mechanical Equipment Institute at the end of last year. The entire small single-person attack submarine is divided into several units. We outsource hundreds of projects, which means that the most basic production is completed by other companies. These finished products are transported to us for complete assembly. According to the assembly line operation, the production speed of finished products has been greatly improved. We have completed the order of the big country in the Middle East. Now my headache is that they have placed an expedited order for 500 ships with us. I am hesitating whether to accept it or not, because there are also many orders from other countries. I am a little difficult to choose, Bannon said to Supingan. Supingan also had a silly face. The last order was for 450 ships. He would not really plan to use these submarines to attack the aircraft carrier fleet. After thinking about it, he found that this possibility was really very high. What about the torpedoes? How many did they order? Supingan asked directly. The fish of the small attack submarine is specially made, and only Apocalypse Weapons Company can produce it. It is not that other manufacturers cannot produce it, but because, in order to restrict Apocalypse Weapons Company from interfering in other arms products, everyone signed a binding agreement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Useless Products. Each ship is equipped with 30 bases. We are working overtime to produce. We have not yet completed this order, Bannon said directly. Supingan now understood that there is really a plan to use submarines to attack aircraft carriers. Hundreds of submarines attack aircraft carriers from underwater. Not to mention one aircraft carrier formation. Even if you have 5 aircraft carrier formations, it will be useless. How many orders are there from other countries? Supingan asked. Boss, if I let go of orders, there will be thousands of orders, Bannon said very confidently. All orders have been accepted. Immediately increase the torpedo production line and add another submarine production line. The speed must be fast. Make money before the United States reacts. Do you understand? Supingan looked at Bannon very seriously and said. I will arrange it immediately. The new production line can be completed in less than a month. The equipment is ready and can be added at any time, Bannon said with his eyes shining. The more sales, the more bonuses you will get. You will arrange it immediately when you go back. Supingan made a decision, and Bannon nodded seriously. How are the sales of conventional weapons and guns? Is there any problem with the customer's qualifications? Supingan continued to ask. The gun business is very stable, with sales of more than 3 million per month, and more than 300,000 per month for spare parts. There are no problems with the qualifications of gun customers, including submarine customers. In order to reduce trouble, we have negotiated with the Italian side, and the relevant departments have set up an audit procedure. We will only accept orders after they have completed the audit. We are connected to the network system of the relevant departments through the network system. The customers they have audited will be recorded. In this way, if something goes wrong, it is not our responsibility. We have complied with Italian regulations, Bannon explained with a smile, and Supingan laughed. In terms of the degree of corruption in the relevant departments, as long as you have the money in place, it is extremely simple to audit and stamp. Bannon's move has made the relevant departments make money, which is a strong guarantee. In the future, if anyone wants to use this excuse to attack Apocalypse Weapons Company, it will not work. Flexible use of legal rules is the specialty of international giants. I don't break the law, what can you do to me? Supingan really wants to see the scene of thousands of single-person submarines sold and aircraft carriers surrounded. I don't know how the United States will deal with this situation at that time. Supingan is really looking forward to it. I had planned to have a drink with Bannon at noon, but Bannon refused, saying he had to go back to arrange for the addition of a new production line. The sooner the better, the sooner the benefits. Supingan did not stop him and gave Bannon a bottle of red wine. I was in a good mood, so I went swimming directly at the beach after lunch. After a few days of rest, Supingan set off to inspect the branch in Austria. The Austrian Institute of Biology turned in €1.2 billion in profits last year. The reason why it was not much was that the institute spent a lot of money to replace equipment. Biological agents require equipment with very high precision requirements. The price of this type of equipment is very high, and it cost more than €600 million to replace the equipment. Last year, the Institute of Biological Agents launched a new product, which was directly bought by a Dutch company for 5 years at a cost of €200 million. Now it is in hot production and sales. This new product can eliminate toxins in feces. Pour the feces into a pool that is 2 meters deep, 3 meters long and 3 meters wide. You only need to put in 10 tubes of reagents. After 3 days of reaction, the fecal toxins can be removed and converted into fungal fertilizer that is beneficial to the soil. This reagent is a favorite of farmers. It is low cost. The only problem is that the smell is a bit strong, and you need to wear a mask to fertilize. For example, after using machinery to harvest corn, a low root system will be left. After mechanical tillage, the root system will be screened out, crushed and directly spread on the ground. The second vehicle directly sprays this biological fertilizer, and the third vehicle directly turns this oil deeply. After one pass, there will be a period of reaction, and the number of beneficial bacteria in the soil will surge. At this time, when planting other crops, the fertility is very sufficient. Therefore, once this product is launched, it is immediately accepted by the majority of farmers. It doesn't matter if it has a stinky spot. It will naturally dissipate in a few days. Saving money is the most important thing. Similar to this kind of preparations, the Research Institute has developed several kinds, all of which have been successfully authorized. In addition to the previously authorized products, the Austrian Biological Preparation Company has a high income. Boss, we have a product here that we don't know how to conclude. This is a description. Take a look, Pippin said and took out a document and handed it to Supingan. Supingan took it and began to look through it. Heating rod. Several organisms together can generate very high heat in a short time. The test tube made of carbon fiber contains these mixtures. It only needs to be bent up and down a few times, and the mixture inside will begin to react. According to calculations, the heat released by a tube of reagent can heat the pool water of half a meter wide, half a meter long and half a meter deep to 67 degrees in 1 minute, and then the pool water will gradually drop according to the temperature of the surrounding environment. Analysis of the heated pool water shows that no toxic substances will be released into the pool water, so drinking it directly is no problem at all. Have you ever tested what will happen if you throw a tube of reagent into the fire? Supingan asked after reading it. It has been tested. It will increase the fire in a short time, and then an inert gas will be produced to suppress the flame burning. The suppression effect is about half a minute. If the amount is large, the inert gas produced can instantly extinguish the fire, Pippin said truthfully. Supingan rubbed his head and didn't know how to evaluate this product. It was a bit tasteless. If this product was born more than 10 years earlier, it would definitely be a blessing for outdoor enthusiasts, and there would be no need to worry about hot water. But in recent years, the quality of thermos cups has generally improved, thanks to the patent authorization of several cheap insulation materials by Schianki Group, which has completely reduced the cost of thermos cups. A thermos cup can maintain a constant temperature for 8 hours without any problem. Outdoor personnel cannot exercise continuously for 8 hours, which is too physically demanding. It is no problem to add hot water during breaks. Military applications do have certain prospects. Special forces cannot make fires when they are active in mountainous areas. They can dig a pool, fill it with water, and throw 2 test tubes into it to get a pool of hot water. When applied to firefighting, increasing the intensity of the fire is a big problem at the beginning. In certain specific environments, it will produce a combustion-promoting effect, which is also a bit troublesome. Can it be improved so that it will not promote combustion when thrown into the fire, but will only produce inert gas that suppresses the flame? Su Pingyan asked. It can be changed, but the heating effect will be much weaker, Pippin said honestly. After this product appeared, many tests were conducted, and no one knew how to conclude about this product. Change to two products. One, increase the heat generation and reduce the combustion effect in the flame. The other one increases the fire extinguishing effect. Don't you find that this is a very good fire extinguishing product? There is a forest fire. A dozen people throw one over and put out the fire in an instant. Will there be no market? You know, forest fires in the United States, Canada, and Europe are very frequent, Su Pingyan said to Pippin, and Pippin's eyes lit up. Split this product into two products, Pippin said directly. Su Pingyan nodded, and Pippin began to think. I will arrange it immediately. It's not difficult. Adjust the formula and add some other ingredients. It's completely feasible, Pippin said very confidently. Let's do it. I analyze that the sales of heating will not be very good, and the sales of fire extinguishing will not be less. Conduct a comprehensive assessment of the gas pollution problem after fire extinguishing, Su Pingyan said, and Pippin nodded. By the way, add the exercise brand of heating water to the military of various countries. You know who to contact for fire extinguishing, Su Pingyan added as he looked at Pippin. I understand, Pippin nodded seriously, knowing exactly who to contact. The two chatted for a while, and Pippin left the hotel. Su Pingyan rested in Austria for a while before heading to Germany to inspect the German Schianki Advanced Materials Research Institute and the carbon magnetic wind tree factory. After a day's rest in the hotel, Su Pingyan went to the institute to inspect. Last year, Barry also upgraded and replaced the institute's equipment in an all-round way, which cost a lot. However, up to now, no valuable results have been produced, which made Barry very anxious. Su Pingyan was very calm. After the inspection, he talked to Barry in the office. You are a little dissatisfied with the current progress, Su Pingyan said directly. He just took a turn and found that the depressing atmosphere in the entire institute was very serious. After careful thinking, he found that this atmosphere came from Barry. Boss, it has been several months since the new generation of equipment was replaced, and only 3 small results have appeared. How can I be satisfied with this progress? Barry said seriously. Su Pingyan nodded. Barry's work enthusiasm was worthy of recognition. Barry, relax a little. Did you find that the atmosphere in the entire institute was very depressing? I just took a look around. Researchers, assistants, no one had a smile on their faces. Naren was the same, and Boris was the same. It would be strange to make a breakthrough under such a huge mental pressure. Besides, who stipulated that if you invest in research and development funds, you must have results? If this is the law, there won't be so many research institutes bankrupt in the world. Your supervision has begun to affect them and make them upset. Su Pingyan looked at Barry and said seriously. Barry was stunned for a moment, frowned and began to think about Su Pingyan's words. Su Pingyan didn't say anything. This matter must be figured out by Barry himself. After a while, Barry nodded seriously and recalled his work in recent times. Basically, he had urged all researchers, and his tone was not very good. Comparing the current atmosphere of the institute with the previous year, it is obvious that there is a sense of depression. The breakthrough of the research institute's achievements was very efficient the previous year. The current situation is obviously that I have affected them, and the problem lies with myself. I understand, boss. I will hold a meeting tomorrow to apologize to them, Barry said directly. Don't wait until tomorrow, hold the meeting today. You apologize to everyone in person. I will announce a party tonight so that everyone can relax, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Barry smiled and nodded. I will go and notify everyone to hold a meeting, Barry said directly. Su Pingyan nodded and let Barry handle it. Chapter 460, The reshuffle of global aircraft manufacturers is about to begin. Soon, Barry's notice reached all project teams. Many people frowned. Did Barry say something bad about them in front of the boss? The progress has indeed slowed down recently. Many people don't know where the problem lies. Quite a lot of people have started to lose their hair. They are worried that there will be no results if this continues. No boss will accept this situation. They all went to the conference room with trepidation. Su Pingyan started to make phone calls in the office and communicated with the heads of other research institutes. Several major research institutes in the European region will hold a party tonight to relax, and the 2 major research institutes in China will hold a party tomorrow to relax. Although it will cost a lot of money, it is necessary to do so. The researchers must relax. It is difficult to make a breakthrough in this state. The body and mind are completely relaxed and the pressure is released. Maybe a breakthrough will come with a flash of inspiration. After hanging up the phone, Gilbert, Coaster, Darian, Pippin, and several others sighed. The boss is really too good to these researchers. Recently, several major research institutes have not achieved much results. Several heads of the institutes know this and consciously control not to put too much pressure on the researchers, but the anxious mood always exists. The boss is right. It is a good thing for everyone to relax. They began to send out notices one after another. According to the notice from the headquarters, the institute will book a hotel to hold a party tonight. Family members can be brought. Everyone will have a paid day off tomorrow. After the news spread, many people breathed a sigh of relief. They were more grateful to Su Pingyan in their hearts. It is really hard to find such a considerate boss. The boss is really worthy of being a friend of scientific research. He knows what we need. Su Pingyan has received a lot of praise from many people, which Su Pingyan never expected. In the large conference room of Shyanki Advanced Materials Research Institute, all the researchers sat there without speaking. Barry went to call Su Pingyan after seeing that everyone was there. Not long after, Su Pingyan and Barry came to the conference room. With a swish, everyone stood up, and Su Pingyan waved his hand to let everyone sit down. Everyone, I requested this meeting today. To be honest, I looked around and felt a sense of anxiety in you and those who helped me. This is not a good phenomenon. Scientific research cannot achieve breakthroughs by being anxious. I began to think about the reason. What made you all feel this way? Finally, I found that the root cause was Barry. Last year, the institute replaced a new generation of experimental equipment, which was a huge investment. Barry was anxious to make a major breakthrough to prove that the replacement of the new generation of experimental equipment was correct. This idea is correct, but he overlooked one point. Scientific research cannot achieve breakthroughs by spending money. There is no equality between the two, but an inequality. Scientific research breakthroughs rely on continuous experiments to accumulate data and accumulate experience from failures to achieve breakthroughs. Therefore, I had a good talk with Barry. I must let you relax. Su Pingyan smiled when he said this. Including Neelan, everyone's spirits relaxed. It turned out that he was not urging us to make progress, but letting us relax. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Boris, do you remember what state you were in when you made your last big breakthrough? Su Pingyan said with a smile. Boris stood up with a smile on his face. Boss, I remember it very clearly. I will never forget it in my life. Boss held a party. I got inspired after I drank too much and relaxed, and then I made a breakthrough, Boris said with a smile. Everyone laughed. They all knew this. Su Pingyan nodded and waved for Boris to sit down. The atmosphere in the entire conference room became much more relaxed. Su Pingyan looked at Barry. Barry nodded and stood up, looking at all the researchers. Gentlemen, I apologize to you because my impatience affected you. I hope you will forgive me. After Barry finished speaking, he bowed to everyone and expressed his apology. Su Pingyan took the lead in applauding, and everyone else followed suit, which meant that everyone forgave Barry, and Barry felt relieved. Su Pingyan waved his hand to let Barry do it, and looked at everyone. You deal with Barry every day, it's an old relationship. If you have any objections, give him 2 more glasses tonight. Barry, make arrangements. Tonight, everyone in the entire institute will attend the party. You can bring your family members. Tomorrow, you will have a paid day off, and you will start working normally the day after tomorrow, Su Pingyan said with a smile. After hearing what Su Pingyan said, everyone was delighted and immediately began to applaud. The boss's decision was really wise and powerful. This relaxation was very necessary. I will arrange it immediately, Barry stood up and said. Okay, gentlemen, go and tidy up your laboratories now, and then go back after get off work and prepare to wait for Barry's notice. Relax with your family in the evening. The meeting is adjourned, Su Pingyan said, and left amid the applause of everyone. Everyone was in a relaxed state. At present, the number of personnel in the entire institute has exceeded 800. Including family members, ordinary places are definitely not enough. Barry found several places and finally booked a restaurant in a 3-star hotel. After the location was determined, the notification began. Soon everyone received the notification and started to prepare. They all knew Su Pingyan's habits. He drank as much wine as he wanted, ate as much high-quality food as he wanted, and ate, drank, danced and relaxed completely. Su Pinggan did not participate. If you went, it would make others feel uncomfortable. Tonight, all 5 research institutes of the Apocalypse Group held parties to relax. All the parties lasted for more than 4 hours before they relaxed. This news was inevitably grasped by the media. The next day, many media began to report it. The big headline "Consider It Bus" began to flood the screen. The article reported in detail that the Apocalypse Group held parties in 5 research institutes in the UK, France, Italy, Austria, and Germany and took a paid day off. The reason was simple. Su Pinggan asked all researchers to relax. Ordinary people didn't feel anything. The heads of other research institutes all looked disgusted when they saw it. Damn, you really have a lot of money but nowhere to throw it. You held a party and had fun, but what should we do? These people can see the resentment in the eyes of their own researchers, but there is no way. They don't have such a waste of funds. It is already very good to be able to keep the research institute running normally. The research institutes that have the ability to hold parties also looked unhappy. We set up research institutes to make profits, not for researchers to hold parties. They all frowned and confronted the researchers' resentful eyes. They would never say that they would have a party. If they dared to say this, the venture capital institutions behind them would definitely make them leave at all costs. For the sake of their positions, they had to bite the bullet. Then, the Chinese side also reported the news. All project team members in the Xianqi Science and Technology Park also held parties. They could bring their families and have 2 days of paid rest. The Xianqi Comprehensive Research Institute directly booked 2 hotel restaurants to hold parties. They could also bring their families and also have 2 days of paid rest to relax. The Xianqi Ocean Research Institute and the Xianqi Botanical Research Institute were no exception. They also held parties for everyone to relax and have 2 days of paid rest. This kind of thing made many people envious. Why is this kind of good thing only for other companies? When will their own company be able to give such treatment? Many people have resentment. What is meant by being rich and powerful? The Apocalypse Group is rich and powerful. If you dare to play like this, you are rich and powerful. Not to mention other places, the Apocalypse Comprehensive Research Institute spent more than 500,000 yuan on a party just to let people relax. The media sorted out the expenses of various research institutes, which brought a lot of hatred to Su Pinggan, but also a lot of gratitude. Gratitude came from researchers, and hatred came from other research institute leaders. After resting for a few days at the research institute, Su Pinggan set off for Apocalypse Island and began to inspect Apocalypse Island and the Marine Research Institute. Just after getting off the plane, Su Pinggan received a call from Chen Qingshan, thanking Su Pinggan for bringing the Airbus project to J-City. After arduous negotiations, Airbus Group decided to invest in a complete aircraft production line in J-City and announced the news today. After a month-long negotiation, the two sides finalized the contract terms, with a total investment of 4 billion euros. J-City really took out preferential conditions second only to the Apocalypse Group. The two sides officially held a signing press conference today. The location is not far from where Su Pinggan bought 2,000 acres of land, covering a large area. It was specially approved to build a large airport, occupying 7 or 8 hills, some of which need to be flattened. This news shocked everyone. No one expected Airbus Group to invest so much in J-City. Only a few people knew the inside story. Needless to say, Xianqi Group's aircraft hydrogen engine has made a breakthrough. The reshuffle of global aircraft manufacturers is about to begin. With the diligence and efficiency of the Chinese people, the factory construction can be completed in a few months. At that time, it will be a devastating blow to global aircraft manufacturers. Leonardo, chairman of Qualcomm, stood in front of the large French window on the top floor with a glass of red wine, looking at the scenery outside. After a long time, he sighed and said that the research and development strength of Xianqi Group must be re-evaluated. Recently, several giant companies in the United States have collected a lot of information about Xianqi Group and have a new assessment of Xianqi Group's research and development capabilities, which has been directly upgraded by 2 levels on the original basis. In particular, the fact that Xianqi Technology Company has authorized patents to many computer hardware companies is even more frightening. Intel has joined the lobbying alliance of several companies. The Black Palace must not block the Xianqi Group, otherwise, forcing the Xianqi Group to develop in the computer field with all its strength will be a major blow to all companies. Chapter 461, No Marriage, No Children, It's Good to Be Alone. Maintaining the current status is the best situation. Several companies have more or less cooperated with Scienky Group. If Scienky Group is forced to develop products to replace them, it will become a strong competitor. This strong competitor must not appear. This is the unanimous wish of several giant companies. So far, only Huawei company has suffered a blow, and Scienky Group has not suffered any blow. If there is a choice, several giant companies are unwilling to launch a blow against Huawei company. After Huawei company announced its complete withdrawal from the US market, its R&D funds directly increased by $3 billion, and it began to focus on building its own system. Google is very worried, as it already has two closed systems, Apple and Scienky. If Huawei company abandons the Android system and builds its own system, Android's position will be very embarrassing among the top 5 mobile phone sales companies in the world. It wants to support the Democratic Party to come to power, but now the Democratic Party cannot come up with a suitable candidate. Many large companies in the United States are worried about this. On Scienky Island, Su Pinggan made a phone call with Songs and Iu and Miao Yi respectively. Just one thing, go on vacation together at the end of July, Isabella will also appear, and the three of you will meet. Songs and Ian was so angry that he threw the phone at that time. Miao Yi remained silent and neither of them gave a clear answer. Su Pinggan was also in a headache for a while. Let's talk about it in a few days. This matter must be resolved. The overall elevation project of Apocalypse Island has been carried out for more than half, and it is expected to be officially completed this year. After completion, the entire Apocalypse Island will be raised by 3 meters, and various drainage facilities will be complete, which will have a very strong resistance to heavy rain. The Satellite Research and Development Control Center is also under intense construction. The underground building has been completed, and the ground building is expected to be completed in another 2 months. The decoration will be completed in 1.5 months, and it will be officially put into operation at that time. The Apocalypse Marine Research Institute has now started the governance work in the Bay of Plenty, New Zealand. The first step is to use high-power turbines to create strong water flow to remove 2 layers of silt on the seabed of the Bay of Plenty. There are still a lot of toxic substances in these 2 layers of silt, which must be cleaned up before governance can be carried out. Divers use rakes to stir the silt in the seabed, and the silt will be taken away by the water flow. Starting from the shore, the progress has been going on for several months. It is expected that it will take some time to completely complete this goal. Hundreds of people have been hired to carry out this work, and the cost is not low. Many countries are paying attention to the project of the Apocalypse Marine Research Institute. Once the ecology of New Zealand's Plenty Bay is perfectly restored, the Marine Research Institute will receive a lot of large orders. The coastal ecology of many countries has begun to stink and has reached the point where it must be governed. The New Human Project team has launched a new round of research in the original place. According to the investigation, a small number of coral polyps and small fish have survived, but the number is very small. Immediately began to carefully restore the surrounding ecology to expand the habitat of these 2 creatures, hoping to increase the number to meet the needs of research. Many countries have issued warnings. For the sake of all mankind, no one can go to a sea area to disturb research. Those who violate the rules will be sanctioned. This is a warning issued jointly by the 5 permanent members of the council, and no one dares to take the risk to make trouble. It can make people immune to most cancers. This is a product that everyone needs. If you dare to block this kind of research, those who are sick may shoot you. This is not a joke, it is very likely to happen. A dying person can do anything, this is the affirmative conclusion that he wants to give in his heart. After resting for a few days on Scienky Island, Su Pinggan set off again, heading to Japan, to inspect the investment branch of Scienky Group in Japan, and he has already notified Watanabe Yoko. The financial personnel of each branch of Scienky Group are directly sent by the headquarters, and they are not replaced all the time, but rotated every 2 years. This year, the financial personnel of the Japanese branch of Scienky Investment Company have also been replaced. The first thing the new financial personnel take over is to conduct a comprehensive audit of the accounts. If you don't audit clearly what will happen in the future, it is your responsibility, and no one dares to be careless. Last year, the Japanese branch turned in a profit of $3.8 billion, which is not a large amount. You must know that the amount of funds that Watanabe Yoko is responsible for has reached $5 billion. The reason why the profit is not high is because of the international market. The financial industry has taken away a lot of profits of entities through lending rates, and the consequences have begun to appear. This is not a problem of one country, but a global problem. The emergence of a financial crisis is actually a major reshuffle plus profit evaporation and redistribution. Every time this happens, financial institutions suffer heavy losses. China has been suppressing the financial crisis, which is not a good thing. If the pattern is not broken to redistribute the benefits, the vested interest groups will become entrenched and people will lose their normal promotion channels. That will be a terrible thing. In a hot spring hotel in the suburbs, Su Pinggan and Watanabe Yoko were taking a hot spring bath. The two had had an affair once before, and now they felt no discomfort in taking a hot spring bath together. "Yoko, what do you think about your future?" Su Pinggan asked, with a relaxed look on his face, having just released the pressure in his body. Watanabe Yoko had just brushed her teeth and washed up, and came to sit next to Su Pinggan. "Boss, I know what you mean. I won't ask for anything. I see marriage very clearly. My parents are the best example. They are in a free love relationship and have been together for 10 years. In the end, they divorced and became enemies. From that time on, I gave up on marriage. I don't plan to get married in my life. Even if I have a boyfriend in the future, we can live together, but I will never get married. At a certain point, the marriage certificate has no meaning. Being single is good. It will reduce a lot of unnecessary quarrels and troubles." Watanabe Yoko said with a serious expression. This is the first time she talked to someone about her plans for the future. Su Pinggan didn't know what to say to Watanabe Yoko, who had this kind of thought. Su Pinggan had discussed this kind of problem with many people, and found that the younger the people, the more they agreed with this idea. Don't get married, don't have children, it's good to be alone. When Su Pinggan was about to say something, Watanabe Yoko spoke again. "When I save enough money, I will resign and travel around the world. If I am happy, I will live in this country for a while, and if I am unhappy, I will move to another place. According to the current trend, I will hand in my resignation in about 2 years." Watanabe Yoko looked at Su Pinggan and said directly, without any joking intention. Sigh. Su Pinggan sighed for a long time and said nothing. He had no way to deal with this kind of thinking. Watanabe Yoko smiled at Su Pinggan's expression, leaned sideways and sat in Su Pinggan's arms, hugging Su Pinggan's neck. Su Pinggan stayed in Japan for a week before leaving Japan and flew directly to Shanxi province. He first inspected the Botanical Research Institute, and then went to inspect the single-person aircraft construction site. The speed of the Celestial Empire is really not a joke with you. In just 2 months, the foundation of the factory area has been completed, and the personnel have been transferred to other projects around to help. After the foundation is solidified, they will come back to carry out other operations, which will be much faster. A large group of people accompanied Su Pinggan around the construction site. Su Pinggan then returned to the hotel and began to listen to Delbert's report. It took Delbert a long time to finish the report. The entire single-person aircraft factory is not that simple. It also has an environmental protection factory, a photovoltaic power station, a wind power station, a microgrid layout, and so on. It covers a very large area. The environmental protection factory is built independently. The sewage inside the factory will be directly discharged into the environmental protection factory to prepare for the next step of the renewable resource system. BJ City has also carried out a lot of infrastructure construction. A water system network that crosses the 2 circles of the city has been built in the city. In the future, the sewage will be directly discharged into the water system network after treatment, increasing the humidity of the city. The environmental protection ability of Shanxi Group is recognized by the world. With a tax revenue of single-person aircraft in the future, the municipal government will also have sufficient funds to transform the city. When will the ordered equipment be delivered? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, we have an agreement with those equipment manufacturers. They will start shipping equipment over in 2 months. It is estimated that it will take 3 months to complete the transportation. The single-person aircraft parts will start shipping in 4 months. At that time, our warehouse will be completed and put into use, which will not delay our trial production, Delbert said on the side, knowing exactly what Su Pinggan wanted to ask. Has anyone placed an order yet? Su Pinggan asked with a smile. Boss, we have received orders so far, a total of 7 orders, all of which are national orders. The largest order is from China. I communicated with them. The products of this order will be put into use in 20 cities to prepare for the assessment of single-person aircraft. The other orders are about the same, Tonino made a brief report on the side. How many employees do you plan to recruit? Su Pinggan asked again. Boss, we have calculated that we need more than 9,000 people to work in 2 shifts, not counting security personnel, Go Xianfeng said on the side. This recruitment ratio is not small. Go Xianfeng, when recruiting, you must remember not to cooperate with those labor dispatch companies. The employees recruited by Xianqi Group need them to have stable jobs. Those dispatch companies will take their hard-earned money. Direct recruitment directly explained that all the recruitment personnel of dispatch companies are fake. All applicants will directly register at our designated location, undergo a unified physical examination and assessment, and select qualified employees, Su Pinggan said directly. Hey, boss, please rest assured, I will arrange this matter, Go Xianfeng stood up and said. He was in charge of production, and Go Xianfeng was also responsible for the recruitment of workers. Chapter 462 This is not a good thing. After 2 days of rest, Su Pinggan returned home. Miao Yi came over just 2 days after he arrived home. He could only rest for a few more days before going to work. He hadn't accompanied Miao Yi for a long time. He took advantage of the time now. In the garden, Miao Yi took Su Pinggan's arm and took a walk. What do you think? How did you think of letting us meet together? Miao Yi asked, very curious about this question. We have to face it sooner or later, it's just a day earlier or later. This time when I went to Europe, I also talked to Isabella about this matter. She has agreed. Now it depends on you and Songs and I. Su Pinggan told the truth. I'm afraid Miss Song won't agree, Miao Yi said directly. If she doesn't agree, it's her problem. What about you, do you want to go or not? Su Pinggan asked. You have said so much, do I still have a choice? Miao Yi sighed. It's good for you to meet each other, Su Pinggan said with a smile and continued to walk forward. Miao Yi was a little stunned, thinking about what Su Pinggan meant while walking. What are you thinking about next? Su Pinggan asked. Mr. Song has treated me well. I can't leave the company and start a business directly. Besides, the entertainment industry is very complicated and it's not easy to establish personal connections. I plan to talk to Mr. Song about setting up a studio myself. If there is a good project, Brothers Pictures can also invest. I don't plan to terminate the contract with Brothers Pictures, Miao Yi said directly. Although Song Zemin is Songs and Iu's father, he can still separate public and private affairs in the company. Public is public and private is private. The resources that should be given to Miao Yi are not less at all, which makes many insiders admire. It's good to have a good reputation, Su Pinggan said, and he was very pleased with Miao Yi's attitude. Miao Yi can get to where she is today. Brothers Pictures has invested a lot, and all kinds of resources have been poured into Miao Yi. If Miao Yi really falls out with Brothers Pictures, it would be a manifestation of ungratefulness. A week later, Su Pinggan sent Miao Yi away and started working. As soon as he got to work, Wu Sikei came over and said, Mr. Su, the aerospace license has been applied for. Old Wu's performance is efficiency, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wu Sikei smiled and picked up the teacup to drink tea. Mr. Su, you have to think about it. The aerospace industry is not an ordinary industry. It requires a lot of capital investment. Look at the private aerospace companies in the United States. One by one, they have obtained large orders from relevant departments. Can we get similar orders? Old Wu, calm down. I don't plan to get government orders. Orders are not so easy to get. It takes a lot of effort. We don't need to do this. Blue Origin, the richest man in the United States, is already conducting experiments on ordinary people's space travel. A rocket launched last month successfully took off and returned smoothly after operating in outer space for 2 days. We are already far behind. If we want to catch up quickly, we must have a qualified project leader, Su Pinggan said, picked up the teacup and took a sip. You should have a candidate, right? Is Murphy in charge? Wu Sikei asked curiously. No, Murphy is responsible for satellite development and control. And this candidate needs to be responsible for rocket development and aircraft design. Now that the approval document has come down, it's time to contact this person, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Who is it? He must not be an ordinary person to make you care so much, Wu Sikei asked. Zhao Changkong, Su Pinggan directly said a name. Wu Sikei frowned, and after thinking for a long time, He could not think of Zhao Changquang's information. He asked suspiciously, could it be that this Zhao Changquang is doing odd jobs in a certain research institute? Su Pinggan is famous for digging out odd jobs in research institutes. The title of public enemy of the research institute is not for nothing. He has collected more than 100 odd jobs across the country, and the most famous representative among them is Miao Yuang. You haven't watched the news for at least 3 years, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wu Sike nodded, but is this related to this matter? 3 years ago, 2 major media reported that a rocket research and development center fired a person named Zhao Changquang on the grounds that he violated the regulations of the institute and conducted illegal experiments, causing huge losses to the institute. Not only was he fired, but he was also banned from working in the same industry for 3 years, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Is there any hidden story here? Wu Sike said directly. Su Pinggan would definitely not bring up this matter in vain. Of course there is a hidden story. The reason is very simple. Zhao Changquang submitted his application for the experiment, but there was no news for half a year. During this period, he urged repeatedly but there was no result. He got excited and went to the institute one night, locked the door and started the experiment. In the end, the experiment failed. More than 6 million materials were lost. If the experiment was successful, the result might be different. This person is a talent. He has a very good understanding of rocket-related knowledge. He studied abroad. He is a good technician, but he is also a person with low emotional intelligence. He must be equipped with a person with strong coordination ability, Su Pinggan said with a smile. How did you find the information about Zhao Changquang? Wu Sike was very curious about where Su Pinggan got the information. Old Wu, rich people don't need to find talents by themselves. Just spend some money and there will be professional organizations to find suitable talents for you. Korn Ferry recommended this person to me last year. I asked Chen Qilin to check it out. It is indeed as Korn Ferry investigated. The next step is simple. Last month was the deadline for the 3-year contract restriction to engage in the same industry. I will call Korn Ferry later and ask them to bring Zhao Changquang and others to see me. I believe that with my reputation, Zhao Changquang and others should not refuse. The aircraft hydrogen engine project has been completed, and the whole team will start working soon. Give them a challenge. For the rocket engine project, I have asked Murphy to acquire 8 points of rocket engine drawings internationally. Although these drawings are completely behind the engine technology of several major countries, we can completely reverse them based on the current international mainstream engine models. Don't forget that carbon magnetic supercharging technology is unique to us. The best platform for this technology is the rocket engine, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wu Sike shook his head and smiled bitterly. There are too many organizations serving the rich. If you have money, you can recruit qualified talents. Everyone gets what they need. I am convinced, Wu Sike said with a long sigh. Su Pinggan smiled, picked up the tea and began to drink it. He leaned on the sofa, looked at the roof vaguely, with a smile on his lips. A van was parked on the roadside some distance away from the Apocalypse headquarters. A team was busy inside. The documents they sorted out were the conversation between Su Pinggan and Wu Sike just now. In order to prevent accidents, the equipment was grafted twice before receiving. Far away from the Apocalypse Group headquarters, when Su Pinggan went abroad, the telecommunications department came to the roof to inspect the signal tower and replaced it with the latest generation of products. It is smaller in size, more secretive, more resistant to detection, and more sensitive. Boss, this is Zhao Changquang's information. This person is really awesome. A team member handed Zhao Changquang's information to the captain, and the captain began to look through it. Zhao Changquang, 40 years old, has been a top student since childhood. He skipped grades all the way to graduate from XX University in the Magic City. He studied in Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Japan and returned to China at the age of 40. He used to work at the XXX Key Research Institute. Every year, the evaluation given by the institute was not very good. To put it bluntly, he was a thorn in the side and refused to obey discipline. In order to temper Zhao Changquang's temper, Zhao Changquang was forbidden to conduct experiments. As a result, Zhao Changquang conducted experiments alone at night. The security guards could not enter the locked laboratory door. The experiment failed, and he was expelled from the graduate school for revenge for the millions of experimental materials. Below is the list of media that reported this incident. There are not only 2 media reports, but also more than a dozen small media reports. After reading it, The captain sighed and rubbed his head. "Zio Liu," reported. "Zio Kin, let's make a reservation for a drink at noon," the captain said directly. "When you are in a bad mood, you always have to drink a drink to relieve stress. Talents have been collected by Shianki Group. This is not a good thing. After all, Shianki Group is a private enterprise." In front of Wu Sike, Su Pingyan called Guang Hu International directly and asked him to bring Zhao Changkong and others to the interview in the near future. Guang Hu International will definitely have no objection. This case has been prepared for a long time. After talking to Su Pingyan on the phone, he immediately started to make arrangements, notifying the parties to gather and go to Shianki Group for an interview. Su Pingyan wanted to meet them in person. 5 days passed slowly, and Pang Jiahu, the new vice president of Korn Ferry International, brought 3 people to the interview. Su Pingyan was very interested in Zhao Changquang because Xingling had a high opinion of Zhao Changquang. After talking with Zhao Changquang for more than an hour, Su Pingyan pointed out directly that Zhao Changquang did not know how to handle interpersonal relationships, which Zhao Changquang also admitted. "I have done nothing in the 3 years since I was fired, and I have seriously thought about my own problems. If I can't get along well with my colleagues, I will be excluded everywhere. I have suffered a lot of losses." Lu Zion, 44 years old, has a doctorate in coordination. He used to work as a deputy project manager in an Australian rocket company, responsible for daily coordination arrangements, and worked for 6 years. There is no problem with workability, but he was rejected by the general environment. He withdrew his immigration application and returned to China. He has been resting at home for the past 2 years. Bao Doi, a doctor of physics and aircraft designer, suffered a severe emotional trauma abroad. His 8-year-old son was injured at school. He accompanied his son to the hospital for tests and found out that his son was not his. He returned to China in despair and reorganized his family last year before starting to look for a job. All 3 people were kept by Su Pingyan, who communicated with them alone for more than 2 hours in the afternoon. Lu Zion served as the general manager of Shianki Space Company. Zhao Changquang and Bao Dai joined the rocket project team as deputy team leaders, and Chen Haiping, the former team leader of the aircraft hydrogen engine project team, continued to serve as the team leader. Chapter 463 Apocalypse Space Mining Company. It is a project team, but it is divided into several groups. Each group has its own tasks. Rockets are not that simple. There are definitely not enough people. Su Pingyan directly gave Chen Haiping the power to recruit people directly and set up the framework. He can directly contact Korn Ferry and Daco Headhunting Company to recruit talents. Su Pingyan gave him a lot of power. The reason why Chen Haiping was chosen to be in charge of the entire project team is that a chip has been installed in Chen Haiping's brain. He will never betray the Apocalypse Group in this life. Su Pingyan is more assured and can guide the various projects when necessary. The Apocalypse Space Mining Company is located in an uninhabited area 100 kilometers away from Dunhuang City. Wu Sike has set out to negotiate the purchase of land with Dunhuang City. Lu Zion and others went home to settle their families. A week later, they went directly to Hangzhou to report and sign the legal contract. The reason for going to Hangzhou is to meet up with Chen Haiping's project team. After a while, Chen Haiping and his people will come back from vacation, and they can discuss the establishment of management together. After Wu Sike is done, it will take some time to build. Hangzhou Science and Technology Park is large enough to start with the establishment of various project teams. Su Pingyan's proposal is the space shuttle. Because the space shuttle can return to Earth after completing the space mission, and at the same time, it can carry more than 20 tons of materials. If you want to achieve success in space, the best way is to obtain new minerals to make a new generation of aerospace materials, especially anti-electromagnetic radiation materials. The magnetic radiation in outer space is very strong, and the requirements for technology and materials are extremely high. Ordinary countries do not have this technology at all. To give a simple example, Japan's satellite can collect 50 kilograms of ore from asteroids in space and bring it back to Earth. The United States can also do this. At present, the only countries with this ability are the United States, Japan and Russia. The United States and Russia have kept the highest secrets and have not leaked them. Japan's confidentiality measures are not low, but it was only photographed and exposed by European satellites. With the control of the United States over Japan, does Japan have this technology that the United States does not? The answer is definitely yes, but the United States has kept it secret. As for Russia, to this day, Russia still has two supermaterials. The metal components contained in these two supermaterials are unknown. It is certain that this kind of metal material does not exist on Earth. This is the answer that Zingling searched for. After Su Pinggan knew it, he began to take Russia's aerospace technology seriously. He really admired the Soviet Union at that time. In the South Pacific, a lonely research ship was docked in the sea. People walked back and forth, pulling many people wearing diving suits onto the ship, and there were more than 30 huge glass boxes with them. These glass boxes were filled with corals, coral polyps and small fish. The research submarine under the water had begun to move away and headed towards the designated location. Not long after, the research ship also started to move and headed towards the distance. The seismic monitoring on the ship has detected data with great fluctuations. In order to be on the safe side, it left first and said that the ship went to New Zealand more than 1,000 kilometers away for supplies. This is a research ship of the New Human Project, accompanied by 12 research submarines, with a total of 160 people. The ship only drove more than 400 kilometers a day, and the original location began to turn over. Turbid bubbles began to appear. The monitoring equipment on the ship showed that huge fluctuations were coming one after another. Obviously, the submarine volcano erupted again. There was a busy moment on the ship. Soon, the research ship began to shake. It took several consecutive times before it stabilized. Everyone was sweating coldly. Fortunately, it was far away, otherwise, there would definitely be heavy casualties this time. A meeting was held on the ship and a decision was made soon. The ship changed direction and returned along the original route. The supply ship behind was notified to set out to deliver supplies. It was necessary to grasp the changes in the seabed environment as soon as possible. Time passed quickly. When the ship arrived at the original coordinates, many people were dumbfounded. A small island of 2 square kilometers appeared on the sea surface, and there were many smaller islands. It was pitch black, and the area of some small islands was only a few square meters. Action began immediately. Soon, after monitoring for 2 hours, when the seabed was calm, the single-person research submarine dived with the divers. More than 2 hours later, the personnel returned to the ship, and many people cheered. Because the outflow of magma from the seabed caused a lot of irregular terrain, everyone found surviving coral polyps and small fish below. The greater gain was that the living space of these coral polyps and small fish was expanded. Immediately take action to further confirm the living space. Once the confirmation is completed, the coral polyps, corals and small fish collected on the ship will be put back, and the reproduction of these organisms will be accelerated. At the same time, the people on the scientific research ship began to report to the headquarters, and at the same time, the news of the birth of dozens of new islands here was sent to social networking sites, and they expressed their hope that these islands can exist for a longer period of time. The reason is that the area more than 100 meters below the island is very unstable. Once a large-scale ocean current is encountered, it is very likely to form a fracture. At that time, the island will definitely disappear silently. What's more, there are corals mixed in it. When these corals lose nutrients, or when the coral polyps continue to move day by day and cause imbalance, they will cause collapse, and the island will also disappear. After the news was released, it attracted the attention of many people, and the online discussion was quite intense. Only 1 day later, the expedition team released the news again. The 4 islands sank and were finished in just 1 day. A few days passed slowly, and the project team issued another post, and 6 more islands disappeared. This kind of island that suddenly appeared was too fragile. At the same time, many photos were released, some of which were taken with underwater cameras. One of the islands was actually supported by a diagonal column as thick as a person. Many people began to predict the time when the island would remain silent. Su Pinggan had already arrived in Hangzhou at this moment. Wu Sike was very successful there. Of course, he was happy that someone came here to invest. Shianqi Group was also a very powerful large group. He bought 1,500 acres of land in the wilderness at a very low price. After the matter was finalized, Wu Sike flew to Hangzhou to meet Su Pinggan. As a result, Peng Yidong of Shiancheo Construction Group arrived 1 step faster than Wu Sike. The early arrival was to take over the Shianqi Group's project in Dunhuang. At Su Pinggan's home, Su Pinggan invited Peng Yidong to drink tea outside. The two had an old relationship and were not shy. Old Peng, I think this matter is kept very confidential. How did you know about this? Su Pinggan asked curiously. Brother, don't forget that we are a state-owned enterprise. Another thing is that the deputy mayor of Dunhuang was transferred from a vice president of our group. You have taken the 500 acres of land before, so you must be carrying out a big project. Am I right? Peng Yideng said with a smile. Su Pinggan gave Peng Yideng a thumbs up and said, I admire you. I really admire you. The advantages of your state-owned enterprises are really too great. Su Pinggan picked up the teacup and gestured. They both drank a cup. Su Pinggan picked up the teapot and refilled their cups. In fact, if you didn't come to me, I would call you. Other companies may not be able to do this project. Oh, what project is it? It's not a small project that makes you so serious. Peng Yideng became interested. Su Pinggan smiled and said, rocket launch base? Can you do it? Your sister is kidding. This is a special project. Peng Yideng was very surprised. No kidding, my Shyanki group has obtained the qualification for rocket manufacturing in operation. Otherwise, how could we take such a large area in Dunhuang, in the wilderness where there is no human habitation for hundreds of miles? Su Pinggan looked at Peng Yideng and said directly. Peng Yideng nodded to show his understanding. It is difficult for a large enterprise to be born in that place. The domestic transportation cost is too high now. Dunhuang is not a big city. If a general enterprise builds there, it will definitely lose money. We can do it. Several rocket launch bases abroad are all built by our group. There is no problem with the technology. However, the price of this kind of project is not low, and the raw materials are all specially made, Peng Yideng said directly. The price is easy to negotiate. As long as the quality is good, other issues can be discussed, Su Pinggan said directly. Peng Yideng felt relieved when he heard Su Pinggan's words. No problem, do we help with the design or do you design it yourself? Peng Yideng looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully. Su Pinggan took a sip of the teacup and said, I will design it here. I will give you the drawings after a while. They are already planning it and it is expected to be completed in a few days. The drawings have been handed over to Chen's Hyping and others for review. It is produced by Xingling. Internally, the project is planned according to the base drawings, and externally, it is said that this is collectively approved by internal discussions. The 1,500-acre area is not only for rocket launches, but also for a space shuttle assembly workshop and some supporting living facilities. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a large area. From the outside, it only has one floor above ground and the control center has 3 floors. In fact, there are 4 floors underground, and each floor has its own function. This base needs a lot of people. At that time, we can recruit people freely, but we don't know how many people will sign up. The work location is in Dunhuang, which is not as prosperous as the eastern coastal cities. Okay, I'll wait here for a few days, just relax, Peng Yideng said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled. Old Wu will arrive this afternoon. Let's have a drink together in the evening. I'll notify Old Zhang to see if he has time, Su Pinggan said directly. Peng Yideng nodded, knowing that Old Zhang was referring to Zhang Jianbin. In the evening, Su Pinggan, Wu Sikai, Peng Yideng, and Zhang Jianbin, the 4 of them got together. They were all old acquaintances, so they were relaxed together. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Chapter 464 Artificial Intelligence, I am the peak. 4 days later, Chen's Hyping handed over the detailed planning drawings to Peng Yideng. The standards of each block were clearly marked, and even the standards for the pipelines were clearly stipulated. Peng Yideng also had a technical background and could understand the drawings. He felt his scalp tingling at the first glance, and frowned at Su Pinggan. Mr. Su, let's be frank. If the construction is carried out according to this drawing, the price will be at least twice that of similar projects. I know it in my mind. Brother Peng, you should make a budget as soon as possible and we can discuss the price. Time is running out, and now we can only buy time with money, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Peng Yideng nodded, it's good that you know it in your mind. Don't say that I'm asking for a sky-high price later. After a while of politeness, Peng Yideng said goodbye, went directly to the airport, and quickly flew back to the headquarters for verification. Su Pinggan repeatedly explained that this matter must be handled quickly. The recycling system of Shyanki Group has already started in Dunhuang, and things must not be delayed. According to the practice of the Apocalypse Group, all branches must do a project that benefits the local area. Dunhuang is no exception. The public welfare project of the Apocalypse Group is to plant trees and create a small wetland. The local climate in Dunhuang is dry, and a small wetland will also improve the local climate. The Institute of Botany has sent a team to the local area for measurement. Whatever your local area urgently needs, I will do public welfare. It is precisely because of this regulation that all places in the Celestial Empire will make the greatest effort to win the Apocalypse Group project whenever possible. It is not without reason to give the Apocalypse Group superstandard treatment. The first construction company of Gansu province has undertaken the construction of the Renewable Resource System project. At present, many engineering vehicles and personnel have been dispatched to prepare. At the same time, it has also obtained the support of the directly affiliated departments to upgrade the Dunhuang airport to a large airport. The investment of the Apocalypse Group is a good opportunity for Dunhuang City. It has raised part of the funds by itself, and the province has asked for part of the funds to start the transformation of the urban area and add 2 open-air canals across the urban area. The water resources needed for the canal are domestic water recycled from the renewable resource system. After a series of filtration, it is higher than the irrigation standards required by the state. Now the whole city is a big construction site. Some small projects have already started, busy on the side. A whole week passed before Peng Yiden calculated the specific amount, and the cost reached 4.9 billion. Peng Yiden once again went to Hangzhou to negotiate with Su Pinggan. In just 2 days, the two sides reached a cooperation agreement, and the price was 5.8 billion. The base of Shianqi Space Mining Company was handed over to Shiancheo Construction Group for construction. After the contract was signed, Peng Yiden started to make calls, and the headquarters of Shiancheo Construction Group began to dispatch engineering equipment and personnel to Dunhuang, which was very efficient. After finishing the work, Su Pinggan started to make calls in the office, and soon the phone was connected. The voice of Boss Barry came over. "How is the new generation of synthetic steel?" Su Pinggan asked. "Boss, the progress is not very fast. Do you need my guidance?" Barry asked. Su Pinggan frowned and thought for a while. "No need for guidance. Are there any products in the institute that are higher than the current aviation materials?" "Yes, a new generation of carbon titanium synthetic fiber, which can be applied to the outside of rockets and satellites, is resistant to high and low temperatures, and its corrosion resistance is only about 8% higher than the current one, which is not much higher," Barry said seriously. Barry was not very satisfied with this product, mainly because the improvement in space corrosion resistance was not high, which affected the value. If the outer space corrosion resistance was improved, the price would increase exponentially, and it felt a bit tasteless now. Su Pinggan nodded with satisfaction. This material is only a little better than the imported materials currently used in China. However, after being authorized by the Apocalypse Group, it is no longer necessary to buy it at a high price. The price can be reduced by at least 40%, which will save a lot of money. The cost of 5 billion euros can definitely be saved. Contact the external authorization immediately. The price cannot be lower, Su Pinggan said directly. "I understand. I will immediately send invitations to companies in several major countries, and I will definitely be able to make a fortune," Barry said directly, confident that he would make a lot of money. "Watch your performance," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and said a few polite words to Barry before hanging up the phone. While drinking tea and thinking about things, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Su Pinggan said. Liu Wenjin pushed the door open and said, "Boss, Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin are here. Please ask them to come in," Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin turned around and left. Soon, he came in with Yi Changlin. Su Pinggan invited Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin to sit down and drink tea. After a cup of tea, "What are you two doing here?" Su Pinggan asked. "Boss, let me show you a small game." Ding Zijin handed Su Pinggan a mobile phone with a smile on his face. Su Pinggan looked at the two of them and took the phone. "Boss Su, you just need to say it," Ding Zijin said on the side. Su Pinggan looked at the two of them suspiciously, turned on the phone, and the picture became very sci-fi, and then gathered into a 3D cartoon character with a pair of big eyes. Very cute. "Commander, I'm Fangxing, your life assistant. If you need me to do anything, please give me an order," Fangxing said directly. "Play a relaxing piece of music," Su Pinggan said to the phone, and soon, a relaxing piece of music started playing. Su Pinggan was completely interested, and he didn't expect to make a breakthrough so quickly. "Turn on the news, I want to see the latest news," Su Pinggan said directly. The phone screen flashed and a news interface appeared directly, with all kinds of news on it, which dazzled you. Filter out entertainment news. I want to see international news, Su Pingyan continued. The phone page was immediately adjusted, and all that appeared were international news. Su Pingyan immediately began to conduct various tests, and the phone screen also changed back and forth, very smoothly. Fangsing, what do you think of the international political environment? Su Pingyan asked. Sorry, Commander, according to the program, I don't express any political opinions. Fangsing's little face had a serious expression, and Su Pingyan smiled when he heard this. Is this our AI? Su Pingyan looked at the two and said. Yes, this is a special phone. At present, it can basically meet people's daily needs. If you want to continue to grow, you need to absorb all kinds of information to accumulate, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Mr. Su, this is the first in the world. It is definitely more advanced than all the currently known artificial intelligence. I believe that after we launch it on the market, it will be upgraded again after a few years of growth, Ding Zijin said with an excited expression. How much does it cost? Su Pingyan asked directly. Mr. Su, the cost is really not low. The cost of this mobile phone accessories is as high as $1,400, not counting the labor cost, Ding Zijin said seriously. It's really worth it. I can't wait to change my mobile phone now, Su Pingyan said with a smile, and Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin both laughed. I plan to launch a limited edition, and the price is set at $6,000, Ding Zijin said with a smile. Su Pingyan was stunned and looked at Ding Zijin, who was a little puzzled. Are you still asleep? Su Pingyan said directly, and Ding Zijin had a puzzled expression on his face. You are selling this kind of mobile phone for $6,000. It is an insult to the Apocalypse brand in our smart program. Listen to me, $10,000 for each phone. You can't give me a penny less, Su Pingyan said, staring at Ding Zijin's eyes. Buying it for $6,000, your head is kicked by a donkey. Is $6,000 worthy of our smart program? It's simply shameful. Boss Su, isn't this price too high? Qiao Yicheng said. You two are senior talents in charge of a company with assets of billions of euros. Why haven't you grown up in this courage problem? Selling it for $6,000, isn't it shameful? Su Pingyan said unhappily. Ding Zijin, how many can you sell for $6,000? Su Pingyan said directly. My plan is to limit the number of units to 1,000 worldwide. There is no problem in selling all of them, Ding Zijin said truthfully. I will handle this case and show you how many units can be sold for $10,000, Su Pingyan said directly as he looked at the two of them. Mr. Su, I bet that with a phone costing $10,000, the global sales volume will not exceed 10,000 units, Qiao Yicheng said on the side. He was considered a high-income person, and he could not afford to spend $10,000 to buy a phone. Okay, let's give it a try. The stakes are not high. How about 100,000 euros, Olding, do you want to join? Su Pingyan looked at the two and said directly. Yes, of course I won't. I don't believe that 10,000 units can be sold at such a price. Ding Zijin's stubbornness also rose up. The bet was made. Su Pingyan looked at the two and smiled. Take your time. I'll show you how I play. The next day, Su Pingyan uploaded a video on a social networking site. This video was shot in Su Pingyan's office. Su Pingyan was sitting on the sofa with a stand in front of him and his phone on it. Fangsing, I want to watch a movie starring Gal Gadot. Fangsing, I want to listen to Alex's songs. Fangsing, I want to watch a TV series starring Dragon Mother. Fangsing, I want to read the news. Fangsing, I want to read technology news. Fangsing, chat with me. Fangsing, I want to see the latest clothing information. Fangsing, there is a war going on around the world. Fangsing, I want to play a game. Fangsing, call Iron Man. Fangsing, call the Hulk. As Su Pingyan said one sentence after another, the mobile phone screen began to display according to Su Pingyan's requirements again and again, very accurately. Artificial intelligence, I am for the peak. After Su Pingyan's article was published on the three major social media, the entire international media exploded directly, and everyone was dumbfounded. The artificial intelligence in the movie actually appeared in real life. Su Pingyan has already explained that this is his real experience, not a special editing. The top secret plan of the Apocalypse mobile phone, real smartphone, redefines the smartphone. Chapter 465, Crazy. The whole world is fucking crazy. The global media began to report it crazily. driving more people to go online to watch the video released by Su Pinggan, and many media published commentary articles. The Chinese media also went crazy. Many experts became silent after seeing the video online. The performance in the video completely overturned the cognition of these experts. This technology was not what they said they understood. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also saw the video. The two were completely shocked. It was incredible that Xianqi Group had reached such a level in artificial intelligence. The two were completely stunned. Zhang Jianbin also saw this video in the office. His eyes widened and he was very shocked. He recognized Su Pinggan's office. He went to this office many times. It was Su Pinggan's office at the technology headquarters. Xianqi Group actually has this technology. How much technology has he hidden? Zhang Jianbin said to himself. All the media were reporting Su Pinggan's video crazily. In the past, foreign companies released some high-tech short videos, but now it is released by a Chinese company. Everyone was discussing the authenticity of the video, including foreign media, who were also analyzing the authenticity of the matter. Technical experts were everywhere. Soon, technical experts from the United States, France and other countries expressed their opinions, saying that this was a complete video with no traces of editing. Domestic and foreign experts unanimously agreed that if this video was not edited, it would mean that the artificial intelligence technology of Apocalypse Group was already at the peak of the world, leading all companies. The media expressed this view just to see the technology companies compete with each other, but as a result, they were all dumbfounded this time. All technology companies were silent. The technical staff of these companies knew very well what technology was needed to achieve this program. This situation shocked many media even more. The fact that those technology companies did not express their opinions only showed one thing, that is, they really could not achieve the technology of Apocalypse Group, which was a tacit performance. The international and domestic versions of the Apocalypse mobile phone official website quietly opened a pre-sale system to prepare for the next step of pre-sale. Just as the media from various countries were frantically hyping this matter, Su Pinggan published another video, this time in a laboratory. Commander, welcome home, Fang Xing's voice appeared. Fang Xing, turn on the water heater and adjust it to the temperature I like, Su Pinggan said while sitting on the sofa. Okay Commander, Fang Xing's voice came to mind, and the scene changed, and the water heater in the bathroom began to run automatically. Turn on the air purification system, play a light music, let me relax, Su Pinggan said directly. Soon, the air purification system in the room started to run, and a light music began to appear, echoing in the room. Su Pinggan made some food by himself and threw a lot of debris on the ground. Soon, a 50-centimeter tall robot appeared and quickly cleaned up the debris that Su Pinggan still left on the ground. After tidying up, it immediately returned to the corner beside it, not taking up any space. Next, watch movies, watch news, interact with Fang Xing and dance, etc., and go to take a shower directly after some activities. After taking a shower and going to bed, Fang Xing, start the security defense system, and set the air conditioner to 5 hours, Su Pinggan said again. Then the scene changed, showing that the cameras around the villa were turned on directly. At the same time, several commanding heights appeared with automatically loaded guns that could automatically aim at the surroundings of the room. Time passed slowly, and soon, a mouse appeared in the courtyard. With a pulse sound, one of the guns fired and directly killed the running mouse. A truly intelligent room changes your life, safe and worry-free. This sentence was followed by an explanation. This is the intelligent room system created by Xianqi Group. Clean air, clean ground. After having the STARS intelligent system, everything is at your will. The STARS intelligent system has never stopped upgrading. Everyone who saw this video was shocked. Fuck, do I live in the countryside? How can China have such advanced technology? Xianqi Group is really awesome. I believe that Xianqi Group is the leader in artificial intelligence. There are really too many different comments. I want this system so much. With it I can sleep peacefully, and no longer have to worry about home invasions and robberies. This message was followed by thousands of posts that agreed. The scene of the rat being shot dead in the event was really shocking. In many countries, guns are rampant and people generally lack a sense of security. This system is completely tailor-made for them. Various comments are endless. Su Pinggan's 2 videos completely dominated the screens around the world. No one thought that technology had developed to this extent. Xianqi Group's products are the crystallization of the highest technology, and this sentence is becoming more and more popular. Many companies are speechless after seeing this effect. They can also do the kind of automatic defense, but to be controlled by an integrated system, the technology is a bit behind. In the video, the entire room's electrical appliances and defense system are all controlled by an intelligent system. According to Su Pingin's explanation, this system only obeys the orders of the purchaser. It is necessary to enter a person's iris, 10 fingerprints, 10 toe prints, tongue prints, and daily height and weight. Among them, height and weight must be entered for a week. At the same time, there is also a latest verification that will record your brain waves within a week. With multiple verifications combined, the system can operate normally, and it is unlikely that outsiders want to control you to enter the room. If a person is threatened, the brain waves will be abnormal and uncontrolled. Once scanned by the system, the police will be called directly, and the police will rush to rescue you as soon as possible. After completing this input, even if you become fatter or thinner, it will not affect the authentication. As long as the system scans you, it will enter standby mode and wait for your command at any time. Everyone was shocked, especially the video showed the achievements of Apocalypse Group in brain waves. It can record the fluctuations of people's brain waves and identify the person. This technology has already surpassed any company. On the internet, many people are paying attention and looking to buy real smartphones and smart home systems. According to media statistics, netizens have left more than 30 million messages on Twitter and Facebook. When the media around the world were discussing this matter frantically, Su Pingin once again issued a statement that the smart home system was not satisfactory to him and must continue to be improved. He did not plan to launch the finished product in the near future. However, real smartphones can be launched. You can go to the official website of Apocalypse Mobile Company to check it out. It costs €10,000 per unit. If you want it, you can pay directly to make a reservation. The reservation will end in 2 weeks. Please note that you cannot regret it after making a reservation. We do not refund or return the goods. This batch of real smartphones will be produced with special technology. Be the first to enjoy real smartphones. What are you waiting for? Only one day after Su Pingin's statement, Ding Zijin was dumbfounded. Looking at the data in his hand, €10,000 per unit, the number of reservations is 13,168. It was such a simple loss. Some of Ding Zijin went crazy. Crazy, all fucking crazy. If you spend €10,000 on a mobile phone, what else is crazy? Ding ding ding. Ding Zijin's mobile phone rang. Ding Zijin came back to his senses, looked at the number displayed on the phone, and answered it with a wry smile. Old Ding, how many other pre-ordered units? Do you have 1,000? Qiao Yichen's words came out. The full pre-ordered units are 13,168 units, Ding Zijin said bitterly, and Qiao Yichen was completely silent on the phone. Only a week had passed, and Ding Zijin and Qiao Yichen were really numb. Damn, there are so many rich people in the world, and now the number has reached 120,000. At this time, Su Pingin directly released a configuration of this real smartphone on social media, making those who have already bought it feel that it is worth the money. First of all, in terms of battery, the new generation of carbon batteries of Xianqi Group have a standby time of 3 months when fully charged, and can play videos continuously for up to 36 hours. The world's top optical lenses, with a clarity that exceeds that of professional camera lenses on the market. The chip is a product of Qualcomm's laboratory. According to Qualcomm's plan, this product will be launched 6 years later. It was first released after Xianqi Technology Company perfected the chip. In other words, this chip is a product jointly developed by Qualcomm and Xianqi Group, and it is the world's first. In the current network environment, it can only play 70% of its function, and it can play 100% in the 5G environment. The phone shell uses carbon fiber technology, which is resistant to high and low temperatures and scratches. The screen is an experimental screen in the Xianqi Research Institute. It is a new generation of screen that will be launched 6 years later. It will automatically filter harmful colors and protect the eyes. Su Pingin introduced the other accessories one by one. In a word, this phone is still the world's top configuration after 3 years. Only Xianqi Group has this special process. No other manufacturer has this technology. Finally, Su Pingin said that this batch of mobile phones will only be produced in one batch, and it will not be mass-produced within 3 years. If you want to popularize it, it depends on the popularity of 5G. After the release of this statement, some people's concerns were completely dispelled. After seeing the notice that it will not be mass-produced within 3 years, Many people couldn't help it. Grit your teeth. Isn't it just 10,000 euros? I'm going all out. A new round of pre-order peak appeared. A week later, Apocalypse Mobile closed the pre-order channel and announced the result. It was more than 1.17 million units. This result completely blinded everyone's eyes. More than 10 billion euros. Many economists and commentators didn't know what to say. All mobile phone manufacturers were collectively stunned. A unit with a price of 10,000 euros could actually have sales of millions. It was crazy. The whole world was fucking crazy. This was their only thought. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, The goal is not clear, how do you fight? Some time ago, major technology companies around the world had already hyped up artificial intelligence. Now that Su Pinggan's video appeared, it completely overturned people's perceptions. It can be said that the promotion of artificial intelligence by major companies around the world in the early stage completely became a stepping stone for Su Pinggan, which made many technology companies very upset. As Su Pinggan's video continued to ferment, their stocks actually began to fall. This situation is unacceptable to many technology companies. Fuck, what is this situation? According to past experience, as long as they follow the mainstream media reports to announce that they have similar research, the stock price will definitely soar all the way. Now that artificial intelligence is so hot, the stock price will actually fall. A lot of companies began to look for reasons. Consulting companies received a lot of orders. To analyze the reasons, they began to send people to various places to conduct questionnaires, manual questionnaires, computer questionnaires, mobile phone questionnaires, etc., with many means. After a while, they came to a conclusion that it was not that they did not keep up with the mainstream subject matter, but that people generally believed that their achievements in artificial intelligence could not surpass Scienky Group. A company that is destined to be eliminated has no investment value. After getting this result, many CEOs of technology companies banged their heads against the wall. This result is too depressing. Old companies are still better off, but new startups are having a hard time, which is a huge blow to the next round of financing. In Su Pinggan's office, Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin were both in low spirits. Losing 100,000 euros to Su Pinggan was not a small sum, but Su Pinggan looked at the two of them and felt very comfortable. Are you convinced? Su Pinggan asked. Convinced. Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin were convinced. The facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept. Okay, for your sincere attitude, each of you will be exempted from 50,000, which will be deducted from your year-end bonus. I don't care about the money, I care about your vision and courage. Apocalypse Technology Company, Apocalypse Game Company, which of these two companies has assets less than 1 billion euros? You are in charge of such a large company, and your own vision must be ahead of the times, otherwise, how can you lead the company forward? Without a clear goal to move forward, how can you struggle? Are you bumping around like a headless fly? This 50,000 euros is to make you remember. Su Pinggan looked at the two of them and scolded them. Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin finally understood Su Pinggan's intention. They were convinced. Arrange people to start the production of mobile phones immediately. Remember, the mobile phones sold this time are our face. The quality must be excellent to make our brands more famous. Why do so many people buy foreign products at high prices? Isn't it because of the good quality? The same is true for the brand of Scienky Group. It must be of high quality. Su Pinggan looked at Ding Zijin and said, Please rest assured, Mr. Su, I strictly implement the quality standards and will never discredit Scienky Group, Ding Zijin said with a serious expression. Mr. Su, many people called to ask about our artificial intelligence. How should I answer? Qiao Yicheng said worriedly. Many people are of high status. Tell them that the artificial intelligence project team is only responsible to me. You don't know what's going on. Just push it to me. I want to see if they dare to ask me, Su Pinggan said bluntly, and Qiao Yicheng nodded immediately. In the past 2 years, Su Pinggan's power has been growing day by day. Many people don't contact Su Pinggan, but contact branch managers like Qiao Yicheng. Now that Su Pinggan has taken over, a large number of people will retreat in the face of difficulties. When the three were talking, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Pinggan said. Liu Wenjin pushed the door open and reported, "Boss, Mayor Zhang is here, please come in," Su Pingyan said, and Liu Wenjin went out. Soon, he brought Zhang Jianbin in. Su Pingyan shook hands with Zhang Jianbin and asked Zhang Jianbin to sit down. Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijin both said hello to Zhang Jianbin and left. Only Su Pingyan and Zhang Jianbin were left in the room, and no one interrupted their conversation. "Mayor, what's the matter today?" Su Pingyan said with a smile, without stopping his hands, changing the tea leaves and starting to make tea. "What else can it be? I came here to ask you, what is the level of artificial intelligence in your Shianqi group?" Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pingyan and asked. "It's far from it. It's just a more advanced question and answer machine now," Su Pingyan said directly. Zhang Jianbin narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Pingyan. Zhang Jianbin didn't believe what Su Pingyan said at all. The spirituality shown in the video was not comparable to a simple question and answer machine. This kid didn't tell the truth. "Really? I don't think it's like it," Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pingyan smiled after hearing it. "In your mind, what is artificial intelligence?" Su Pingyan looked at Zhang Jianbin and asked directly. Zhang Jianbin couldn't answer the question. The so-called artificial intelligence means that the machine can think within the framework. You give it a vague command and it can clearly understand your meaning. If it can't think, it can't be called artificial intelligence. Our starry system does not have this ability yet. It must continue to absorb data and grow. It has to accumulate for decades before it can be called artificial intelligence. Obeying orders is one thing, but it is completely different from artificial intelligence, Su Pingyan explained briefly, and Zhang Jianbin nodded. It was simple and easy to understand. "According to what you said, it will take decades for artificial intelligence to be born," Zhang Jianbin said directly. "Not necessarily. After so many years of development, the United States will definitely launch artificial intelligence first. We have an inherent weakness in this regard," Su Pingyan said very confidently. "What weakness? Is it a technical problem or a material problem?" Zhang Jianbin said directly. "Environmental problem," Su Pingyan looked serious. Zhang Jianbin was stunned. "What is the problem between artificial intelligence and the environment?" "It's a joke. The development of artificial intelligence must absorb a large amount of data to grow. 80% of the data is collected on the internet. In the process of growth, the logical analysis program is improved step by step. Many things in our environment are not allowed to be discussed. Many words are blocked. In this environment, the growth of artificial intelligence is inherently insufficient. To be honest, I have made a plan. The Artificial Intelligence Project team will move to the French Apocalypse Technology Company to continue research and development." Su Pingyan looked at Zhang Jianbin and said directly. Zhang Jianbin opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. There was nothing to say about this matter. You couldn't open your mouth to ask Su Pingyan to keep the project. Zhang Jianbin thought of many reasons to persuade Su Pingyan. Finally, he sighed for a long time. None of these reasons worked. This kind of thing is not something you can change. "Can this kind of thing be avoided abroad?" Zhang Jianbin said directly. "There are also restrictions abroad, but they are much less. I'll give you an example so you can understand. Ordinary people can go up to celebrities and throw water at them when they are giving speeches. Is that allowed in our country? Wait, there are many things like this. The growth of an artificial intelligence requires all kinds of information, both good and bad, and the required data flow is very large. After this information appears, it is distinguished according to the logic program, which ones are good and which ones are bad, what is truth, goodness and beauty, and what is evil and evil, what is legal and what is illegal, and so on, must have a clear thinking and cognition. After analyzing this information, the logic program can correct errors little by little and improve little by little. Otherwise, growth is impossible." Su Pingyan looked at Zhang Jianbin and said directly, and Zhang Jianbin nodded. "Then how does your starry system currently avoid these problems?" Zhang Jianbin continued to ask. "The current version launched is a castrated version to avoid some problems. After the project team moves to the French branch, it will be improved step by step. China is not within the scope. In the future, China will only run the castrated version and will not upgrade the full version. I'm a businessman. I don't want to cause trouble." Su Pingyan looked at Zhang Jianbin and said directly, without any joking on his face. Su Pingyan communicated with Zhang Jianbin for more than 40 minutes before Zhang Jianbin left. After seeing Zhang Jianbin off, Su Pingyan stood at the window and looked outside, his mind a little confused. After a while, he returned to the sofa and sat down, took out his phone and started to make a call. It took a long time before the call was connected. "What's the matter?" Song Zinayu's voice came over. "I've talked to Miao Yi about going on vacation together in August, and she has agreed. Now it's up to you. If you agree, come to Hangzhou in the next 3 days, and I'll arrange for someone to apply for a visa for you. If you don't agree, you don't have to come." Su Pinggan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to say so much to Song Zinayu. This little temper made Su Pinggan very annoyed. Jinling, Song Zinayu, who was sitting in the office, listened to the disconnection sound coming from the phone, with an angry expression on his face, and his face was uncertain when he looked at the phone. He shouted "bastard" loudly, raised his hand and threw the phone out. With a bang, the phone hit the wall and broke into pieces on the ground. Song Zinayu looked at the phone with a very aggrieved expression on his face. He lay on the table and started crying loudly. The secretary heard it outside. He looked through the glass and immediately took action to transfer the people from the 2 rooms next to him out. The others also heard a little bit and cooperated very well. Soon, there was no one in the room around Song Zinayu. All the staff temporarily worked in other rooms. It must be said that Song Zinayu's secretary was very emotionally intelligent. Chapter 467. This kind of friend can be completely abandoned. Time passed slowly. On the 4th day, Song Zinayu arrived in Hangzhou with a face full of dissatisfaction. No matter how unhappy he was, he had to change. Su Pinggan arranged for someone to start applying for visas with Song Zinayu and Miao Yi. "Where are you going on vacation?" Song Zinayu looked at Su Pinggan and asked. "Greece. Are you satisfied?" Su Pinggan said. Song Zinayu's face looked much better. Song Zinayu had always wanted to go on vacation in Greece and had told Su Pinggan several times. This time, the choice of vacation location was clearly based on Song Zinayu's opinion. "You have a conscience." Song Zinayu rolled his eyes at Su Pinggan and said. After 2 days, that aspect was harmonious, and the relationship between the two was much more harmonious, with fewer unnecessary quarrels. Time passed slowly for a week. Su Pinggan, Song Zinayu, and Miao Yi went abroad together, and Isabella also left Denmark to meet up in Greece. Su Pinggan directly booked a holiday estate with a private beach. The villas in the estate were large and had many rooms, with all kinds of facilities, as well as a private dock and a yacht. Su Pinggan did not ask for a yacht. Isabella came on her own yacht, Isabella, which had just been upgraded at the original factory in Italy. This time, she would use it for vacation and drive it back home after the vacation. 2 days later, everyone met at the holiday estate. At first, Su Pinggan was worried that the 3 of them would be incompatible. Who knew that the 3 of them became very harmonious after talking for a while, which made Su Pinggan a little confused. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Let's have fun. Liu Wenjin and Darina took turns on duty and played with Isabella and the other 2. Every day, it was very lively. Italy, Apocalypse Weapons Company, the new production line has been fully operational after 6 commissionings. The modular production speed is very fast. Several or even more than a dozen submarines are completed every day. Just now, 100 submarine customers were taken away, and 2 full cargo ships full of torpedoes left with them. The warehouse of Apocalypse Weapons Company was completely emptied. Italy knows exactly where these goods are sold. After all, the customer qualifications need to be reviewed by the relevant departments before Apocalypse Weapons Company can accept orders. The federal government values tax revenue, the local government also values tax revenue, the relevant departments value fees, and the Apocalypse Weapons Company values profits. Each party gets what it needs, and the green light is given all the way. All parties know that this kind of business will not last long, and every penny earned is a penny earned. In the future, the United States will definitely not allow such weapons that pose a huge threat to aircraft carriers to be everywhere. Once small single-person attack submarines become popular, aircraft carrier formations will be sitting ducks, and the U.S. naval advantage will be gone. In China, single-person aircraft factories in some places have begun to carry out road hardening projects, and the sewage treatment plants of the renewable resource system have begun to install and debug equipment. The renewable resource systems in several cities in Hangzhou are also installing and debugging equipment, and it is expected that they will be able to start trial operation in 2 months. By then, the garbage situation in several surrounding cities will be greatly improved. The Apocalypse Space Mining Company in Dunhuang has begun full-scale construction, and various mechanical equipment are busy. Thousands of people are busy at the construction site, and the progress of various items is very fast. Germany, Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute, BERI, a French company and a Chinese company held a joint press conference, announcing that Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute has licensed a new type of carbon titanium synthetic fiber material production technology to the two companies. This new type of carbon titanium synthetic fiber belongs to a new generation of aviation materials, which is ahead of the materials currently used in spacecraft. The price is lower than the currently known materials and more practical. It belongs to a new generation of materials. The two companies will make every effort to produce this new material to accelerate the pace of mankind's rush into space. At the same time, the relevant data of this carbon titanium synthetic fiber was announced. High temperature resistant, low temperature resistant. The instantaneous change of two extreme temperatures will not affect the properties of this material. In terms of anti-electromagnetic radiation corrosion, it is also better than gold foil. After the media reported this news, the senior officials of many countries were helpless. Needless to say, this new material will definitely be used in the aerospace industry by China, and the blockade of China is becoming more and more powerless. The United States is very unhappy, but you have no way. This is a product of Apocalypse Group. Apocalypse Group is a Chinese enterprise. You have no reason to stop it. A large passenger plane landed at the airport of Apocalypse Island. Many people got off the plane with their luggage. There were people of all colors. At the same time, a lot of equipment was transported down. These people all work at the Apocalypse Satellite Center. At present, the Apocalypse Satellite R&D Center is renovating and installing equipment. It is expected to be fully completed in more than half a month. These people come here, get familiar with the environment, and start working soon. A few days after this incident, Huawei company held a press conference. The company has made a major breakthrough in 5G equipment. After field tests in several international countries in Europe and Asia, the speed has doubled on the original basis. This news shocked many countries. The suppression of the United States has made people all over the world realize Huawei company's achievements in 5G. Now this breakthrough has come, and it is completely at the top of the 5G industry. Immediately afterwards, the government issued a statement to restrict exports and prohibit exports to unfriendly countries. Those who have signed contracts can continue to perform their contracts. For those who have signed contracts, they must be approved before they can export. As soon as this order came out, many countries began to feel pain. Originally, they used the ban on Huawei's products as a bargaining chip to get benefits from China. Now, you are not allowed to use them. You can ban them at will. After the ban, the speed of your entire country will lag behind the world. If you fall behind one step, you will fall behind step by step in the future. Many countries are beginning to worry. Now it is not a matter of your ban, but a stage where you have to pay a price if you want to use it. Huawei's confidence was shaken. There is no need to beg for mercy everywhere. You can ban it at will. Our technology is the best. If you want to keep up with the world trend, you must use my products. Now Huawei has completely experienced this comfortable taste. This feeling is really great. No wonder Xianqi Group has developed so well. If you dare to block me, I will directly cut off the stock and see who can't stand it. It feels so good to be begged by others. When things develop to this extent, it is the United States that is uncomfortable. Last year, Huawei withdrew from the US market. Many people think that 5G can be quickly promoted now. As a result, the experimental network speed in several places is uncomfortable. The speed in many places is not as good as the current 4G network speed, but the price is 10 times that of the past, which is painful. Now something more painful has appeared. Export restrictions. Needless to say, this kind of 5G technology equipment will definitely not be exported to the United States. What to do? If you want to buy this technology from Huawei company, you need to pay a higher price. There is also a more fatal problem, that is, the patent issue. Other companies cannot imitate it. If you imitate it, you still need to pay a patent fee to Huawei company. Originally, you were eager to use it for free, but you didn't want it. Now you can't get it. Even if you get the authorization in the end, you have to pay more. What is all this for? Many Americans can't figure it out. It can be said that during the month when Su Pingyan was on vacation, many things happened internationally. Apocalypse Group was silent, but no one underestimated this giant. In France, Apocalypse Technology Company purchased a large piece of land in the suburbs of Nantes. It was purchased in the name of Su Pinggan personally. Apocalypse Group's Artificial Intelligence Research and Development Center will be built here. Apocalypse Group has a very good relationship with the Nantes municipal government. Apocalypse Light Energy's factory is located in Nantes. It is the largest taxpayer in the area. There are many preferential policies for buying land. In addition, the establishment of this R&D center can also enhance the technological status of Nantes. After the formalities were completed, construction has begun. It is expected that the entire project will be completed next year. There are 4 underground floors and 5 above-ground floors, with a defensive garden style. On the beach, under the tree, Su Pinggan was sitting on a chair drinking juice. Hall was also next to him. Hall came here to discuss important matters with Su Pinggan. Hall, it doesn't make sense for me to buy another island at this time, Su Pinggan said directly. Hall rubbed his head and said, Su, it doesn't make sense, but El really needs a large amount of funds to implement his reforms now. The sale of the island has been announced for half a month, and there is no buyer. This makes El very embarrassed. At the same time, it can't raise a much needed amount of funds. This island is not small in size. You can build it into a new R&D base, Hall said to Su Pinggan. Hall, at present, all the R&D bases of Apocalypse Group have been formed. Have you calculated how much I need to invest in an isolated island with nothing? Small projects are not cost-effective at all. Large projects must be carefully demonstrated. Another thing is, how many people are willing to work on an isolated island? It is isolated from the world. The funds we need to invest are not a little bit. Counting the construction costs, the cost is too high, Su Pinggan said directly. Su, I know you have started the space project. You can build a space project on that island. It is very free there. You know, this time the island is sold, and the island owner can be given full self-defense rights, Hall said directly. It is of no practical use. I can directly build a large R&D ship to carry out activities on the high seas. There is no law that can manage the high seas, which is safer. The area of this island is not small, but there is no fresh water. Another thing is that the price is as high as 1.2 billion euros. Although it is a permanent property right, I have to pay a part of the tax every year, which is not a small amount of money. The comprehensive evaluation is very uneconomical. I understand your intention to support L, but I can't throw away billions of funds in vain, Su Pinggan looked at Hall and said directly. Friends are friends, but if it takes billions of dollars to maintain this relationship, Su Pinggan would rather give up this relationship, which is completely a manifestation of taking advantage of himself. If you meet such a friend, you can simply abandon him. Chapter 468. Let's see who is behind the attack on our Apocalypse Group. Hall is no longer Su Pinggan's consultant of the Apocalypse Group. He joined L's staff at the end of last year because he felt that he could not play a big role in the Apocalypse Group. The heads of the various branches of the Apocalypse Group are all talented people, and they have a good relationship with the local government. Su Pinggan can also coordinate many things that he can do, and sometimes the effect is better than Hall's appearance. Unable to reflect his own value, Hall left consciously. This matter was kept secret and not announced to the public. It was L's intention to come here to trade with Su Pinggan this time, hoping that Hall could exert his influence and solve this matter. Then the Apocalypse Group would purchase the right to use the island in exchange for a much-needed fund. Now the talks are not going well. Hall hesitated for a while. Now it's time to come up with a final condition. France will soon introduce a law. As long as private islands do not violate several specific laws, the federal government will only charge but not manage them. What do you mean? Su Pinggan asked after a pause. It's very simple. The islands for sale this time are all isolated islands overseas. They are not valuable. In order to sell them at a high price, specific policies must be implemented. As long as you don't engage in drug manufacturing, drug trafficking and other activities, the federal government will only exercise the right to inspect once every 5 years, and all other jurisdictions will be abandoned. Every year, if you pay taxes on time, all problems will not be a problem, and you will also be given a 30-year tax reduction of half. This is a rare opportunity. Besides, the United States, Canada, Australia, Portugal, the United Kingdom and other countries have already done this, and it's no big deal for France to follow suit. There are so many deserted islands. Collecting a certain amount of taxes every year can make up for the federal government's finances. Why not do it? Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Su Pinggan frowned and began to think. After a while, Hall, I need to see the specific legal provisions. I can't take risks. This investment is too large, and I must be cautious. No problem. It is expected that the legal documents will be officially issued in about a month, and we will discuss it by then, Hall said very straightforwardly. Okay, I'll let Bruce contact you then, Su Pinggan said directly. Hall nodded and let out a long sigh. This trip was not in vain. At least he knew what Su Pinggan meant. After the business was over, the two began to talk about private matters. Not long after, Isabella, Song Zinayu, and Miao Yi came back from playing in the sea and went to the side to rest. Youth is really fascinating, Su. You are very enviable, Hall said meaningfully, looking at Su Pinggan. Hall, to be honest, I am now worried about getting married. China is a monogamous country. I have never figured out how to solve this problem, Su Pinggan said with a sigh. It's very simple, just immigrate. There are still many polygamous countries in the world. Solve the marriage problem and then immigrate back. I believe that China will happily accept you again, Hall said with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled bitterly and nodded. There's really no other way, so I can only take this path. In the evening, Su Pinggan and others invited Hall to dinner. The next day, Hall left. Su Pinggan and Isabella's vacation time was coming to an end. A week later, after sending Isabella on the plane, Su Pinggan, Song Zinayan and Miao Yi also returned to China. Time slowly calmed down. More than 2 months had passed. Su Pinggan once again set off and immediately went to J City to go to the single-person aircraft factory. Trial production was about to begin, and Su Pinggan was a little worried. On this day, in the Damanha area, Gavin's base, in the early morning, a shrill alarm sounded. Everyone got up in shock. Gavin did the same. He put on his clothes and walked out of his room and went straight to the command room. What's the situation? Gavin asked directly. Boss, a group of armed forces were found gathering in the northwest direction. The other side also had armed helicopters and combat infantry vehicles. According to analysis, the number of people has exceeded 500. The target should be us, reported the duty captain who pressed the alarm. Start the red alert, send out the reconnaissance team to use drones for reconnaissance, Gavin said calmly, and someone immediately went to convey the order. The 300 people in the entire base began to enter combat readiness, and everyone had a full quota of bullets. Gavin walked to the big screen and began to watch the data, while issuing a series of orders. Soon, York also arrived. Gavin told him what was going on, and York frowned and said, "Is it Dahom's people?" "No, Dahom's people are staying in their own camp and have no intention of taking action," Gavin said, and York stopped asking. "Boss, Dahom's phone call." Someone handed over a huge mobile phone. "Dahom, what's going on?" Gavin asked. "Gavin, you should have found those people. They're Dahom's people. I was just warned. If I dare to help you, missiles will cover my camp." "Sorry," Dahom said directly. After listening, Gavin understood what was going on. Dahom was supported by the Americans. "I understand. Just keep quiet. I need to make some arrangements. We'll talk later." Gavin hung up the phone. The combat team will assemble immediately. All armed helicopters will be refueled and ready for action, Gavin gave the order directly. They must attack in advance, otherwise, they will be more passive. "Don't you want to notify the boss?" York said on the side. "You go and prepare for action. I will notify the boss immediately. Since they dare to attack us, they must have other backup plans," Gavin said and went to the side to make a phone call. York left the command center to prepare. Su Pinggan was having a meeting in the office of the production base at the moment. Darina pushed open the door of the conference room and came in. Everyone was stunned, including Su Pinggan. Darina took the phone and whispered a few words in Su Pinggan's ear. Su Pinggan picked up the phone and said dismiss the meeting expressionlessly. Everyone stood up and left quickly. It was obvious that something had happened. Su Pinggan stood up and walked to the window and said to the phone, "Go ahead." Gavin reported the matter directly, and Su Pinggan just frowned. "You did the right thing. You can't be passive. You should attack when you need to. It's no big deal. I will arrange Lei Yushin to bring people to pick you up. Once things are impossible, activate the number 3 evacuation plan. We will definitely get back the current losses in multiples in the future," Su Pinggan said directly. "I understand. My boss can rest assured. I'm worried that they still have a backup plan," Gavin said directly. You act immediately. I will activate the second intelligence and find out what their backup plan is, Su Pinggan said directly. The two communicated for a while, and then the phone was hung up. Zingling, check it out comprehensively to see who is behind the scenes against my apocalypse group and what conspiracy they are planning to play, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, Commander, Zingling agreed and fell silent. Su Pinggan did not leave the meeting room. His office had not been renovated yet, so it was just right to be in the meeting room. He asked Darina to bring him a pot of tea. I won't see anyone today. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow, I understand, Darina said and left the meeting room. It didn't take long, about an hour, before Zingling responded. Eric Oil Group planned this behind the scenes. George blackmailed Martin for $5 million. Martin never relaxed his investigation of this matter. After a long period of investigation and analysis, he found that there was another insider, that is, Apocalypse Group. It is very likely that the person who got rid of Wen Qiang's family was the Apocalypse Group. Because of this incident, Martin lost more than 10 million yuan. He was really upset. Through the relationship of the company, he paid $10 million to reach a cooperation agreement with Krista, the head of CIA activities in Africa, to deal with the personnel of Apocalypse Group in the Damanha area. Krista's consideration was very simple. There were too many dirty things she knew and participated in. It was impossible to retire safely. Sooner or later, she would be killed. It was the best way to make a good fortune now and change her identity to retire in Europe. Using her authority, she began to push this matter secretly, and made a series of impossible promises, so that this warlord began to gather forces to attack the small base of Apocalypse Group. This was the first step arranged by Martin. The second step was to use the influence of the company and a series of secret deals to make Country J publish an agreement that the translation server was unsafe and would leak privacy, and suspend the installation of the translation server of Apocalypse Group in the country. The conditions were very generous. Country J only needed to announce this for a week, and then find a reason to resume cooperation with Apocalypse Group. The reason was very easy to find. Just say that there was a problem with the data and Apocalypse Group was misunderstood. This incident did not have a big impact on Country J, but it was a big blow to the reputation of Apocalypse Group. At the very least, Apocalypse Group had to be severely disgusted so that he could vent his anger. This was Martin's arrangement, which made Su Pinggan unable to take care of both ends, and lost a large amount of funds and reputation. He was busy dealing with this matter for a long time. Country J got a lot of benefits, so it agreed directly and would announce this matter in 2 days. Su Pinggan drank tea and thought slowly. Half an hour later, Su Pinggan started to make calls, making several calls one after another, and everyone who received the call was surprised. Whatever Country J wants to do, they all said they would cooperate. After all, cooperating with Apocalypse Group has brought them great benefits, and now is the time to play a role. After the call, Su Pinggan left a meeting room and returned to the hotel to wait for news. It was already evening in China, and Su Pinggan had also eaten dinner. Chapter 469, Withdraw immediately. Next to an named hilltop, a fierce battle has begun. Gavin mobilized 10 armed helicopters in the base, and York led the action team to launch an attack and open fire first. In the minds of the two, passive response will lose a lot of opportunities. Active response is the best way. First, a round of rocket attacks, then armed helicopter attacks, plus incendiary bombs. Incendiary bombs are internationally prohibited weapons, but here, there are no rules at all. The only rule is to defeat the enemy. Bokham was stimulated by the empty check. He assembled 1,700 people, fully armed, and planned to attack Gavin's base after a rest. He didn't expect that Gavin's base had satellite receiving equipment. The satellite rented was a satellite from a French satellite company, covering thousands of kilometers around the base 24 hours a day. These people were mastered by Gavin when they gathered. After a fierce battle, less than 100 people escaped, most of them were shot dead, and there were also many injured. I say again, don't take prisoners. If you ask me again, I will shoot you, York said to the person next to him with red eyes. The people nearby immediately stepped aside to convey the order. Anyone who encountered a wounded person would be shot dead. York used the intercom to talk to Gavin. Soon, 4 large trucks appeared and headed straight for a tribe not far away. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a man appeared with a loudspeaker and shouted, "We need 100 people to clean up the battlefield, $100 each, We need 100 people to clean up the battlefield, $100 each. Anyone who heard the sound of the loudspeaker immediately appeared and frantically flipped over the trucks. The speed was very fast. In a blink of an eye, the 4 trucks were full of people. At the same time, 10 trucks set out from the base and drove towards the battlefield. York and his men had cleaned up the battlefield twice. Anyone who found a living person was shot dead directly. The wounded on their side had already taken a helicopter back to the base. It didn't take long for 10 empty trucks to arrive. After waiting for a while, 4 large trucks full of people also arrived. Hurry up, everyone knows the rules. If you break the rules, you will be shot, several people shouted with loudspeakers. The people who got off the trucks quickly stripped themselves naked, put their clothes in one place and started walking towards the battlefield. This is the rule. Go in naked and come back naked to get paid. These people work very quickly and knew what to do. Obviously, they did this kind of work a lot. They stripped the bodies very skillfully. Some people were responsible for collecting the clothes of the bodies, and some were responsible for collecting the fragments on the bodies. All kinds of guns and ammunition were classified, very skillfully. Time passed slowly, and 7 or 8 huge black smoke columns appeared. These were all smoke from the burning bodies, surrounded by the disgusting smell of meat. There was a car for guns, a car for ammunition, and a car for clothes. The gestures on the body were loading one car, and when it was full, they would change to another car. There was a special person to register next to the car. It took only about 2 hours, and the battlefield had been cleaned up. York was very satisfied and said a few words to the person next to him. And the person next to him immediately walked towards the crowd. The boss is very satisfied with our work today, and everyone's bonus will be doubled. A man started talking with a loudspeaker, and many people had a look of joy on their faces. A pile of US dollars was placed on a table. Everyone washed up and started to get dressed and lined up. Each person got $200. After receiving the money, they got on the car directly, and the car would send them back to the tribe. The news that Gavin had crippled Bakhum spread quickly. That night, the 4 warlords joined forces to attack Bakhum's territory. It was a crazy attack. Bakhum was crazy at home at this moment. The American Krista had disappeared. No one knew where she went. Only the team members who followed Krista were there. Bakhum had arrested all of them and beat them half to death. These people now understood what was going on. They were sold out by Krista. Needless to say, Krista had already run away. She must have made a deal with someone and ran away with the money. One of them was relatively calm. Bakhum, you were sold out by Krista, and we were sold out by him too. We can't die in vain. Let's pass the message back. Krista will be hunted down by the organization. You can kill me after I pass the message back. The old agent had already given up at this moment. It was clear that Bakhum wanted to beat them to death. It's okay to die, but this revenge must be avenged. Bakhum looked at the man with red eyes, nodded, and waved his hand. Someone next to him untied the old agent and gave him a phone. He took the phone and started to make calls. He reported the matter in detail and said clearly that he and others would not survive, and asked the headquarters to avenge him. Kay was completely furious when they got the news. Fuck, the foundation that they had worked hard to lay for several years was completely destroyed by Krista, and a global killing order was directly issued. On the sea, an oil tanker of Eric Oil Group was fully loaded with oil and headed towards the destination. The people on the ship were very relaxed. Some were sunbathing on the deck, some were playing games, and some were listening to music. The ship was flying the flag of the United States. No one dared to attack the ship. The sea was calm. Boom boom boom, 4 loud noises were heard, and the ship began to capsize directly. Everyone was dumbfounded and began to run around and shout the name of God. It was too late. The ship sank sooner or later. Similar things happened in 5 places. All 5 tankers directly under the Eric Oil Group were sunk. No one knew who did it, and no one claimed responsibility for it. Just 1 day later, J Country held a press conference and announced the suspension of the installation of the translation server of the Apocalypse Group. The reason was that it was suspected that the translation server would leak people's privacy. For the privacy and security of the people, the translation server of the Apocalypse Group must be fully inspected and reviewed. The press conference was held in the morning. Half an hour later, the Apocalypse Group responded. All the products of the Apocalypse Group were withdrawn from J Country, and all insulting inspections and reviews were rejected. At the same time, It was announced that any dealer who dared to sell the products of the Apocalypse Group to J Country and endanger the safety of the people of J Country would be directly revoked by the Apocalypse Group. At the same time, it would be fined 20 times according to the contract. When this news came out, the whole world was shocked, and the people of J Country were also shocked, including the top leaders of J Country, who were even more shocked. The Apocalypse Group reacted too quickly this time. They left no room for maneuver and directly withdrew from the J Country market. The media was also shocked and didn't know what happened. Then, all branches of the Apocalypse Group issued similar statements. All dealers were not allowed to sell the products of the Apocalypse Group to J Country to endanger the people of J Country. Once discovered, they would be severely punished according to the contract. All the media were excited, and the headquarters was busy. Immediately charter a plane to find out what the situation is, and you must report it as soon as possible. Take down all the content of the front page headlines and replace them with news related to the Apocalypse Group. Shouts continued, and the editors were excited. At the same time, many freight companies around the world received an anonymous document, which clearly stated that 5 oil tankers of Eric Oil Group had been bombed. Whoever dared to accept the transportation order of Eric Oil Group would suffer retaliation on the ships of your entire company. This news made many freight companies dumbfounded. No one dared to be careless. They immediately started to inquire like crazy. As long as it was proved that the 5 tankers of Eric Oil Group had an accident, they would never accept the order of Eric Oil Company. The next day, the news was confirmed. The 5 tankers of Eric Oil Company were attacked and sunk at sea. All the bosses of freight companies took a breath. They were not stupid. What kind of strength was needed to act in 5 places around the world at the same time? Ordinary groups simply did not have this strength. At the same time, Qatar's Al Jazeera began to report on this matter. 18 organizations claimed to be responsible for the tanker attack. This was a revenge for the predators. In the afternoon, a news appeared. The British site issued a statement that there was no problem with the translation server of the Apocalypse Group. It was unclear why the J Country would make a problematic conclusion. As the British invention issued a statement, many European countries also issued statements. No country stood on the side of J Country. J Country was not a person on both sides at this moment. The country soon began to make a fuss. The products of Poseidon Company were withdrawn from the market, which made many people anxious. There were also photovoltaic solar panels and other items. They were all anxious. The reason why the UK issued a statement first was that it was a gift from Kabul to Supingen in exchange for the sales rights of several Nordic countries. Supingen agreed directly. Both sides get what they need. This is a mutually beneficial thing. There is no reason to refuse. The media has been very excited these days. At the same time, many countries have begun to pay attention to this matter. The incident happened too suddenly. Apocalypse Group and J Country suddenly broke up without any reason. Only a few senior officials knew what was going on. J Country received a notice from Apocalypse Group before issuing a statement. It was originally unbelieving. As a result, the development of the matter was the same as the report of Apocalypse Group. The United States also issued statements one after another, and must bring the murderer who attacked the tanker of Eric Oil Group to justice. This incident made the United States very embarrassed. Not only that, Crest's trouble there was also exposed. After the relevant departments analyzed it, they knew what was going on. This was a secret war between Eric Oil Company and Apocalypse Group. Martin, you have been controlled by the board of directors of Eric Oil Company. Damn it, you don't say you are making money for the group, but you actually brought such a huge loss to the group. What do you want to do? It is very simple to investigate this matter. The people on the board of directors are not free. They have connections with people in many departments. Once analyzed, we can know the reason. However, Martin paid the price, and the Apocalypse Group must also pay the price. Just when they were planning to further attack the Apocalypse Group, a video was circulated on the internet. It was a video of Eric Oil Group and several congressmen from country J discussing the Apocalypse Group, which directly caused a huge sensation internationally. At this moment, Supingen was alone in the hotel room and called, "Withdraw immediately. The other party will definitely launch a missile attack. Hurry up, you only have less than 20 minutes. I understand, I will arrange it immediately." Gavin had a solemn expression on his face, and he started to arrange it immediately after hanging up the phone. Chapter 470, The struggle between international giants cannot go beyond the framework. Gavin led everyone away from the base for a few minutes, and 2 missiles landed very accurately in the base. The huge explosion sounded far away, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Surviving a disaster, this word appeared in everyone's mind. At the same time, there was a cheer on the Indian warship that had just launched the missile. At this time, a series of boom 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 sounds rang out, and 6 fish accurately attacked the bottom of the warship. The entire warship began to shake and sink. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe this fact. Someone dared to attack the warship. The United States was very smart. It didn't take action itself, but paid a little price to let the YD country warship launch missiles to attack Gavin's base. The photos sent back by the satellite were very clear. This warship sank and was attacked by a submarine. Sure enough, as analyzed, Su Pingin's reaction was not unexpected. He was completely a madman and must be cautious. Su Pingin was sitting on the sofa and talking to someone. You should have received the news that the base was attacked by missiles. L's voice came from the phone. I know. The attacking warship has sunk. Su Pingin said this calmly, and there was a silence on the phone. Su, don't do anything too extreme, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to mediate this matter. 10 million euros will be paid to YD country, and this matter ends here, L said directly. No problem, I just ask one thing. If the other party is attacking me, how to deal with this matter? Su Pingin asked. Su, I said, this matter ends here. If the other party is attacking you, you can fight back. I guarantee that your apocalypse group will operate normally on my side, L said directly, and Su Pingin was relieved. I will arrange someone to transfer 10 million euros immediately, Su Pingin said directly. When L was about to speak, Su Pingin spoke again. By the way, when do you plan to introduce your island policy? I really feel threatened, and I must strengthen the power in my hands. L shook his head and smiled bitterly on the sofa at home. It is currently being reviewed by Congress and will be introduced in 2 weeks. I hope you can buy the largest island. That island is far away from the continents. You can develop well there. With your funds, it is not a problem to develop that island, L said directly. I hope so. It's getting harder and harder to make money now, Su Pingin said with a smile. If the media knows what you said and reports it, I guarantee that you will be the global public enemy, L also said with a smile. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. I owe you another favor, Su Pingin said to himself. J country is very lively now because the video was exposed and all 5 congressmen pleaded guilty and resigned. This is a huge scandal, and the US Eric Oil Group is also very uncomfortable. It turned out that the plan to retaliate against the Apocalypse Group did not work. It was obvious that the Eric Oil Group was the first to cause trouble. Su Pingin's counterattack was an act of revenge and he was the victim. The CEOs of many companies in China were stunned and confused as they watched what happened in J country. Things changed too quickly. It was dazzling that such a hidden thing could be captured by the Apocalypse Group. What is the strength of the Apocalypse Group in Europe? Moreover, the United Kingdom and other EU countries unanimously issued a statement recognizing the security of the Apocalypse Group's translation server. How did Su Pingin play it? He was able to get the support of so many countries, especially Italy. He even ridiculed country J and made a clear gesture of defending the Apocalypse Group. How much did the Apocalypse Group pay secretly in exchange for such support? Not only these entrepreneurs couldn't figure it out, but Wei Dongxiu, Chen Qingshan, Qiao Lianqing, Zhang Jianbin, Xiao Jianguo, Xiang Qianjin, Zhou Changqin and others also couldn't figure it out. In the past, when a European country targeted a Chinese enterprise, there would always be a few countries that would besiege it together to ask for benefits. Now, it's good, it's completely different here at the Apocalypse Group. Lin Yide sat alone in the office and didn't see anyone. He kept thinking about this problem. Lin's electric appliance group has now entered Europe. Lin Yide now fully understands the difficulties of developing abroad. Those people in the relevant departments abroad are already burning incense and praying to the gods if they don't cause trouble for you. Don't expect this kind of thing to happen without a large amount of funds. How did Pingin play it? Is there such a big difference between him and him? Lin Yide is a little bit obsessed and must figure out what's going on here. He had no idea how much the Apocalypse Group had invested in Italy and how much tax it would pay every year. Apart from other things, the profit and tax of the Apocalypse Weapons Company alone was no less than 3 billion euros a year. The company had more than 4,000 employees, plus the employees of the spare parts suppliers. The Apocalypse Weapons Company could affect the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people. How could Italy not be nervous? It had to be nervous. Many organizations in the dark were analyzing this matter and had a better understanding of Su Pinggan's courage. The threat level had risen by one level. The YD country didn't say a word, as if the warship didn't exist. Everyone knew about the small single-person attack submarine of the Apocalypse Weapons Company and had evaluated it. This thing was definitely a killer, but you ordinary people couldn't buy this submarine. Only customers who had been reviewed by the relevant Italian departments could place orders with the Apocalypse Weapons Company to purchase it. The organization itself had to purchase 10 or 8 of this weapon. Warships were live targets in front of small single-person attack submarines. Even if a full-scale military submarine fought against such a small submarine, the outcome was uncertain. Because the small single-person attack submarine is very fast, and it also carries 10 magnetic guides for fish. This type of torpedo is specially used to attack torpedoes, and the warhead has a strong magnetism. If you lock the torpedo within 100 meters, you can die with the torpedo. How many torpedoes can you carry on a submarine? Don't forget that these small submarines have 24 attack torpedoes. One person can operate it, it is very flexible, has low defense, and very strong attack power. The price is not high. If you prepare a dozen, you may need them at any time. One by one, you start to purchase this small single-person attack submarine. Dahum also went to the base to see that the 2 missiles basically destroyed the entire base. What scared Dahum was that Gavin had no casualties. Obviously, Gavin got the news immediately before the missile was launched. What kind of power is needed to know the enemy's movements in advance? This question cannot be thought about in detail. If you think too much, Dahum will not be able to sleep, and his son Maham will also be silent for a rare time. Maham is not a fool. He has experienced a lot in the past 2 years and is no longer the same young man. The father and son discussed the matter and felt a sense of purpose in their hearts. The father and son knew very well that the Silent Sea area of the warship was not far from the territory they controlled. According to intelligence, a series of explosions occurred just after the missile was launched. Obviously, the warship was sunk. Father, your idea is right. We must arrange a retreat. Maham rarely agreed with Dahum's opinion. You should keep a low profile there, sell off the assets slowly, and transfer them all to Australia. In a few years, we will leave here completely, Dahum said seriously, and Maham nodded. This game is too dangerous and not so fun. I have made a lot of money in these years. It is better to leave when necessary, otherwise, it is very likely that I will have money but no life to spend it. Time passed slowly for a month, and Su Pinggan returned to J City. He had just rested for a few days and started working. The U.S. ambassador to China, Edlin, called Su Pinggan's mobile phone. Su, I think we need to have a good talk, said Edlin calmly. The country has sent instructions that the dispute between Apocalypse Group and Eric Oil Group must be mediated. Eric Oil Group's own oil tanker was sunk, and no freight company dared to take their business. The crude oil produced can only be kept in the local area and cannot be transported out for sale. Entrepreneurs are not simple. They all know that Apocalypse Group and Eric Oil Group have secretly started a war. If they don't want to get involved, the only way is not to cooperate with the two. Even if the oil price drops, no trading company dares to take over. Failure to transport the oil to the designated location on time is a breach of contract. The penalty is not a small amount. There is no way. Eric Oil Group paid a certain price and the Black Palace began to intervene. No problem, Ambassador Edlin, J City is a tourist city. I invite you to come as a guest, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Edlin smiled and said, do you think this is a formal invitation? Of course, a formal invitation. I will arrange a hotel for you, we can relax, I think we all have this time, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Okay, I'll visit you in a private capacity tomorrow, Edlin said directly. After a while of politeness, the two hung up the phone. Su Pinggan had been mentally prepared for the United States to intervene in this matter. Fighting in secret is a matter of fighting in secret. In the end, this matter must be resolved satisfactorily. You can't get along with anyone but money. Fighting is fighting, and talking is talking. They are two different things. It is a normal way to deal with international issues. After pressing the button next to him, Darina came in soon. Tell the mayor that Edlin, the U.S. ambassador to the Celestial Empire, will visit me in a private capacity tomorrow, okay? Darina agreed and turned to leave the office. Su Pinggan stretched and went directly to the leisure area to drink tea. This matter must be resolved. It would not be good for the Apocalypse Group to delay it any longer. The struggle between international giants cannot go beyond the framework. Soon, Chen Qingshan received a call from Darina in the office. After asking a few questions, he hung up the phone and leaned on the chair to think about this matter. After a long time, he stood up with a long sigh and left the office. Chapter 471 How to be a qualified leader of an international giant enterprise. Soon, Chen Qingshan appeared in Wei Dongshu's office, explained the situation, and asked directly, "What should we do? Do we need to make any arrangements?" "Don't worry, let's wait for notification," Wei Dongshu said directly. Chen Qingshan nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Now I really understand the capabilities of these international giants. I didn't feel much when I read the information before, but this time I was really touched." Wei Dongshu smiled and said, "Why, are you stimulated?" "According to the information, these international giants in Europe and the United States are willing to provoke wars for their own interests. I didn't expect that there is now a company in my great country that is competing with these international giants. Su Pinggan really taught me a good lesson on how to be a qualified helmsman of an international giant company," Chen Qingshan said with emotion. Wei Dongshu nodded and agreed with what Chen Qingshan said. The business world is like a battlefield. Everyone uses their own methods and fights secretly. It's very cruel. The international market follows the law of the jungle. If you don't have such a method, you will suffer a great loss in the international market. There are so many companies in our country, and 99% of them cannot adapt to this kind of competition. Now, only Shianki Group has gained a firm foothold. In the future, Wei Company may be another one. They have begun to change now. We are not in any. You can't become an international giant baby and expect our government to clean up your ass for everything. Su Pinggan has done a good job in this regard. I'm used to international rules. On the surface, you can't find any illegality in Shianki Group. The confrontation in secret is also tit for tat. If you make me suffer, you won't be able to have a good life either. Let's all suffer together. With the Chinese market behind us, we have such a good situation, but it's a pity that these people dare not make big strides and only dare to make trouble in the country, relying on national and local subsidies to survive. Although Su Pinggan is also dead set on subsidies, but you look at what Su Pinggan has done. Every time he settles down a company in a place, he will do a public welfare project in the local area. This public welfare project is completely returned to the local government. There is a give and take. There are few people who can do this, flexible in handling affairs. This is the characteristic of the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group has become an international giant, which is inseparable from Su Pinggan's tough yet smooth tactics, Wei Dongshuo said with emotion. Chen Qingshan nodded, very much in agreement with Wei Dongshuo's analysis. By the way, I heard that the single-person aircraft has begun trial production. Should we also purchase a batch for the city driving school? Chen Qingshan asked. The first batch is not okay, and the allocation has been made. There is no problem with the second batch. After Edlin leaves, you can tell him a word. He will definitely agree, Wei Dongshuo said with a smile. Huh? He will agree. A single-person aircraft worth several million can bring him a lot of profits, and he will definitely not refuse, Chen Qingshan said directly. When the two were chatting, Wei Dongshuo's cell phone rang. Wei Dongshuo answered it directly and hung up after a while. I just received a notice that Edlin will go to Apocalypse Group as a private person tomorrow. We will not interfere, Wei Dongshuo said directly, and Chen Qingshan nodded. The next day, Edlin took his assistant on the plane. After getting off the plane in Yi Province, he got on the car sent by Apocalypse Group to pick them up. At noon, Edlin arrived at Apocalypse Group in J City. Su Pinggan arranged it very well. They had a drink together at noon, rested in the afternoon, and discussed things tomorrow. Edlin had no objection at all. The two talked and laughed during lunch. After lunch, Su Pinggan arranged a cart to take Edlin to the hotel to rest, and he also returned home to rest. The next day, the two negotiated in Su Pinggan's office at the headquarters of Apocalypse Group. In less than 10 minutes, the two reached an agreement. Both parties suffered losses. This matter ended here. Both parties were not allowed to cause trouble for each other within 1 year. If anyone violates the agreement, the Black Palace will be responsible for punishment. Su Pinggan and Edlin did not take this condition seriously. They both knew what was going on. The punishment was not specified, so there was a lot of room for maneuver. Edlin also knew that once Eric Oil Group made trouble again, Su Pinggan would retaliate, and it would not be so easy to solve. Su, you should increase your investment in the United States, which will be of great benefit to you, Edlin said directly. Ambassador, we Chinese are different from you. After 100 years of decline, we cherish our country more than anyone else. We will never allow the shame of the late Qing dynasty to appear again, Su Pinggan expressed his attitude clearly. Edlin understood what was going on. If the issues between the two countries were not resolved, the Apocalypse Group would not take any action. He was mentally prepared for this. The two chatted for a while, and Edlin suddenly asked, Su, when will your single-person aircraft be available on the market? Do you have a distributor in the United States? The first batch will be shipped soon as a training product. There is no distributor in the United States at present, Su Pinggan told the truth. How about I introduce you to a distributor, Edlin said mysteriously, and Su Pinggan was stunned. Ambassador, do you think anyone in the United States dares to be my distributor now? Su Pinggan said with a smile. His relationship with the United States is obvious, and most people will definitely try their best to distance themselves from the Apocalypse Group. If the NAP Group is your distributor, do you dare to give it the distribution rights? Edlin asked Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, are you kidding me? The NAP Group is the industry of the #1 boss in the United States. Is he crazy? Su Pinggan looked at Edlin with suspicion. This matter was really too unexpected. Edlin smiled helplessly in his heart. When he got the news, he was also so shocked. Are you sure you are not kidding? Su Pinggan asked. Edlin shook his head. When I got the news, I was more shocked than you. Follow the business rules, Su Pinggan continued, and Edlin nodded. If you agree, someone will come to negotiate with you. The national conditions of the United States are different from your celestial empire. The affairs of the NAP Group have no impact on that person. This is very common. Politics is politics, business is business. And this is also a good thing for your Apocalypse Group, Edlin said directly. Okay, let them send someone over. Follow the business rules. I guarantee the same treatment, Su Pinggan said directly. It doesn't matter. It's also a good thing to cooperate with the NAP Group. The two chatted for a while, looked at the time, and agreed to have a drink together in the evening. Edlin also brought a bottle of good wine this time. Please taste it for Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan agreed. Arrange a car to take Edlin back to the hotel. The driver and the car stayed in the hotel until Edlin left J-City. In the room, Edlin called to report the situation. It took a long time to communicate before hanging up the phone. He was secretly surprised that Su Pinggan's reaction was actually guessed by that person, and he had already sent someone to J-City. Edlin picked up the phone and called Su Pinggan. He wanted to bring one more person over in the evening. The people from the NAP Group had already arrived. He made it clear that he had just received the news. Su Pinggan had no objection and agreed directly. He followed the business rules. It didn't matter. In the evening, Edlin appeared with a blonde beauty. Edlin introduced both parties to Darcy, a senior executive of the NAP Group. The three began to drink and chat. The atmosphere was very good. Suddenly, Darcy looked at Su Pinggan and said, Su, I know that your first batch of orders has been allocated. I hope you can cancel some people's orders and give us these quotas. No problem, I'll give you the orders from J country and the orders from YD country. How about it? Su Pinggan looked at the two and said directly. Darcy smiled at Su Pinggan. This Su Pinggan was indeed as cunning as the intelligence said, but it didn't matter. The two countries would definitely not dare to make trouble. Happy cooperation. Darcy raised her glass. Happy cooperation. Su Pinggan also raised his glass. The two clinked their glasses and reached an agreement. Edlin, who was standing aside, was filled with emotion. Darcy's purpose in doing this was not so simple. Su Pinggan was able to resolve this problem in an instant. His reaction was really quick and decisive. More than an hour later, the three of them separated and agreed that Darcy would go to the headquarters of Apocalypse Group tomorrow to handle the formalities and sign a cooperation agreement. Darcy agreed directly. The next morning, after Su Pinggan arrived at the company, he explained to the legal department and called Albert to cancel the orders from J and YD countries and transfer the two orders to the NAP Group in the United States. Albert was very surprised when he received the call. He knew very well who the NAP Group was. He was very surprised by Su Pinggan's tactics and immediately agreed to adjust the order. Remember one thing, there is no need to notify the two countries about this matter. When they ask after the shipment, Tell them that the order has been transferred to the NAP group. They can refund or wait for the second batch of goods. There is only a difference of half a month. Give them 1 day to make a choice, Su Pingyan reminded. I understand, and I will complete this matter satisfactorily. Delbert already understood what Su Pingyan meant. When can it be shipped? Su Pingyan asked. Boss, it can be shipped in 4 days. This batch is all training models. The speed is controlled, which is different from the official version. Delbert said seriously. Very good, after the training model is shipped, we will go all out to produce it. I believe that the dealer's money can't wait to be distributed to you, Su Pingyan said with a smile, and hung up the phone after chatting with Delbert for a few words. Not long after, Darcy arrived at the Apocalypse Group. Darina accompanied her to the legal department to sign a formal contract. The NAP Group is the general distributor of the Apocalypse Group's single-person aircraft in the United States. Chapter 472 Good things happen one after another. Dashini was also very quick in handling matters. She signed the formalities in the morning and transferred a large amount of payment in the afternoon. In the evening, Su Pingyan once again invited Edlin and Dashini to dinner, as a practice for the two of them. The dinner was a great pleasure for both the host and the guest. After the meal, Su Pingyan arranged a car to take the two away. The car would take them to the airport tomorrow. After the arrangements were made, he returned home relaxed. Time passed slowly. A week later, Eric Oil Group once again began to hire tankers to transport crude oil. Those who were interested knew that the matter had been resolved and that Apocalypse Group had reached a settlement with Eric Oil Group. On this day, Delbert, general manager of Apocalypse Single-Person Aircraft Company, issued a statement on the official website that the first batch of training aircraft had begun to be shipped. The statement finally announced the shipping details of the single-person aircraft. Those who were interested took a deep breath after seeing the shipping details. Fuck, are you kidding me? The orders originally belonging to YD and J countries have disappeared, and have been replaced by the NAP Group of the United States. Looking at the shipment volume to the NAP Group, it is exactly the total volume of orders from YD and J countries in the data released by the Apocalypse Single-Person Aircraft Company a few months ago. The Apocalypse Group and the Eric Oil Group both sent warships, submarines, and missiles to attack each other, but the two companies made peace, and in the end, YD and J countries suffered losses. It just so happens that neither China nor the United States can be provoked by these two countries. The order was given to the United States. If you have any objections, go to the NAP Group of the United States to make trouble. Even if the two countries are brave enough, they dare not make trouble. You international giant companies are also fucking good at playing, and you must be cautious in the future and must not be used as a gun by these international giants. Ordinary people don't know these things, but they are very enthusiastic about studying and assessing the single-person aircraft license. The number of people who sign up is very large, and it can be seen that single-person aircraft will gradually become the mainstream aircraft. Only 3 days had passed, and the official website of Apocalypse Single-Person Aircraft Company posted the sales price. The sales guide price of ordinary aircraft was €500,000 to €700,000. The deluxe version, which was the one that Su Pingyan showed off at the Dubai Single-Person Aircraft Exchange Conference, had a sales guide price of €800,000 to €1 million. This price is not low. Delbert has already explained that the reason why the price is so high now is that the prices of many accessories cannot be reduced. In order to adjust the prices again after the material prices go down. Seeing this explanation, many people with ulterior motives curled their lips. Su Pingyan was really shady. The cost of the ordinary version was only €110,000, and the price you gave to the dealer was €420,000. The price of the deluxe version was only €160,000, and the price you gave to the dealer was €700,000. How much profit is there? Do you really think we don't know? Many people did not give up and planned to continue to develop their own single-person aircraft. As a result, they soon found that the problem began to be painful. The patent could not be solved. Su Pingyan bought a large number of patents, which were enough to form a terrifying patent barrier. Even if you develop your own single-person aircraft, you still need to pay most of the profits to the Apocalypse Group as royalties. When you think of this, many people are getting fed up. Time passed slowly, and the second batch of single-person aircraft training aircraft had been sent out. Delbert immediately began to adjust production and began to officially produce commercial single-person aircraft. A lot of orders have been received. Although only 7 major distributors have been confirmed, the order amount of these 7 distributors is as high as $17 billion, and they have all placed huge orders. Advertisements for single-person aircraft have begun to land in many countries, and reservation channels have been opened. Without exception, the publicity has made many people feel annoyed. Rich people and celebrities play with single-person aircraft, middle-class people play with gas cars, and poor people play with battery cars. When this slogan spreads, there is no need to worry about the sales of single-person aircraft. If you don't even have a single-person aircraft, are you ashamed to say that you are a rich man? Are you ashamed to say that you are a member of the upper class? Are you ashamed to let people say that you are a celebrity? You are so embarrassed. Many people touched their pockets, sighed to the sky, and looked like they had no desire to live. Why do people drive luxury cars and wear famous watches? Isn't it just to show off? Isn't it just to get into the circle of rich people, so as to win more orders and bring benefits to themselves? The main reason is to show their identity. They are rich people. Please give me your coffin money as soon as possible. Now, the cost of pretending is rising linearly. The cheapest is 500,000 euros. The cost of pretending is really too high. You drive a luxury car worth 1 or more million yuan, which is completely the performance of ordinary people. Many people have begun to think of ways to raise money. This must be pretended. Many rich people in China have cursed Xu Pinggan. 500,000 euros is more than 4 million yuan. This is all money. A second-tier city has lost a house. Many real estate developers are also envious of you. Damn, we need to work so hard to develop a real estate project. We can't make a profit from selling a house. You can make a profit from selling a house here. It's completely robbery. While these people were suffering, the 7 major distributors of Apocalypse single-person aircraft were completely in a state of laughter even when they were asleep. They had already received a lot of advance payments, and the smallest one had received more than 1 billion euros. The 6 giants of Campbell's organization had a good time together. This time, they received up to 2.8 billion in advance payments. It can be said that the first batch of ordered goods has been fully sold. The 7 major distributors began to exert their strength. There are still so many countries that have not issued single-person aircraft management regulations. They must speed up the progress and cannot affect their own money-making. All of them began to take action. As time passed, many countries also began to issue single-person aircraft management regulations. The United States acted very quickly this time. Many states have improved the single-person aircraft regulations, and many people have begun to take the driver's license test. This allows the relevant departments of each state to make a small profit. It's good for you, me, and everyone. Xu Pinggan was in a very good mood. There was another profitable project. At the same time, the head of the design department of Airbus Group came to Xu Pinggan with a design drawing of an aerial palace to negotiate. Xu Pinggan spent a whole morning communicating with the design department and finalized the drawings. Airbus Group can start production first. Halfway through, Xu Pinggan will send people to install other equipment on the aircraft. The locations that need to be installed have been reserved, so there will be no delay. The most important thing is the 12 special chips, which are already in production. When the time comes, the aircraft can be integrated by inputting a unique program into the chip. Without the chip, this aircraft is just a flower stand. During this period, people at the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group can feel Xu Pinggan's smile. He walks with the wind every day. Obviously, the big boss is in a very good mood. This period of time is really good. Let's talk about the Apocalypse Agricultural Group. After the soybeans were listed, the international soybean prices were completely suppressed, causing heavy losses to soybean traders in many countries. The price of 1 ton of soybeans is 300 Xianchao coins cheaper than the international soybean price. Tens of millions of tons of soybeans have been put into the market, which completely suppressed the price of soybeans. All the soybeans harvested this year have been sold out. The land prices contracted by Xiangqi Agricultural Group in the 3 provinces are very low. This is a preferential treatment given by the local government to support Xiangqi Agricultural Group. The annual contract fee is only half of the normal price. The cost of soybeans in China cannot be reduced. Fertilizers, seeds, and labor are not the main reasons. The land cost is the fundamental reason. Comparing the land costs of planting in China and the United States. The land planting cost in the United States is 1/3 of that in China. In this way, The price of agricultural products in the United States is so low. Now, because of the emergence of Shanghai Agricultural Group, the land cost has come down, and the price will definitely come down. It is difficult to gain an advantage in the international soybean price. Besides, the soybean oil yield of Shanghai Group is higher than theirs, so they have even less advantage. A substantial price reduction is inevitable. If the price is not reduced, it will not be sold at all. Feng Changlin did not stop expanding at all. He signed an agreement with a new province and contracted 5 million mu of land again. Under the leadership of the provincial government, he acquired 2 state-owned farms. In Heilongjiang province, the contracted land increased by 1 million mu, and another state-owned farm was acquired under the matchmaking of the local government. All these new lands were used to grow corn, the latest variety of the Botanical Research Institute. The fruiting rate is twice that of the currently known corn varieties, and the final harvest will certainly be very impressive. It will also be a strong pressure on the international corn price in the future. In Gansu province, 700,000 acres of land have been newly added, all planted with onions. In the past 2 years, the international onion price has been rising steadily. After internal analysis, the price will increase next year because of abnormal weather. The frequent occurrence of extreme weather has begun to have a significant impact on agriculture, but now technology is advancing, which has offset this part of the problem. However, with the frequent occurrence of extreme weather, there will always be a shortage of agricultural products. Experience has been summarized for the treatment of the original farm employees. A group of them will be directly retired internally, a group of them will be retired due to illness, a group of them will be bought out of their seniority, and the remaining young and strong personnel will be taken over. During the integration period, a group of lazy people will be cleared out, and the company will be on the right track. Weather Supermarket Group has also begun to make profits. Although it is not much, the turnover is very large. With strong capital and the cooperation of Shanghai Logistics, it purchases directly from manufacturers, and the prices of many products have been compressed. E-commerce has an impact on physical stores, but supermarkets have a greater impact on physical stores. Here is a simple example: the same coat in a specialty store sells for 20,000 yuan, but Shanghai Supermarket sells it directly for 3,000 yuan. They are made of the same material and of the same quality, just with different brands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. It is a complete disgrace to the term rich second generation. At the end of each month, a large-scale promotion is held, which makes many merchants headache. Business is hit hard on the basis of bad business. Zhao Tongfu is also very good at spending money. He fully understands Su Pinggan's concept. During this period, he used various means to acquire the real estate certificates and land certificates of all branches. At the same time, he also bought land in some cities for direct expansion. Others are not profitable, but these houses and land can also make a lot of money in the future. It is completely cost-effective, and the pace of expansion is also very fast. At the same time, Wu Sikai came forward and acquired 7 quality inspection agencies. After some integration, he launched the Shanghai certification. The certification standard is much higher than the national standard. At the same time, it is very strict. Any product that cannot pass the Shanghai quality test shall not be sold in the Shanghai supermarket. This regulation belongs to the Enterprise Mandatory Implementation Standard. National certification is carried out in the laboratory, and Shanghai certification is not certified in the laboratory at all. There is a big difference between the two, which makes many manufacturers very painful. For example, air conditioners can obtain the national first-level energy consumption certification in the laboratory environment, but outside the laboratory, it is difficult for you to meet this standard and can only become the second-level energy consumption certification. In the Chinese market, most people still value value. After this method was introduced, products certified by Shanghai have achieved very large sales, which many people did not expect. A fixed consumer group is slowly forming, which is what Su Pinggan and Zhao Tongfu both hope to see. The ultimate goal is to create an inherent consumer ecosystem. With this foundation, the number of competitors will decrease, and making money will not be a problem at that time. Moreover, it is just that you make less money now. Even if you make less, You can earn more than the interest earned by putting money in the bank. Shanghai Logistics has also developed very fast under the leadership of CAO Deshan. Relying on Shanghai Technology Company, the efficiency of intelligent transit warehouses is much higher than that of other logistics companies. According to the big database, the dispatch of personnel and vehicles is becoming more and more perfect. The current vehicles are still a little short of supply, but CAO Deshan is not buying long-distance trucks. Many people do not understand this. Su Pinggan told CAO Deshan that the hydrogen-powered aircraft of Airbus Group will be available in a while. At that time, 30 aircraft will be directly ordered. Hydrogen-powered aircraft will be used for long-distance transportation, which is more cost-effective. This news was kept absolutely confidential and could not be told to anyone. CAO Deshan strictly followed this order. After other logistics companies purchased new aircraft, CAO Deshan was unmoved. Temporary discomfort is nothing. After the hydrogen-powered aircraft came out, the spring of Shanghai Logistics came. During this short period of time, Su Pinggan stayed at home with his parents and drank and had fun with many people. A week later, he took 2 assistants and went to Hangzhou directly in a single-person aircraft instead of taking a plane. All of them were deluxe single-person aircraft. This aircraft has an automatic control program. After you enter the destination, you can ignore it. It will automatically rise to a certain height and fly towards the destination. In the middle, they refueled at the hydrogen refueling station in the suburbs of BB City. In the envy of many people, more than a dozen single-person aircraft took off directly. Many people have recognized Su Pinggan. The mobile phone video of Su Pinggan holding a red wine glass and entering the aircraft appeared directly on the internet, including the flight formation after takeoff, which made people full of envy. After seeing it, people on the internet were directly blown up, and everyone was envious and jealous. Su Pinggan is too good at playing. He was using a deluxe version of a single-person aircraft, and his assistants and bodyguards were also deluxe versions. 15 single-person aircraft, 15 million euros worth of equipment. Although many people could not afford it, they were stimulated to join the team to take the flight license test. Soon, the scene of Su Pinggan and others landing on the top of the main building of Hangzhou Shanghai Science and Technology Park was also filmed. This was someone Su Pinggan specially called to arrange for Qiao Yichen. The transparent cover of the aircraft rose, and Su Pinggan came out directly with a wine glass, gave the wine glass to the assistant beside him, shook hands with Qiao Yichen and went directly into the building. The scene of 15 single-person aircraft landing in an orderly manner was seen by many people, and they were all very jealous. The water army hired by Shanghai Group began to speak frequently. As a boss, you don't have a single-person aircraft. Do you still have the nerve to say that you are a boss? It's so fucking embarrassing. As a rich second generation, you don't even have a single-person aircraft. Do you have the nerve to say that you are a rich second generation? It's completely embarrassing for the word rich second generation. The language is as stimulating as it can be, and public opinion is used to force you to grit your teeth and pay for it. Making money from rich people is Su Pinggan's marketing purpose. For the sake of face, you have to buy it. After a day's rest, Su Pinggan went to Shanghai Game Company the next day and began to test the voice control system himself. It's fun to yell while playing games, and this is what players need. Yelling is good for your health. After playing for a while, Su Pinggan was completely fascinated. His hand speed couldn't keep up, but his mouth speed could keep up, and his PK winning rate rose sharply. Now the computer hardware on the market has been upgraded, and new products are launched one after another. The memory stick has been completely upgraded to the 36G level, and the solid-state hard drive has been completely upgraded to the T era. Many CPU manufacturers have launched a new generation of products, and the product performance has been directly improved to a huge level. Players are very happy but also very painful. Why are these hardware manufacturers launching new products crazily recently? I am completely dazzled and don't know how to choose. OG, are the products ready? Su Pinggan asked after putting down the headset. Boss, we have already stocked 10 million sets of the new generation of headphone voice control system, and the global unified price is 200 euros. Jacques, the French Apocalypse game company, has also launched a large-scale online game called Chaotic World. The upgraded version is now ready. Once we launch this voice-controlled headset, they will cooperate to upgrade the version. The Celestial Empire is promoting this voice-controlled headset together with Europe. The hardware has fully met the demand at present, Yi Chenglin made a brief report. Send a notice and hold a press conference in a week to tell them that the game has entered a new era. Arrange people to conduct a live demonstration at that time, so that they can also experience it. After installing our voice control system, they can not only play games, but also establish new social groups, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Boss, don't worry. I have asked the planning department to start preparations. By then, a series of promotion plans will be formed, and all aspects will be taken into consideration. The goal of increasing the number of players by 50% must be achieved, Yi Chenglin said very confidently. 50%, you are so ashamed to say this data. I tell you, if you can't achieve an 80% growth, you are unqualified, Su Pinggan said, then stood up and left, letting Yi Chenglin sober up. Such a powerful tool only achieved a 50% growth, which was simply a joke. Looking at Su Pinggan's back, Yi Chenglin felt the pressure. He stood there and thought for a while, then immediately turned back to the office. Before he went in, he told his secretary, notify the planning department and ask their ministers, deputy ministers, and team leaders to all come to the small meeting room for a meeting, Yi Chenglin said, and went into his office, and the secretary immediately began to notify. Soon, Yi Chenglin came out of the office with a notebook and went straight to the small meeting room. He must let them know that the 50% target was unqualified. The president cleaned up himself, and he also had to clean up the planning department. He couldn't bear the pressure alone. More than half an hour later, a fierce quarrel began in the small meeting room. There was a good phenomenon in the Apocalypse group, that is, people from all departments dared to speak and express their opinions clearly. Before the final resolution is issued, we must argue with reason. After the resolution is issued, we will seriously implement the resolution. This is a set of plans that Su Pinggan has worked hard to develop. Only in this way can we form a force from top to bottom. After several years of operation, it has achieved good results, which is definitely much better than the leadership authority. Push the budget, make a new publicity budget, and must achieve a minimum growth target of 85%. Yi Chenglin said 5% more, which is a common practice. Even if it is almost completed in the end, it will not be far from the goal set by Su Pinggan, and it can be regarded as an extra room for maneuver. Besides, basically all companies do this. The tasks assigned by the general manager are always a little higher than the boss's requirements, just in case. 2 days later, the Apocalypse Game Company issued a notice to the media, inviting all media to witness the game entering a new era. After this news spread, many media became interested. The only ones who were facing a great enemy were the game companies of various countries. Could it be that the Apocalypse Group has made another technological breakthrough? They were all very uncomfortable. Every time the Apocalypse Group held such a press conference, it would release a subversive product. We must find out what is going on and make preparations in advance. The only ones who know clearly are the hardware manufacturers. The CEOs of these manufacturers are all excited and have begun to adjust their production plans to cope with the peak of purchases after the press conference. A lot of media began to gather in Hangzhou. The most obvious effect is that the room occupancy rates of major hotels began to increase rapidly, and the occupancy rates of many hotels reached more than 95%. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Zhang Jianbin was very surprised. There was nothing big happening in Hangzhou recently. How could the occupancy rate of hotels increase so much? He immediately sent to his secretary to find out what was going on. In just over 20 minutes, the secretary came to report, Mayor, it is Shianqi Game Company that is going to hold the press conference, saying that the game will enter a new era, and many domestic and foreign media are here. After listening, Zhang Jianbin waved his hand and let the secretary leave. What is Su Pinggan doing? Not to mention making breakthroughs in other projects, it is actually a breakthrough in games. It is simply not doing his job properly. Chapter 474. Wait a minute, let me kill this monster. Since the promotion is planned at the same time, Europe and China will start it together. The media sent 2 groups of people to Hangzhou, China and Paris, France respectively. The French branch of Apocalypse Game Company will also hold a press conference and conduct a live demonstration. Yi Chenglin and Jacques discussed and redetermined the date, which was postponed for 2 days. The official website approved the news and also sent a notice to some major media. Time passed slowly, and both companies did a lot of work. Yi Chenglin's side focused on the fairy world civilization and the disordered world as a supplement, while Jacques' side focused on the disordered world and the fairy world civilization as a supplement. More than 100 people were temporarily recruited to start rapid training. Everyone was deeply attracted by this gameplay as soon as they started playing. They mastered it very quickly and also played tricks. With the support of the new generation of hardware equipment, Group PK and Team PK were stimulated and rose sharply, making people linger. Time passed slowly. On this day, the time for the press conference came, and reporters began to gather at the designated location. When they arrived, they found that today's press conference was different from the previous ones. In the past, the announcements and explanations were made on the stage, but today there were 4 more computer areas under the stage. Each area had 30 computers, and all of them were occupied by staff, but the computers in front of them were not turned on. All of the reporters looked around with curiosity. Soon, the time for the official start came, and Yi Changlin appeared on the stage. The reporters began to take pictures, and Yi Changlin bowed to the reporters with a smile on his face. Thank you all media friends for coming. I think your trip today is worthwhile. You will witness the gameplay entering a new era. Before I make the announcement, I have a question for you. How many people play online games? Those who play online games, please raise your hands. Yi Changlin looked at the reporters and asked questions directly. He was not at all stage frightened and very graceful. Slowly, the reporters under the stage began to raise their hands. Yi Changlin roughly estimated that it was about 40%. Thank you, everyone, please put your hands down. The reporters put their hands down. We have done a survey at Apocalypse Game Company. Most players use third-party voice systems to communicate when playing online games, so as to achieve the purpose of communicating with teammates. There is a disadvantage of doing this, which is that it will occupy a part of network resources and reduce the fluency of your game. In order to be able to communicate freely, players have tolerated this flaw. Today, our Apocalypse Game Company will launch a revolutionary product to completely change this situation. This is the voice control system. When Yi Changlin said this, the big screen behind him turned on directly, and the words Apocalypse Voice Control System appeared. Many reporters were surprised. You are not going to launch a voice software, right? This is nothing new. There are many known voice softwares, and many softwares have reached the point where they do not affect the game. Please ask the staff to turn on the computer, run the Immortal Civilization game, and enter the Battlefield copy, Yi Changlin said directly. And the staff in the audience immediately started to turn on the computer, and the reporter's attention was focused on the computer and the audience. Yi Changlin's plan is very simple, which is to let you observe and experience it up close. This is much better than explaining it yourself. Once you experience it once, you will definitely be deeply attracted by this way of playing. I am absolutely confident that you will play it again for the second time and become a loyal player of the voice control system. There are 2 rows of computers, one row uses microphones, and the other row uses headphones. Soon, the screens are working normally, and everyone enters the game of Zionji civilization in number and gathers towards the destination consciously. Dear media friends, please pay attention to the staff in the audience now. They will demonstrate to you what the voice control system is. Online games will bid farewell to the boring gameplay of the past and become lively and more convenient for socializing. It can be regarded as another world. You can deeply experience the charm of this new world. Staff, please demonstrate as required, Yi Changlin said, and the staff immediately started playing. Soon, there were shouts, which surprised many reporters. Ice Arrow, Vajra Talisman, Sixting Heavenly Armor Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Frost Sword Unsheathed, Great 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Formation. Appeared, with the roars, various skills appeared on the screen, and many people's eyes lit up and they became interested and continued to watch. Today, many people watched the live broadcast, and many people began to ask questions. What's going on? Is the hand speed so fast? Soon, someone discovered that it was not the hand speed that was fast, but that the skills could be released with the shouts. Damn, the words come true. Shianki Game Company is awesome. This is the way I like to play online games. The era of competing for hand speed is over. The above is right. From now on, it will be the era of competing for brains. Various comments began to fill the screen, and the comments of the crowd filled the screen directly. It was a densely packed area. After about 20 minutes, everyone began to exit the dungeon and buy items. They bargained with the sellers directly. There was no need to type the whole time, just talk directly. Several people gathered together to discuss going to kill monsters and communicated directly. Especially with a few female voices, The group of animals were directly excited, one more excited than the other. After more than an hour of various scenes, Yi Changlin saw clearly that the reporters had been attracted by this new way of playing, and it was time to proceed to the second step. Please ask the staff to leave their seats and guide the reporter friends to experience it in person, and provide detailed degradation for the experiencers, Yi Changlin announced on the stage with a smile on his face. All the staff stood up reluctantly. The reporters who could play online games couldn't wait to experience it. With the introduction of the staff, one by one, they began to play fascinatedly. The players watching the live broadcast outside were collectively excited. This way of playing completely released part of the functions of the hands, and the game operation became much simpler and more playable. Time slowly passed for more than 30 minutes. Stop, experiencers leave, and the staff will shut down, Yi Changlin said directly, and the staff began to persuade these people to stand up. Wait a minute, let me kill this monster. Wait a minute, I want revenge. Come out, you bastard who just attacked me. I'm going to fight you in a duel. Bastard, who poisoned me just now, stand up. These voices were recorded verbatim. Obviously, these people have devoted themselves to it. After being persuaded by the people next to them, they stood up reluctantly. The reluctant expressions on everyone's faces were very obvious. Everyone, please cooperate, Yi Changlin had to say again, and the speed of everyone standing up increased. Dear friends, I believe you have experienced the fun of the voice control system. The communication between players has been achieved face-to-face and fully integrated into the virtual world. Everyone can make an appointment to slay demons and monsters together, and you can also take in the beautiful scenery with your lover in the virtual world, and you can also team up to explore the secrets together. Yi Changlin began to talk about the wonderful experience and fun. The Apocalypse voice control system will be officially launched tomorrow. The Apocalypse Game Company will launch 2 voice control devices in the flagship store of dongdong.com. One is headphones and the other is microphone. You can choose freely. Tomorrow, the game's ING civilization will be shut down for upgrades, which will take about 12 hours. At that time, everyone can use this voice control device to play games. Let me make one thing clear. Headphones and microphones sold unofficially cannot be used for this kind of gameplay, because they lack voice control chips and operating procedures inside. These 2 devices are produced separately and are a bit more complicated than similar devices currently available. The price is a global unified price of €200. You can pay in 12 installments, with the lowest interest rate in the country. At the same time, there are other rewards when you buy it. Let me make one thing clear. Other discounts are only available for the first batch, with limited quantities, while stocks last. At the same time, we announce here that the Apocalypse voice control system will also be authorized to external parties, and colleagues in the gaming industry are welcome to discuss business. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all, Yi Changlin said, and once again bowed to the reporters to express his gratitude. Applause rang out at the scene, and flashlights flashed. Because of the time difference, more than 8 hours later, the French branch of Apocalypse Games also held a similar press conference, and the scene was even more lively than that of China. Similarly, the new voice-controlled device will be sold on the flagship store on Amazon, priced at €200. The World of Disorder will be fully upgraded and maintained tomorrow. In the new version, players can communicate freely. The next day, major media around the world began to report on this matter. Many reporters who had experienced it on the spot made comments and unanimously agreed that it was really cool to play online games with this voice-controlled system, and they were full of expectations. The only uncomfortable thing was the game companies of all sizes around the world. They were not stupid, and knew very well how sticky this kind of gameplay would be to players, and what should their own companies do. Apocalypse Group claimed that it could authorize, but Su Pinggan's personality would definitely not authorize in vain. It was inevitable that Apocalypse Group would collect a lot of taxes. Su Pinggan's greed for money was known to the world. Their own profits were taken away by Apocalypse Group for nothing, and everyone was very unwilling. Blizzard was also holding a meeting to study this matter, whether to purchase the patent of Apocalypse Group. Everyone is sure of one thing, this patent is not so easy to buy. Apocalypse Games has always wanted to buy some of Blizzard's technology patents, but Blizzard has not agreed. This time, I am afraid that the transaction cannot be avoided, but after the technology is traded, it is likely that Apocalypse Games will benefit more. Apart from other things, at least a client can be compressed by 2% and the fluency can be improved by more than 15%. Chapter 475 You don't want to be sued for monopoly. Blizzard really didn't want to license this technology to Apocalypse. It didn't matter if it licensed to other companies, and the threat was not great. But Apocalypse was different. The two terminal games, Immortal Civilization and Chaos World, were developing very rapidly. Immortal Civilization is now the most influential game in Southeast Asia, while Chaos World is conquering the European and American markets, seriously threatening the market share of Blizzard World of Warcraft. After a long discussion, there was no result. Finally, it was decided to see how players accepted it. In one day, Chaos World and Immortal Civilization had completed the server upgrade and maintenance, and began to fully serve as this peripheral device. On the internet, the sales of headphones and microphones were very hot. In just 3 days, Amazon announced that Apocalypse had received more than 400,000 orders on its website. Immediately afterwards, Dongdong.com announced that Apocalypse had received more than 600,000 orders on its website, and sales were still increasing. Seeing this data, many game companies began to get nervous, especially Japanese game companies, which were even more worried. Blizzard had already taken away part of the market share, and now Chinese companies were also coming to grab it. This life is unbearable. The only way is to obtain the patent authorization of the voice control system and transform the company. After waiting for a few more days, the game companies really couldn't sit still and began to take action, sending personnel to China to negotiate patent authorization with Apocalypse Game Company. Amazon released a data at its headquarters in the United States that the sales of this voice-controlled device in the United States have reached 600,000. This data made Blizzard sit still. After some discussion, Vice President Delafort set off for China and began to negotiate with Apocalypse Game Company about a voice-controlled patent. He had already made plans to exchange patents. 200 euros converted into Chinese currency is about 1,800. Such a high price could not stop the enthusiasm of players. Dongdong.com also released news that domestic sales exceeded 1 million in one summer vacation. This data really blinded the eyes of domestic game manufacturers. Buy a device and get you a monthly card. Apocalypse Game Company's monthly card was only sold once at the beginning, and it has not been sold since then. It only exists as a promotional means. Although the usual point card fee is a little lower than that of World of Warcraft, it is still a considerable expense. This time, the promotion trump card was launched without exception, which directly mobilized the enthusiasm of the players. Su Pingyan was satisfied and picked up the teapot to fill Yi Changlin's teacup. Yi Changlin just came to report that the number of registered players has achieved a 100% increase, exceeding the planned target. When will the Fairyland Civilization theme park be completed? Su Pingyan asked. Mr. Su, I have learned that it will take until August next year to be completed. Many scene technology equipment needs to be customized, so it has delayed a lot of time, Yi Changlin explained. Su Pingyan nodded and said, Changlin, manage the company's current games well, and at the same time, don't forget to develop new games. Seriousness, professionalism, and sincerity are the foundation of a game company. Please rest assured, Mr. Su. I will remember this sentence. Our game company has already started the project. Based on the current Three Kingdoms real-time battle game, we will develop a large-scale online terminal game of heroes competing for hegemony. At present, all the hardware of computers has achieved leapfrog upgrades. We can also carry out this kind of large-scale historical online game that integrates strategy, military hegemony, and exploration. You can develop into vassal and participate in the world hegemony. You can also explore in the game, and you can be recruited as a hero. Multiple systems coexist and run. Yi Changlin talked a lot. How is the negotiation with Blizzard going? Su Pingyan asked. The other party is still hesitating and thinks that it is very disadvantageous to exchange patents with us. They don't even look at the current situation. Players will feel very depressed if they don't shout out when playing online games. According to the information we collected in several internet cafes, many players will quit the game directly after playing it for a while and log into our fairy civilization. This is the general trend. If they don't change, the market will shrink more and more happily, Yi Changlin said very seriously. Next time you negotiate with them, ask them if they have any plans to be acquired. I will give them full rights to develop games and acquire them with full capital, Su Pingyan said directly. He has been coveting Blizzard for a long time, but he has never had the chance. I'll give it a try. I guess they won't agree. Although the profit has dropped a lot now, it is still profitable, Yi Chenglin said directly. Just give it a try. You can send a formal acquisition invitation. Su Pingyan looked at Yi Chenglin and said directly. I will have a good talk with Blizzard's Vice President Delaford who came this time, and I will ask him to pass the information back to the headquarters truthfully. This is also a big pressure on Blizzard. After all, our apocalypse capital is famous for its strength. Their president can resist it, but other shareholders may not be able to resist it. Even if we can't acquire it this time, we have to increase their internal chaos and prepare for the next acquisition, Yi Chenglin said very seriously. Very good, that's what we should do. I'm relieved that you think so. You and Jack are in a competitive relationship. If you deduct the impact of currency added value, your performance is ahead of Jack. Currently, Jack focuses on the promotion of the disordered world. I'm not as good as you in the future development of the enterprise. Come on, in a few years, I will completely integrate the two game companies into the Apocalypse Game Group. I hope you can take the position of group president. Su Pingyan looked at Yi Chenglin and said. Yi Chenglin was excited. Please rest assured, Mr. Su, I will never embarrass myself. Very good, but you have to remember to keep a normal mind and don't rush for quick success. What I value is the steady development of an enterprise, Su Pingyan reminded Yi Chenglin, and Yi Chenglin nodded seriously. The two chatted for a while and Yi Chenglin said goodbye. Su Pingyan returned to his desk, put on headphones, and started playing games. After having a voice control system, upgrading has become much faster, and killing monsters is so smooth, which is very enjoyable. The next day, when Yi Chenglin was negotiating with Blizzard, he proposed to acquire Blizzard, which made the people from Blizzard feel annoyed. From Yi Chenglin's conditions, it can be seen that Yi Chenglin was not joking. The negotiations ended, and the news was passed back to Blizzard headquarters. The president directly refused to be acquired. According to regulations, once a joint stock company receives an acquisition invitation, it must hold a board meeting and the decision must be made by the board of directors. This meeting was very intense. The shareholders were very dissatisfied with the current earnings. Some agreed and some opposed, which made President Hags exhausted. After much persuasion, the proposal to reject the acquisition was passed. He promised to do his best to improve this year's performance. After the meeting, he immediately called Delaford and agreed to Apocalypse Game Company's request to exchange patents and end the talks as soon as possible. It must be over soon. If it is dragged on until the end of the year when the financial statements of major game companies are disclosed, the vampires on the board of directors will definitely not give up and will definitely think of other crooked tricks. The probability of such a thing happening must be reduced. One day later, the two sides negotiated very smoothly again. The long list of patents proposed by Apocalypse Game Company was approved, which made Yi Chenglin a little confused. However, it was a good thing that it was approved. The two sides directly signed a legal contract. The signing place was Hangzhou. If there was a breach of contracts in the future, it would also be heard in the Hangzhou court. Many documents needed to be faxed to Blizzard headquarters for signature and seal, and then faxed back. It took almost a day to complete all the procedures. The next step was simple. The patent exchange began, and various data began to be transmitted to each other. Yi Chenglin found Mijian and used it immediately to optimize the client and further improve the fluency of the game. Time passed slowly. In just 10 days, all the games of Apocalypse Game Company were shut down for 8 hours for comprehensive upgrade and maintenance. After the upgrade, the client will be reduced by 20%, and the fluency of the game will be greatly improved. Blizzard was not slow either. It took only 5 more days to directly announce that the global service of World of Warcraft would be shut down for 12 hours for upgrade and maintenance. After the upgrade, the voice control system of Apocalypse Game Company supported World of Warcraft and could also be used in Warcraft time. In this way, the 3 most influential PC games in the world have unified their gameplay. In the future, if you don't have voice control gameplay in PC games, you will have absolutely no market. Game manufacturers in China and Japan are collectively frustrated. It's not that they didn't discuss patent licensing with Apocalypse Group, but the fees are not low, so these companies are reluctant to pay. The fee is charged annually, regardless of your game sales, 50 million euros per year. If you agree, you will be authorized. If you don't agree, you can slowly consider it. The contract also stipulates that it is only for one game, not for the game company. In other words, every game of your entire game company must be authorized and cannot be used uniformly. To be honest, this contract provision is a big blow to many game production studios. But now the general trend is that voice-controlled games dominate the world. If you don't have the financial strength, you will be eliminated. Many manufacturers are unwilling to accept this and have written to the government to ask for their participation in this matter, asking Apocalypse Game Company to reduce the patent fee. The reason is simple: we want to survive. The bosses of various countries are also a headache for a while. This involves the jobs of many people, and they don't want to see the game industry being completely monopolized by companies from the United States and China, so they started to move. Not long after, Zhang Jianbin came to Su Pinggan's office and drank tea with him. They both knew what was going on, so they talked slowly. 50 million is indeed a bit high. I hope you can lower it a bit. You don't want to be sued for monopoly, do you? Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.